And now we are beginning a live stream. What is this, episode 78 already?
78 already.
Yeah, we got some music to share with you. About a 20-minute now usually. And
Nice.
then we'll be back for that. So are you ready for some strange music?
I'm so ready for some strange
Let's
music.
let's share this link far and wide. And if you're watching on the replay, thank you so much. If you're watching live, surprise, we're on time.
Surprise!
This is going to be a strange gorilla. You ready for it?
Love strange gorillas.
There it is.
Fantastic.
A descendant of Jesus Christ and Tracy Twyman, who publishes a magazine. Deference to the Francophile pronunciation, Dagobah's Revenge. Music, magic, and monarchism. Now these are strange theories.
Alright, all you groovy, tuned-in, turned-on-way fans, here's a sample of your kind of music as we feature Eric Clapton, Ginger Baker and Jack Bruce, otherwise The Cream, in Strange Brew.
spider web that people do, and so they all feed each other. But what they're able to do by having amazing spiders as a mold or seed, there are hundreds of different secret societies, and each one with having their own personal bend or twist to it that is going to attract a certain type of society.
Fictions, images, and ideas, narratives, icons develop a life of their own. And then once they develop a life of their own, they aren't quite fictions and fantasies in exactly the same way as they were when they started. Something else happens to them along the way, and it's kind of hard to say exactly what that something is, but I think a lot of us who explore these realms of indefinite possibility, the sort of speculative zone, and who play with it creatively, ritualistically, imaginally, are aware of this curious kind of life.
Black body swing in the southern breeze, strange fruit hanging from the poplar trees. There's strange fruit. There's strange fruit. There's strange fruit.
Am I working or is working? Fucking Alan Marcus. I love that guy. If you guys don't know, I am a fairly regular on Weedy Spiders Welcome on Saturday nights. And Alan Marcus is alanmarcus.com. If you haven't ever checked that out, Alan Marcus is absolutely brilliant. Brilliant. That guy kills me. That guy freaking kills me. There's sometimes I'm sitting there and I'm just like, what the fuck is he going on? And then all of a sudden he just pulls it back, just whack. Oh, he's brilliant. Love you, Alan. You're just freaking brilliant. I love that guy.
But the weird should have that kind of character to it, where it's not tied up in a bow, where there's something open, there's something raw, there's something kind of peculiar and unsettling about it. And for me, when you get that sense of something unsettling, that's a really good sign. And
Like a child, you always landed on your feet. Running wild, paid caution, little mind. Playing in the middle of the streets with all the time in the world. A world so wide, you could wander it for miles, going where you never been. But now, dearie, it's the middle of the night. But now, here is the middle of the night. Strange town, the strangers are around. How can you be found if no one knows you in a strange town?
That papa got the hungry eyes. That mama owns the homemade knives. That papa knows the greasy talk.
A descendant of Jesus Christ and Tracy Twyman, who publishes a magazine. Deference to the Francophile pronunciation, Dagobah's Revenge. Music, magic, and monarchism. Now, these are strange theories.
Like the mama with the movie face. Kisses mama as he wastes her time.
He doesn't have a goat head. He actually has a goose stretched over his head.
He's the rubbernecker. Rubbernecker. He's the
Goose
rubbernecker.
stretched over his head.
Go, Joe.
Goose stretched over his head. And similar things can be said about Baphomet, and so Baphomet is the severed head. Baphomet is the chimera human with a goat head, in both male and female, just as Eliphas Levi depicted him. Is we talk about this idea that the serpent was a hermaphroditic being, and basically made up of these two.
I'm the rubbernecker in face. I'm the rubbernecker in your face. Gonna be running just a wee bit slow. Better keep the rubber with the matter with the cold. I'm the rubbernecker. Rubbernecker. I'm the rubbernecker.
I'm an expert. I'm the one who was right all along. Better to be laughed at than wrong. I'm an expert in my field. UFOlogy, yes, it's all real. Ancient aliens, it's all true. I'm an expert just like you, and like you, I'm a genius. Before my time, disbelieving, that's the real crime. Pretty soon they'll discover me.
In the super sargasso sea, I try to call you every day. Won't get the same with the truth comes out. I've been working on a unified theory. If I make it through tonight, everybody's gonna hear it. I'm the only one on your AM radio. AM radio.
Gadgetto man. Gadgetto chapeau. Gadgetto poing. Piratico gadget et puis patatac. Là le chef qui est là. Salut chef, c'est moi. Alors finis pas. Et là qui va là. Et là ça va pas. On a je suis là. On a la loi. Gadgetto man. Gadgetto chapeau. Gadgetto helicopter. Piratico gadget et puis patatac. Là le chef qui est là. Salut chef, c'est moi. Alors finis pas.
coined by Dr. Alan Hynek in the 1970s. The noun, high strangeness, a quality of being peculiar, bizarre, or utterly absurd. This term is one that stood out to me a lot when I heard it. It was compelling to think that a criterion for potentially credible UFO sightings was high strangeness of the descriptions in the reports.
There's strange fruit.
Weaving spiders, welcome you, Jim.
Hello, hello, everybody. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy.
We're live and on time, I think.
We're thriving and living.
There we
I
go.
spent that whole time fighting with my Twitter password.
All
Got
right.
too many accounts, my friend.
Too many accounts. You really just need one account. Just
I know.
one really good account.
I know. Well, I have one that's got all my private messages with Tracy Twyman on it, but Twitter took it down, and so it still exists somewhere. So I was hoping maybe I could appeal it at some point, get it back, because I'd like
You'll
to get
always
some of that
have those memories.
info out of it.
Now that Elon owns it, you just have to.
Property of
Send the
Elon Musk.
Pretty please, I won't call you elongated muskrat ever again.
No, it's good because we recognize the
I will tell all my
elongated.
friends Starlink is great.
Yay, Starlink.
Starlink makes it possible for us to reach Nigeria, South Africa, Australia, and I don't know if anyone in South America is listening, but we like to hear about what's going on in South America.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Rachel is here with us tonight.
Mhm.
Benjamin Balderson. How are you?
Not too bad. Not too shabby. It's been a lot of work this week, but good week. Good week. Good to see you beautiful people. So
It's a beautiful thing today. I log into Twitter and discovered today is known as Naked Gardening Day. So if there's still hours in the day, you can go naked in your garden and plant seeds, I guess.
I freaking
you need to
forgot
quit
about
trying to see me naked, dude. I'm not falling for this one either.
I'm not falling for it, but it was tempting. I did miss most of it, and it was okay because it was 80 degrees today.
Yeah. So,
So maybe
I'm
some
wondering,
night gardening.
I'm just wondering now that Elon Musk is, in charge of Twitter, how are they allowing the naked gardening hashtag to trend? And when you click on it, there is explicit content there because naked gardening.
Right. The human body is explicit.
The interesting thing is Musk hasn't even really like it's going to be a minute before that happens. They've just like agreed to everything. It's, you know, this is a big corporate takeover. This isn't like something like you just went in to buy a car and you get the keys in a couple hours, you know. So Musk hasn't even taken control of the company yet. So it's very interesting that they're all of a sudden making these shifts already, and he doesn't even actually have it.
Perhaps it's the meme magic that has shifted in the atmosphere. So people are returning back to Twitter and posting stuff that they thought they weren't allowed to post anymore. And now they're getting away with it.
Maybe he's searching under the couch cushions for that $44 billion. Getting it all together.
In pennies.
I think it was just in that South African mine, they finally went deep enough into the earth to find the most valuable treasure trove of jewels. What did they find in the mines in South Africa? A bunch of dead canaries? I don't know.
Is that a duck?
I've been wondering what's on her shoulder too.
A duck?
A duck?
I don't see anything.
Is there? What are you guys talking about?
This is an audio
Whatever's on
only
your
podcast.
shoulder. I didn't think it was a duck. I thought it was a ferret.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I
don't have
think this
anything on
house
my
is
shoulders.
haunted.
I am not a pirate.
Thing on your right
No.
shoulder. That
No,
No,
it's a flannel. I washed it. It's clean.
It's a bobbing and weaving little fluffy ghost, it looks like to me.
I'm gonna have to smudge big time. I did just do some cleaning, and I sounds like I need to go the extra
Welcome,
step.
Gordy Two Shoes.
Howdy, gang. Wait, am
Hey,
I-
Gordy.
is it a cat? Is it a cat? sitting
There are
back?
no cats in this house.
No
There are no
cats
cats in America.
There's
Is
no
it a crow?
cats in
Is it a
there.
crow? Are we?
No, there are
Disneyland.
My
streets
favorite cat died.
paved with cheese.
Did you guys drink some strange brew before you came on the show? Now you're hallucinating and seeing things that just aren't there.
Yeah.
I think it's
Hey,
maybe.
cough, you hoser.
Cool.
Did you guys have coffee? Should I not drink coffee?
Did you have
Is there something-
caffeines?
Yeah.
Welcome, Slick Dissident. Are you drinking some strange brew tonight?
I'm having myself a little Java.
Okay.
Excellent.
Any ground up echidna needles in there?
No echidna needles tonight, but I bet that's pretty healthy.
It could be. It could
Hidden
be.
Calcium.
Could be. It could.
Good to see everybody.
Did you get any naked gardening? Any naked gardening in?
As a matter of fact, I kind of did. Here.
Wait. We don't need to see. Okay, all right. Look at that.
Okay,
Look, we're gonna stop.
that is a green knee. He's got a green knee, everybody.
That's a nice sunburn right there.
You're supposed to start the music before the strip tease.
You guys want me to play the 20-minute thing and then we'll
Grass
come back
burns
in
are
20
hot.
minutes? Well, do you want us to do the intro again? Is that what you're asking?
I think there was a duck in the intro.
Sure.
Well, we can't.
Isn't there a duck?
How long do we have to go before we can declare it time for intermission? Is the question.
Until I get tired.
Seven
isn't
minutes.
that
Now
late.
we'll go for a 20-minute intermission. We don't have enough live viewers, so we're going to take a 20-minute intermission, and hopefully we'll get some more sock puppet accounts, and we'll get people with multiple cell phones all playing the YouTube stream at the same time. If you're not already doing that, log in with your cell phone, your laptop, your desktop, your mom's computer, your dad's computer, your aunt's and uncle's computer, all your family members. Pass them the link and have them click on it and say, just leave that play until it stops playing. Don't ask any questions. It's very important.
Good idea.
Just go. Do it.
Do it.
Or we can just find out what's on Rachel's shoulder that keeps moving around.
You guys, don't creep me out. I really don't need entities right now. Like, it's been a crazy eclipse.
Yeah.
It's been a crazy beginning to this whole month.
Does it have a claw on the end of its fuzzy little thing? What is it?
There are more appropriate ways to describe the fact that you do not like someone's hairdo.
Yeah,
there are more polite ways.
The claw look was working for me for a little while, so just saying, I liked it.
It could be some strange brew that you consumed earlier before the live stream started, and now you're just seeing patterns and shapes and hallucinations. Those are fine, and they will pass. By the end of the stream, you'll be seeing 20/20 vision more clear than ever.
I did get some mugwort.
Yeah, that's the stuff
from Michelle and Mario.
Yes.
So I should have some nice. So I should have some nice streams later. That'll be very nice.
Yeah, let us know how that works out. I think I'm going to do it too.
I will. They sent a few things. It was very nice. They sent a few things. That, some horsetail. I love horsetail. And nettle air rinse concentrate and beard. Which is good because I don't have much hair, but I got a lot of beard.
That's really cool.
Yeah,
I'm just glad that people are in our community are like doing stuff like this. Like we're seeing,
it's really neat.
You're seeing a free trade happening here, like kind of a, dare I say, economy happening.
An economy. Good heavens!
Mm.
Check this out, though. I got some actual copies of Mario's Elemental.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Sweet, Rachel.
These look so good, like
That's
in person.
real paper.
This is real paper.
A tree died so you could hold that in your hand.
Oh yes, this sacrifice will be very much appreciated.
And where did the ink come from? How many
God's
snails were
toenails.
used?
Seagull's blood.
Black toenails.
I milked an octopus for the ink.
Yeah, probably a couple jellyfish.
You ever try to milk an octopus? That's not easy. It's not easy. Those little teats are really
I do have to give a big shout out to Miss Stella Moon for a new microphone. Thank you.
Hey,
Oh wow, how
the
cool.
wish list works.
The wish list works.
The wish list works.
Wow.
Very blessed. Thank you.
Thanks.
Fantastic too.
That's awesome.
Thank you so much, Stella Moon.
Nice
Yeah.
audio.
Very sweet. I also got some things from Michelle too. It's just been awesome. You guys are so amazing. Everyone's so creative. I'm so excited, like being able to give things too.
The next
Yeah,
person who
thanks.
joins the Zoom room with subpar audio is probably just gonna have to check out the wish list
Mm-hmm.
Check it out.
because we are not tolerating subpar audio anymore. We are semi-professional podcaster, producer, audio engineer. David Barsky, where are you?
Talking shit? Are you talking shit to me? The only producer who never
Are you
had a
offended?
microphone. I don't even have a cheap microphone, much less no microphone. Are you talking directly to me?
I think somebody feels convicted.
I mean, listen, just because I wouldn't get naked over your trick with the naked gardening day earlier.
No, it's a real
I
hashtag on
understand.
Twitter. It's a real
I might show
hashtag on
you a
Twitter.
little stomach later if you're nice through the whole show. Just like a little
All right.
stomach, but that's it.
I will be on my best behavior from here on forward.
We'll see how long this lasts.
Start the timer. If anyone's playing Psychic Bingo tonight, I think you could win a big prize.
Speaking of prizes, Gordy and I are going to be collaborating on some very exciting prizes for bingo, especially if you've been following the Owl Adventures
Ooh.
and growth. So keep an eye out for those.
I think what we could do right now is announce for next week a participation drawing in which everyone who makes a Psychic Bingo board from now until before next episode begins airing we'll put your name in a drawing, and then we'll draw a name. So you don't even have to play bingo. You just have to make the board.
Excellent
Do
idea.
it.
Because we know a lot of you people pass out before you even get to like 33% through one of these streams.
I got 2 squares. Ah.
It's just I need everybody to put on a hat.
Yeah, let's get very creative with our guesses. Yes,
Yes.
we're getting into some really fun topics. So
And some of you guys have been pulled out some really cool stuff too. And
yeah,
hey, one may influence the other. I'm just saying, you know, we influence you, you influence us. I'm just saying.
Mhm.
It's kind
Absolutely.
of this is part of the flow that we have with you, we have with each other. This is the flow.
it's a good flow.
We've got
I
a
like
lot
it.
of great flow in the chat. I hope that someone's reading it because there's some cool people in chat tonight.
Oh, hello everyone in the chat. I will not be there, just in spirit. I'll probably be in the Telegram chat.
We do have a Spiders Welcome Web on Telegram.
Hello, everyone in the chat. I'm not
Spiders
talented
welcome.
enough to be chat and be on a show. So I'm never in the chat.
Same. It's multitasking. I don't do it
Is
well.
anyone in a Rockfin chat tonight? If
Oh,
you're
I see.
in Rockfin, maybe say hello to people on Rockfin. Maybe I haven't checked.
Ooh.
You know, there's
Live on
some.
Rockfin too?
Like,
Uh-huh.
it's a possibility, Jake. It's a possibility.
Hello.
There are
What channel would we
Hey,
be live on in
Rockfin.
Rockfin?
There are so many moving parts to keep this thing
Ballers,
going.
dude.
And no one person can be the success or failure of it. It just starts going and the momentum builds and it builds
Builds.
and it builds.
Harder, better, faster, stronger.
It's a destination unknown, but I think we know where we're going for next week. If we can get through this show, I think next week will be a really big one. Maybe if you guys are.
Will
A
it
really
be what
big shoe.
what the kids call a
There's people in
banger? A
Rockfin.
banger?
Hi, Rockfin people.
Is it a
A
banger?
really big show.
Really
Big show.
I think that's we there might be an appearance by a magic puppet. You would call that a Muppet. We might have puppets next week.
Would
We
they
might
sit
have
on a
puppets
shoulder?
next week.
Shoulder puppets?
Mhm.
Wait a minute.
Because
Is
that
Rachel
would
from the
be-
future?
Yes.
I think
knew there was
Rachel-
something different about you.
And the
today.
I was
past
trying
at
not
the
to give it
same
away.
time.
That's what
Right.
it was.
So
You're
I think
from next
Rachel
Kaylee
is
figured it out.
from stream. What stream was that? Rachel's from stream 79, actually. I think.
She's
So
from
how
next
how
week.
is stream 79 going?
It's an excellent stream.
It's a good stream. It's
About
tasty.
17 minutes into the stream of 79.
I can't
Talking
give it
about it on
away.
78. But
That's
it's a
for,
big one. It's a good one.
It's a
People
big
don't wanna
one.
listen. Okay.
Oh, it's a big one.
Okay. Okay. So I'm just gonna put myself on mute, and I don't know if you guys can see. I've got some pieces that I need to put together. I don't know if you
Lego?
No, well, I got Legos too, but this is
G.I. Joe.
$1 million man. Do you have the technology?
The $1 million man.
Wow.
we have
Wow.
the Go Gadget Helicopter.
Nice.
It's Go Gadget.
So if we can get this guy assembled, we
Oh, that's Matthew Broderick.
who else would it
The
be?
Matthew Broderick action figure.
So I'm gonna try to get this thing together, and you guys just continue this. It's going well so far, I think.
Awesome. Yeah. What do you guys? How was your week? We started in Taurus, which I've already changed that constellation 2 years ago. Just to make Davin a little bit salty.
So we ducked and weaved that one.
Nice. Nice.
Mhm.
Is it a rose now?
It is actually a buffalo.
Oh, that's right. I remember that
Ah,
now.
that's right.
Buffalo.
I love this.
Massive
Yeah.
improvement.
Talk about this, would you please?
Yeah, it was just an appropriate upgrade. It's the largest
Oh, it's
land
kinda-
animal. So it's also, you know, a herd animal, keeping with the theme of togetherness and community, but also strength in numbers and power. Buffalo are also connected to spirit. You know, if you ever, I mean, not only do their hooves sound like thunder, but their horns are antennas. They're so much taller. They're just massive beasts. But another big thing with buffalo is the respect and honor about hunting. You know, yes, we do. I mean, you can, you know, ranch buffalo, but there are incredibly strict guidelines. You may not use any hormones on them. They must be all free range. You know, even the native peoples in America have very, you know, serious relationship with buffalo. You don't take more than you need. And I like it as the urus, you know, the urus rune. It's not something that you're just keeping around to kill. This is something that it's an agreement. It's a sacrifice based on agreement. Yes, my life will be yours. Yes. So it's very different than cattle. But that's part of why I changed it. That's part of it. Felt like it needed an upgrade. It's not that I'm just changing things to change them. It's because it's time for an upgrade. If we keep going along with the same narratives, then are we really changing and shifting and growing as people? Because you know, people are like, oh, I'm just stuck in my sign. And that's coming from somebody who, you know, I do appreciate astrology. I do look at those things, and, you know, that's why it's so important, because I've noticed this pattern and this trend. It's also part of why I'm here. So buffalo felt very appropriate. And yeah, I had sent Gordy a design that I came up with while I was in Tucson. I had some honey, some of the wildflower honey.
Oh, yeah?
And I wanted to make mead. I was like, oh my gosh, I can have a meadery. And I had reread American Gods during a thunderstorm, like you should
no
do.
shit.
It was so perfect. And the character of Shadow Moon has several dreams and visions about a white buffalo who represents the land. And essentially, you know, this isn't a place for gods, but you know what? They're all here. So the least we could do is celebrate the land that we're all on and be together. And that was going to be the whole theme of the meadery. You know, it's like anyone can be here. All you gods, all you titans. Everyone can appreciate the land and medicine. You know, these things don't have to be. I would love to teach people more about the medicinal qualities of alcohol. Excuse me. Instead of it just being, you know, we just get hammered and drunk all the time. And Balderson and I talked about this on the last dive into the Poetic Edda. You know, it's treated very differently in ancient cultures. So it could be a very beautiful, fun experience if you let it be, you know. So just all those good things, all that urus.
I am down with that though. Like I've always felt more connected to buffalo than the cattle. Like, I mean, I come from a ranching family anyway, so I mean, cattle's cattle, but cattle are kind of connotes a slavery, you know, a tameness, and buffalo is wild, and they defend their if you've ever seen the buffalo will herd around, like do that thing where all the adults circle the babies when a predator tries to come around, and there's very seldom will a lot of predators, unless they know they can get a really quick sick animal or something, they're not going to go for the buffalo, because they're when the adults are around, they can't get close because they got their shit tight, you know, like it's like my owls, man. Those, as soon as I'm changing that camera, man, they are on me. Like they're just sitting there, like, you know, they'll be 5 feet away on me, scaring the shit out of me. But, you know, just a reminder, be cool. You know,
It's like
that power. You know,
it's like I told FRC. The word buffalo is buff fellow.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah, that's
even,
perfect.
Even humans didn't hunt buffalo in the traditional way that people think, where everybody's, you know, the way they portray it in movies, you're trying to spear it to death or arrow it to death, and that's impossible. You can't fucking shoot a buffalo with an arrow,
Right.
especially a recurve arrow bow. I said
Right.
on a horse. No, they ran them off a cliff. They ran them off of cliffs.
Huh.
Mhm.
Yeah, they call them buffalo jumps.
Right.
And like when I was a kid, because I didn't go to normal classes,
Mhm.
that was, and South Dakota didn't have like any kind of program set up. So
Yeah.
they just had me do weird things like archaeology, and one of the things was archaeology, and I went to a number of those buffalo jumps and went and did digs out at them and things.
It's like the Jesus parable, casting out legion, but without the ocean.
Into the pigs.
Right. Yeah. So in my territories, you can kind of see what I'm getting at here, Rachel, but you see where Taurus is all up here in through Montana. And funny enough, Wyoming's state flag is the buffalo. And you might even recognize some aspects of the Hierophant card in this graphic.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can see that she's up high, she's got the two pillars, two dudes down below. Just very interesting how correspondent it is to the Hierophant card.
Yeah, and I do like that. Buffaloes as teachers. In my animal spirit deck, they are one of the most connected cards, the most connected animals. It's a beautiful card. But yeah, going with the Hierophant theme, it is very much about, you know, being a keeper of knowledge and also teaching. You know, I think some people kind of forget that. I mean, we look at institutions and we think colleges, but that's also, I don't know, to me, it sounds very impersonal, you know, when we think about it in those terms. And really, if you look at the Hierophant card, it's a little more intimate. You know, it's got these two acolytes right in front of him, like, I am imparting knowledge to these two people here. So it's, I don't know, I like seeing different versions of that card, especially because aren't we all tired of the Vatican being that role? You know?
Here. Yes.
Yeah. What's going on with the Vatican lately? Anyone heard anything? Anything fun? Anything new?
Yeah, are they like who even cared? I have not listened to anything. I am loving this like oblivion that I just don't give a shit about what's happening in the world anymore. Like I couldn't care fucking less about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard.
Yeah, no.
Like why? But like this is, cleanse yourself of this shit, man. And the like, our attentions are precious. We don't have a whole lot of, I mean, who the fuck knows how long we got left on this thing, because this ride is getting hot.
Yeah.
So make your attentions count, is what I'm saying. You know, do good stuff for yourself. You know, get healthy, because some shit may be coming down, and you may want to have some.
Write your autobiography now. Like finish it, like wrap it up, like get it going, and then wrap it up, and then put it out there as fast as you can, because as Gordy says, things are getting hot, real hot, and if the duck and covering won't save you, you know, but you want to do the things that you want to do within your lifetime now. Begin, well, after the stream is over, maybe get a good night's rest and wake up and then listen to the stream a second time to make sure you didn't miss anything, and then begin to write your autobiography and kick things off of your bucket list. Just kick the bucket before the bucket kicks you, is what I'm saying, Gordy. I think we're in agreement here.
Yes, I think we're in agreement. Yeah. Yeah. I've started talking to several people that like, because I love this community that we have so many resources that I'm like, oh wait, I know a person that can do that now, and I can ask her to help me with that thing, but that thing's going to lead me to this other thing, so I got to talk to that guy. So this is going to be like, this networking is starting to work out, and I am really digging what's happening in this community.
And we were talking just amongst us ladies of the community about all the energies right now. And it is definitely about getting it going. I think that's what a lot of this pressure is that we're all feeling. A lot of the buildup is it's time to go.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you've been building, whatever stage you're at, it's time to go. This might not be like the year that it takes off, but this is the year you need to start doing things.
Yeah. I kept getting that
Planting
in like
seeds need planted.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I pulled some runes for the beginning of the month, because I do crescent halfway through, full moon, and then, you know, the latter ones. And so I ended up with Berkana, Yera, and Kenaz in reverse. And those all have to do with fertile ground and planting fertile ground. Kenaz being reversed had more to do, the vibe that I got was the inner fire. It also means ulcer. So what's an ulcer? That's an inward sore. That's like you're burning yourself. So the light that you're shining, you need to be careful with where your focus is, because if your focus isn't on your fertile ground, then you could get burned a little bit later. So it's, you know, just staying focused.
Yeah.
That was really interesting.
So that brings me to, well, I guess maybe I should wait till Cheney gets here, but I'm going to try to invoke her name, see if I can lure her away from her MMA for a little bit.
Is that even a
Don't
reasonable
wait until after the
desire?
intermission
Probably
to get
not.
involved with the weave.
Yeah, maybe later. I'll bring it up later. So
Rachel-
notes here. I got to write myself notes.
Make a note of it.
Rachel, tell me again. You said Berkada, Kenaz reversed, and what was the third one?
Yera.
Yera.
I
And you did
posted
that
them. I'll share them in the Telegram. I put it on my channel at the beginning of the month.
Oh, I do remember that now. You put it on there recently?
Time goes by.
Yeah,
Let me
you
go
know,
look.
you
I
guys
could go look at them there.
I think we all need to do a little bit better job of promoting ourselves. Like it's like you have a video come out and I miss it. I'm like, the fuck, Gabe? Dude, we're buddies. Like
you're not even telling
like
us.
3 years
I
ago or a month ago, and I'm like, what? I didn't know.
You know, at the very last minute as it's uploading to my YouTube, I had a self-conscious moment where I'm like, wait a second. I'm like jumping the gun on the demystifiers here. So I was a little self-conscious about it, but I just needed to, like, you know, put it on the record and start building the story that we're going to unload on that fateful night soon.
That takes out, I think that's taken a little like working out, I think, because I find myself having to like make little notes of, does that sound right, kind of thing with this, like, and all this symbolism. I keep coming back to like trying to reevaluate of what I think of something, or if that's actually the right thing. Like, okay, so Mario had an image this week or Instagram, and yes, Mario. No, our Mario was putting had an image he put on Instagram that had it kind of looked like there was an owl in the upper right hand corner, but I'm pretty sure it was a falcon because owls always point forward, because like part of the symbolism of the owl is that it's always seeing everything, like nothing gets by them, like the illusions are gone with owl because they're looking right at you, you know. And so that was like one of those things that I'm like, oh, is that right? And then I have this experience with Gwen this week where she is like, I don't know, like 5 feet away from me. I mean, and this, we're talking, she's a 3.5 foot owl, you know, great horned owl. She's like this big with like knives for feet, staring, like looking you right in the fucking eye. And if you touch one of my babies, just so we know, we're cool. Who's boss here? Kind of look, you know? You get, she don't have to say anything. She was like real quiet. I'm looking at you. That's all she has to do. And that's the thing, like the countenance of the great horned owls are like unfuckwithable, you know, or as Sean would say, imperturbable.
Imperturbable.
Which also is a fantastic word, but like, you know, being set in your strength, you know, in your confidence, you know, I don't have to do a whole hell of a lot. I could just to remind you, you're going to have to fuck with me if something happens, you know, kind of thing. And
Imperturbable. All the perturbations are imperceptible to my imperturbability. What is that word?
Imperturbable.
There's a band called Perturbator. Have you heard that one?
No.
Well, you will if you keep listening. I'll probably play them sometime for you.
Putting the wall in the word owl.
So I had a question for Gordy, since he's closest to the southern border, I believe, and probably closest to Cinco de Mayo celebrations and mariachi bands. So how was that for you? This is a turtle bandito.
Turtle bandito.
Yeah. It's the angry one. He's got the orange or the red. Which one is that?
Michelangelo.
Why is he so bent out of shape? He's so serious.
Yeah.
It's Montezuma's revenge. I imagine.
I think I saw a meme about corn gods today.
Someone put jumping beans in his
corn gods
pants. This Mexican jumping beans. Yeah. At first it feels kind of interesting, and then it gets really annoying because you got all these Mexican jumping beans stuck in your underpants.
Have you guys ever
Jumping
had
beans.
Have you ever had they used to sell the tourist traps, always sold them here.
Yeah.
Mexican jumping beans.
Yeah, they're fun.
Not as fun as the little manila envelope that has the snake egg in it that hatches, and you open it up and it snaps at you. Do you remember those ones?
Those are scary.
Frightens me every time.
My favorite when I was a little kid, because my parents smoked cigarettes and I hated it when I was a kid, was them cigarette snaps. Oh fuck! Nothing could make my mom more violent.
Yeah, those were amazing.
You had to have a distinct escape route if you were going to do that shit.
Yes,
escape route laid out.
So are you talking about the explosives that you actually put in a cigarette?
They put like it was just like a little white stick thing, and you'd put it in the end of their cigarettes, and that
or the
fucker
cigar.
would blow
Yeah,
up their face.
that's the exploding cigar trick that you get in the back of the comic books. Yeah. I got in so much trouble with that shit. They had when I was a kid, they had those string pulling fireworks, you know?
Yep.
And I used to set up my sisters all the time, and they'd stick their face right in the refrigerator where I set up a bunch of them. Oh Oh my God. That didn't go over well. Not for me.
That's awesome.
That's a bad Donnie Bonaducci. It's a really bad one.
Wasn't he the guy that Bonaducci? Wasn't he the guy that threw the transvestite out of the second story window in Phoenix?
Allegedly, maybe.
Allegedly. Is that what you're talking?
I don't know if the guy was a transvestite or not. I don't know. I didn't check under the hood.
I know Danny Bonaducci threw somebody out of a second or third story hotel room because they weren't who they said they were.
It wasn't a
Come
Corey.
on, Danny,
Hired them.
pay the man.
It wasn't
Exactly.
a Corey.
Come on, Danny.
I
You
thought it
knew
was
what you
one of
were
those Corey
getting in
boys.
for.
It wasn't Corey Haim. It wasn't. What's the other guy's name? That other Corey.
Feldman.
Corey's.
Okay, he's got the angels following him around now. Those strange angels following Corey around on his tours.
Okay, now I gotta question this story though. This little tiny sawed-off shit threw somebody out a window. I'm not saying that the whole story isn't hilarious at the very least, but this little 5'7", 100-pound shit, what dude did he throw out a window?
Danny Bonaducci.
Danny Bonaducci got all buff for a while, and then he was like a buff radio show host in Phoenix here. Here, I didn't give a shit. He was on the air,
dying.
but he was
a
like
buff fellow.
He was like who's the Lollipop Guild guys that
Right. Yeah. So that brings up this book that I've been reading. It's called My Beef with Meat: The Healthiest Argument for Eating a Plant-Strong Diet. It's firefighters are eating this plant-based
This
diet.
dude threw somebody out a window.
Yeah, that's him.
That's him now. Yeah. He's got
Threw
a mystery disease.
another man out a window.
Wow.
Show us your book.
The Retard Rage.
Yeah, this is by Rip Esselstyn. It's the New York Times bestselling author of The Engine 2 Diet. It's My Beef with Meat. This is by Rip Esselstyn. Is it Berenstein or Berenstein? Esselstyn. The healthiest argument for eating a plant-strong diet. Now, nobody bought this book, so I got it for $1 because no one wants to beef with meat or not eat meat or argue about whether you should eat meat or not. Healthy, lean, delicious, plant strong. So did Danny Bonaducci eat a lot of meat to get buff fellow?
I know buffalo is much better for you out of all the meats, but game generally is. This topic did come up. Crazy Fox had shared something with.
I mean, I'm a vegetarian, but it's not bad. I've eaten meat, and at all the different native ceremonies I was at, that's pretty much all they make is buffalo at the ceremonies.
So the eating of meat becomes a ritual. So you bless the meat, you thank the meat for being the meat, and then you consume the meat. But when you're not, eat plants most of the time.
I don't ever eat meat at this point, but yeah. Plants, eggs, cheese. I'm not a vegan, but so I have my own milk animal. I have my own milk cows and my own milk goats, and eat eggs. It's a symbiotic thing. You know, like even when you look at the Christian cosmology, which most people in this country supposedly are, their promised land is the land of milk and honey. It's not, steaks and leather jackets. It's
a McDonald's and a Subway around every corner.
Yeah.
Food faster than you can digest it.
It was a very,
right on through to the other side. Bring the Taco
both
Bell.
Milk and honey, you have to live in symbiosis with the animals. You know, the beekeepers love their bees. You're not trying to harm the bees. And I understand that the commercial dairy industry is horrifying for the way they treat the animals and the way that they treat the milk and the quality of milk that you're getting out of that shows. But for somebody that just has a yard cow, that's your friend. They're literally like a dog. your cows. They want to be petted. They want your attention. If you're doing something, they come over and they're up your ass the whole time, butting you out of the way to see what you're doing. Literally, Lola's got a yoga ball that she chases around until she pops it, and is sad because she pops it all the time. And I have to get her a new yoga ball. But yeah, they're just big dogs, and if it's just your personal yard cow that you and your family drink out of, in exchange with, you're gonna love that thing and treat it entirely different. So this is a very symbiotic relationship that both examples in this land, this promised land of fantastic greatness, it's symbiotic relationships with the animals.
Jim, do you have
an accordion?
Pizza
of course,
on
there
your-
would be accordion there. Yes.
Cows love accordion.
Yes.
Cows love music.
Cows do love music.
I sing Lola to my cow, and then Sunshine to my other cow. You are my sunshine, and the other one I sing Lola to. And Lola will actually, if I sit down in her pen, she'll lay her head down in my lap and everything, and I can just sit there and lay there, and she'll just let me pet her.
So you've come from where'd you grow up, Ben? South Dakota?
Yep.
Did you come from a hunting culture?
My dad is a phenomenal hunter. I got the hell beat out of me as a kid for not wanting to eat meat as a kid, a lot. My dad hunts a lot, and we're farmers. We had our own animals slaughtered, things like that. And as a kid, it really bothered me. One time, the first time I ever, and I was just being a dumbass kid, and I had one of them little kid bows, and I had it strung backwards. So it was just like a U instead of recurving. And my uncle set it up as recurve, and I went out and I shot it at a dove, and I'd never hit anything I'd aimed at before with the fucking thing. And I hit that dove right in the head and killed it. And I went over and I looked at it, and I don't know if I'd ever had ever been that sad about anything. And I didn't care for that at all. And I ate meat for a little while when I was a young adult, but I came back around to it. And even as a young adult, I didn't really think much of it.
Do want to point out.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was going to ask you. You grew up in the West. Did your family hunt?
They want to hunt, but they have not been yet. I do have an uncle that hunts, and I haven't been on any of those trips. They're in another state, so nope. Unfortunately, I've had friends who have though. Actually, when I first moved to Arizona, I stayed with some friends, and her husband brought back doves. They went dove hunting. And that was a little sad because we have doves around here and they're just very precious and not very smart. But it was a very small amount of meat. You had to eat quite a few of them to have a meal. It definitely wasn't a main course or anything. And it was a lot of work to just have that little thing. So, I think my dad and my brother did actually go out a couple years ago, and they did squab. They got some squab and some pheasant. So I do have a pheasant feather somewhere from that they saved for me. But birds, I think, are okay. I don't know that I'd have a problem if I were to hunt, because I think that was the goal in giving me a bow. I think I could probably be okay with some birds. Fish, I don't have any feels for. Larger animals, I don't think I could do it. I just don't think I could.
Bows are the ribbons that you put in your hair. And bows are the ribbons you wrap a gift in, tie it up real nice. That's what bows are. I don't know why people think bows are a violent killing machine.
No, they're really not. They're very sweet.
Deers and elk are such beautiful, majestic animals.
They really are. They really are. And
Yeah,
that's yeah.
It's
They're
a
also
thing.
delicious.
Yeah,
That's
because
true too.
Yeah.
since you know, I mean,
I hate to point that out, but
I mean,
as subsistence, if you're a
particularly-
subsistence hunter, you know, you thank the you get thankful really quick
Right.
if you have to feed your family with, you know, on that kind of stuff. Like you know, you each time you make a kill, it's a meaningful thing. You feel that the loss of that animal and the gift basically of life, you know. When
I
and you
just
should.
realized right
Yeah.
now, this is a
Absolutely.
Zoom meeting. We are a meeting right now with SB Elger.
Welcome, Sean.
What's up, y'all?
Welcome.
Welcome, welcome. Nice hat.
Thank you.
Is there a
There's
feather
a
somewhere in there?
beautiful hat shop here. Well, it's not just a hat shop; it's an everything shop. And this is the first one I got as kind of a booby prize because the hat I was looking at was flamboyant, and then eventually I got the flamboyant hat too. But I think this is a Pendleton hat. Or no, Stetson. This is a Stetson hat.
Ooh, Stetson.
Nice.
But yeah, it's called My Crazy Sister's Place or something, and it's like a place full of hats and wigs and weird jewelry and other strange accoutrements like wallets and, you know, knickknacks and trinkets, and it's very much my kind of an eccentric place.
And there
You
any
see, that's where I would
patty
go if we
wax
need
for
to go
sale
to a
there?
real what?
Are there
Patty
any
wax?
patty wax for sale at the
There probably are. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we asked them if they had patty wax if they were to open up a drawer and pull them all out.
Okay.
Get that dog a bone.
Right. That's the next thing. To buy a patty whack, I think you have to exchange a chewed on dog bone for a patty whack. Or is it the
What is
obverse
a
or
patty?
reverse?
It's the
Spin
verse.
it around,
You
flip
give
it.
the dog the bone,
And then finally that old man comes
and the old man comes
home.
and beats
That's-
up the homeless people.
That's how you bring
Knick knack, patty whack, give a dog a bone.
how you
Get
bring
off my lawn.
That's how
Roll
you
the
bring Daddy
dog.
back.
And I was trying to prevent it, but now it's in my head. I love your colors, Gordy. You look fucking great in all brick red and orange.
This is my kitchen. This is my kitchen corner. Right?
Oh, I see. This
Orange
is the
kitchen.
alchemical.
Yes.
This is the red mercury we've been hearing
I
about.
think he's a
Yes,
volunteer
Oh, I have a
firefighter,
cool story about
and
that.
he wants us to figure that out.
I didn't hear you, Alan.
So I know someone in this room is a volunteer firefighter. I don't want to call them out, but thank you for putting out those fires. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel, what's on your shoulder?
People have been asking me that all night, and I have no idea.
Sean, we're
I
trying to
really-
be polite tonight. We're not trying to offend any of our guests.
It's
If you
like-
Thank
have
you.
comments about anyone's
You got a little
hair,
something. You got a
please
little something right
save it
here.
for a
Just,
producers
you know,
meeting
just-
in private. This is a public live stream.
Not
There
so
are
much
dozens
here.
of people listening at this very moment.
Yes.
Some of them are
Somewhere.
in Australia, Nigeria, and hopefully South America. Shout out to South America.
Right.
Let us know you're listening.
There's a skexy on you. Get it off.
I really would prefer no Skeksis. Thank you. Whoever put that over here, no.
If you want to talk
Rubber
about
your
Dark
glue.
Crystal, we can talk about Dark Crystal, but you don't got to be mean about it.
Yeah, I was just
Oh,
kidding.
goodness,
I think it's an adorable pet, and I'm glad to meet it. Her, it.
There are no pets allowed in this home.
Is that true?
Yes.
That's true. No pets allowed. That's a harsh ass rule.
Is your demon?
Fur, man. Oh no, we don't keep those here either.
Are houseplants allowed, or are they considered
Mhm.
pets?
Oh no, I have many houseplants.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Those
I love
are
that poster behind you.
something. This one?
Oh
Yeah, I've always imagined to become, maybe when I'm a really old man and I have nothing else to do, that's what I'll finally become, an artist that makes that kind of stuff. Or I'll
Yeah.
start next week. We'll see.
I really love that kind of stuff. It's totally my jams.
I went to a museum in London and they were putting on a course a few weeks after I was going to be gone. And so I asked about it and the women were all excited, like, oh, are you an artist who does botanical illustration? I'm like, not yet, but you guys are offering this course and it's tempting me, you know, like.
I love it.
Jim does have pizza. I just saw it bigger. He's got pizza on him. He's wearing pizza.
Got a box.
Beautiful.
You guys didn't get the memo. You were supposed to bring pizza to the show.
Oh,
get
dang.
that
What the
memo.
hell?
I keep
Shame on
missing it on
you.
the-
Excuse me.
That's one thing I've never like actually figured out how to do a good keto pizza dough.
Mm-hmm.
Like fathead is okay, but it's not really a good. There's not really a good pizza thing other than like just doing like fry the shit out of some cheese and put it on there. But
Hold on,
Okay.
Gordy. I got something for you, man. With your diet,
Yeah.
there's a recipe. You take almond flour and you take mozzarella cheese, and you mix them together really good, and you can bake it in the oven, and it's just like dough, man. It's just like pizza dough.
That's what fathead is, and it's kind of it's
No, you don't dig it? All right, because we did
it's
that when we were.
okay. You know, I don't know. Maybe it's the almond flour I was using at the time. I should go back and revisit that one.
That's right. That's why it's called fathead.
That-
Yeah.
Sourdough pizza. That's the when you do the sourdough crust, that's the bomb.
Hey,
And you got to make sure you cook it first, like for 5 or 6 minutes, and then you put the sauce and the toppings and stuff on. That's how you get the good crust instead of the doughy, nasty crust.
what
Oh
kind
yeah,
of
like
wheat
my
do you
cauliflower
use?
fail.
Yeah, your cauliflower. Yeah, all right.
It was a hardcore fail.
It's sketchy, man. That cauliflower crust stuff is hard, man.
It's
I've done
hard.
it maybe a dozen times, and it always sucks. I mean, I do like using riced cauliflower as certain things,
Mm.
and that's pretty good if you do it like a fried rice kind of thing. Like you could do it as a like with egg and stir fry. It's not bad, but as crusts and things, like it sucks. It does not work. So I need to work on those things, those recipes. But I'm working on a whole bunch of them. So I've got quite a few that I'm probably going to try and start sharing with you guys, like more on a video format.
That would be awesome.
I'm going to try and start filming some stuff tomorrow to try and like test some things out. If I can like get some input from some of you guys, and I'm going to try and do a cooking show, like a real legit thing, I think. And I think it'd be really fun. So if you guys want to like come on and make something with me, that might be kind of fun. It's just an idea that was
I can appear on your show and I can make a mess. And who will do the dishes is my question.
I'll do them. You guys just have to put them in a flat rate box and send them over.
Yeah.
Right.
The chef does not do the dishes. I tried to explain this the other day when
They
I was
don't
letting them
understand
air
it.
dry. Yeah, no one understands that.
They don't get that.
I cooked the
Yeah.
food. I do not do the dishes.
Yeah.
That's
I
to
will,
think
but come on.
that's not right. Well, I mean, if you live alone, then you have to, but otherwise, somebody should be doing the dishes.
Yeah, in every restaurant, that's how it works, right?
Is that why people have
job.
dogs?
Can you imagine
Yes.
Gordon Ramsay
Yes.
doing the dishes?
I knew a guy who would make a
Are
lot
there
of
dishes
hot
left?
dish. He'd make a lot of casserole. He'd take all of his dirty dishes and put them on the floor of his kitchen, and he'd let his dogs lick them clean, and then his dishes were done.
So I used to have this game called Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego, and that is one of the first things you learn in medieval England is that dogs were napkins.
Yes.
You just let them hang out at the table.
Yep.
They run right by. You just
They
run
will lick
hand
your
around.
fingers clean for you.
Yep. Dogs have a purpose, guys. It's
Yes.
definitely
I
at the
still
dinner
do.
table.
I still do this.
Boulderson, you crawl around on four legs under tables and lick people's fingers.
Oh, please
No,
don't.
I let the dogs clean all my dishes and my hands and stuff. Am I supposed to wipe it on my pants or something?
Yeah,
that works
That's what dogs are for.
Yeah. If you got to check the oil on your truck, you can definitely wipe it on the bottom of your blue jeans, but then you want to roll it up so it's hidden, you know.
Yeah. But I don't do the dishes at my house. No, nobody, I don't do inside work. That's insane. She doesn't come behind me and clean up all my messes outside. That's for damn Skippy. I saw the damn firewood. Your ass had best sharpen the chainsaw. You know that the freaking oil needs changed on that fucking thing. Why are we even arguing? I sawed the wood.
No, it's different. Different strokes for different folks is true, man. It really is true because there's some contexts where that's absolutely perfect. I can't imagine your guys' thing being any different than it is, especially with the setup that you got, because you trying so hard to just bring that property. Yeah, it's different if you're living in an apartment, condominium. Then the rules change pretty severe.
I've seen households break up because of dishes.
Yeah, I've seen college roommate situations reach just the worst levels of
rage
because people haven't done their
farting
dishes. There's that too. There was a lot of Taco Bell in the college situation, and a lot of
Yes, there was. Can't confirm. Taco Bell is the official food.
We ate so much
I was
Taco
drunk
Bell,
one
it's
night with
embarrassing.
my best friend from high school, and we were eating Taco Bell, of course, because what else would you do besides double the toxicities in your body?
Yeah.
And we were watching this vulgar display of power, Pantera, and somebody lit a fucking fart, and he goes, "Can you actually do that?" And I'd already been through boot camp in the army, so like that's like what we do all night. We're trying to, like it's just a straight blue flame, light in the barracks, right? So this dude lifts his legs up like he's giving birth to something. It was the craziest position. And he farts and it shoots out past his fucking knees. Then the best part was we're drunk, so we're just dying laughing. But then this little flame kept going.
Oh no.
Yeah, I had some friends in college and they had one house rule. It was no bare ass fart lighting.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is all that men can give birth to.
That's a rule I tend to agree with, man. I tend to agree with that.
Oh, that kind of rule is developed for a reason.
Yeah, exactly.
So I know a lot of colleges across America are more inclusive and more hypersensitive to the needs of everyone involved. So I wonder if they could please pass a no scented perfume or shampoo or any scents, please. No scented products allowed in the dormitories at all whatsoever, because people need to breathe.
Yeah, that's a hard rule for some people.
Female
all day,
dormitories
every day.
were just noxious with the amount of Bed Bath and Beyond spritzers and sprays and scents, and everything was just so much. And I'm a very sensitive guy. I can't be going to visiting hours on Tuesdays and Thursdays from like 5 p.m. to I think 8 p.m. I think we had to talk about extending co-ed visiting hours is what I'm talking about now. So when the men would walk through the female dormitories, we'd open the door and we'd close the door, say, "Nope, Jesus said not today."
Because they're there for their MRS degree.
That's a t-shirt I want right there. Jesus said not today. With Alan on there. Maybe if I could get a t-shirt with that gif of Alan looking at himself as Jesus and shaking his head, and it said Jesus said not today, that'd
not
be great.
today.
I want gift t-shirts. I'm already in the future wearing those things.
Yeah.
If you've ever seen 13th Warrior, freaking there's that scene where they're walking up to this strange land, and they hear somebody coming and they all fucking get ready, and all of a sudden the first one goes, "It's perfumed," and they all just kind of relax, like chilled out. Okay. And I totally understand that, like, because we don't use any type of chemicals here at all. Like the strongest thing we use is frankincense and myrrh oils. And
Well, oils are different than chemicals. Good Lord.
Right.
Hallelujah.
Well, and then even then, it's very mild. I think
Mhm.
Jason Lindgren's watching it.
Nice.
You have secrets about Saturn? Whisper them to me now. I'm listening.
Hi, Jason.
Yeah. Hey, you just added our chat.
Skillet wrote a song about it in like 1996.
But I understand, because when I go into the cities, I can smell city people from like a block away. You're just like, wow,
City
dude.
people.
Yeah, because they all smell like perfume and deodorants and everything else, and it's like it's just insanely strong.
Yeah, I started taking oils. Well, okay. My last boss was actually pretty chill. She was kind of, into some of the same stuff, which was a huge blessing. I've never worked with anyone who was into, astrology or anything. Out of all the things, she had some really cool points. But we did have oil diffusers at the offices to kind of clean the air, which was really great. So there were, I would definitely take advantage of those, like hardcore, because it just smelled so much better than chemicals all day, especially during 2020. And a lot of those oils, newsflash, are antimicrobial, antibacterial, really good for you to be breathing. So it felt like a bit of a win. It's like, okay, there's a lot I can't control, but I can make your air healthy. So
Yeah, real
So
oils
there.
is totally different if you have real oils being diffused. Absolutely, yes.
yeah,
I used
yeah.
to secretly throw my first wife's little plug-in and Glade and all those things. I would just throw all that shit in the garbage. As soon as she forgot about it for a week, I would go throw it all away, and it didn't just play dumb. Like, I don't know what happened to that thing you had plugged into the bedroom that was asphyxiating me and making me wish I was dead. I don't know what happened to it.
Yeah, all those aerosol cans. I just hate to see people buying them and then them disappearing, and they have to go to the store and buy them again. So maybe just stop
Oh no.
buying them and they'll stop disappearing.
I have one aerosol, my one indulgence, and it's Obey spray, because this hair,
Mhm.
okay?
Yeah.
It has to do what I want it to do.
Obey spray. I never heard that term, obey spray.
Yeah, I'm gonna rebrand it. That's gonna be my brand, is Obey spray.
Nice.
I like it.
Good.
Sounds
good
very
thing.
dominatrix.
We could spell it. We could spell it OBAE.
It's got like straps on it.
An
and
angel
shit.
with a whip.
A whip. Yeah.
A cat of nine tails.
Yeah. For the esoteric crowd.
Yes.
All we need to do now is whitelist a good hairspray brand and put the label on it. I can make a label by tomorrow. Obey
There
spray.
you go. See?
Okay, sure.
Do it. I'm down. I get these ideas all the time. Let's just make them happen.
So can we untangle a tangled thought in my mind? So like,
Maybe.
you remember don't get mad, get glad. Now, were they the air fresheners, or were they what was the other thing with glad?
Scented
I think
trash
it was
bags.
scented trash bags,
Scented trash bags.
or the formerly Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation. Glad, with Glad or Glad, don't get mad, get Glad or Glad.
In the
Glad.
70s,
Glad bags.
in the 70s, my grandmother used to have scented colored toilet paper. And there was,
Oh,
there was pink.
feel the burn.
Wait,
Oh,
colored toilet paper?
Oh yeah.
How did
Yeah, I
I
remember
miss
that
this?
stuff.
There was pink and
Yep.
green and yellow.
right.
Blue, probably.
That's why
Yes,
I
and a blue.
always
And they were
check
all
color
very
tiles.
muted,
Oh my
weird
God.
70s
check
colors.
the label to make sure no dyes were used in your toilet tissues.
This
Please.
is why you don't have colored toilet tissues, because that thing ate the shit out of your cornhole, man.
Oh
you
my
would be
God.
Burn so bad.
that. Oh my God, that was terrible.
You guys
Yeah.
remember
Oh
ever
my
having to blow your
It
nose
smelled
with it?
so good.
Oh yeah.
You blow your nose with it, you feel like you're gonna die.
I'm okay because there's no dye in my tissue.
Are you guys
Oh,
familiar with
that's-
poopery?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, of course,
poopery.
poopery.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we were
You
gonna
guys
make
want
some of our own.
Oh, I
What's
think
poopery?
there's poopery in every drawer in my home. I don't always put it there, but I open a door and I find it there. So
Oh, that's good. That's lucky. You've got some good
Yeah,
brownies.
the
Yeah.
poopery
Brownies.
spritz or sprites are just leaving little fairy treasures.
That's what
They
they
would
do
call it
nowadays.
Potpourri, potpourri, even though it is spelled poop.
Potpourri.
No, it's that
Yeah.
stuff that you spray. You're supposed to spray these essential oils into the
Oh.
toilet before you take a dump, and then
Yeah.
all the
I know what you're
scents
talking about.
don't
Yeah,
escape.
Does it rhyme with dough? So it's like po, like DOUGH or POUGH, like
Oh,
potpourri?
potpourri. Yeah, it's
I think there might be
potpourri.
some of that stuff in our guest
Po.
bathroom, but I don't ever do anything with
Right.
it. It just sits there and it's got little curly cues on the label.
I don't want to know what is curly cues in your potpourri.
Well, then log off, bro.
Okay.
Nobody's making you watch this shit for 6 hours. You could change it to Owen Benjamin or somebody. Who cares?
Not on Rockfin though. He's been kicked off Rockfin.
Not
Oh no, I heard
anymore.
that. I heard that
the
he wasn't kicked
scandal.
off. That he was just one show.
No, he's kicked off.
Booted.
Booted.
Yeah.
From the whole. Wow.
It's an op.
I'm still not clear on what happened. Like, I don't know what he said.
We covered it on
If
the
we
last
feel
week's
like
Spider.
gossiping.
He said something about killing your inner Jew.
Oh.
Yeah, like he's been on this whole kick about not hating on Jews and all this, which like that whole thing's just interesting anyways, because it's super interesting that like you can talk against any other religion, but somehow Judaism is the religion typically associated with the Hebrew people. Hebrew people is a race, so they're the only religion that gets away with like getting racial protection. Like you can't be against, hi Kitty, you can't be against their religion because then you're a racist. Which I can, we hear all kinds of channels speak out against Satanism, which is again just a chosen religion. Speak out against paganism, speak out against Christianity. Every other religion is fully subject to being under fire, which as they should be. Every religion should be able to be questioned, but that one is not. And then they always make it into a racial thing, which is very interesting. But anyways, he said something about killing your inner Jew, which he's making a joke about it, and you shouldn't go after the Jews. It's that you sympathize with their tendencies to be grabblers and want to get all the money and, go like this with their hands and all this. So you should, so that way you don't feel hostile toward them. You should get rid of your inner Jew, which is what is making you unhappy about them, seeing them express. And he's doing it, he's doing it in his fashion where he's making it all a joke and being way more crude about it than I am. And, and then something about Shaq eating a banana. Some comic.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't see the part.
Yeah, I definitely saw some banana jokes flying around, but I never went and found the bit and watched it. So
There was a banana in the introduction to this very show. Was that the art of S.B. Elger? The Weaving Spiders Welcome?
No, that was
art with-
Gordy. Gordy was eating a banana right when we came on, and I was like, "That's funny."
Well,
That's
I know
funny.
there was a banana going around that was really cool that once somebody posted in it's the guy what's his name? Navid.
Oh yeah, Devin.
Oh, Davin. Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of his real name. He posted this beautiful picture that he took of like a traffic cone that just had a banana sticking out of the top of it.
Oh, that was awesome.
It was beautiful. So he'd made a logo for his channel, so I dumped them together and kind of remixed them. Now I did make that logo there.
ANANAS.
I don't remember who made that gorgeous Harambe in heaven, but I decided to run it through my artistic process and make it into a Weaving Spiders GIF for us.
Looks nice.
Have we
I like it.
remembered Harambe today?
You know what to do. Get your bananas out for Harambe.
Rustle your jimmies.
Watch
for Harambe.
Rampage in remembrance.
I played Rampage at the arcade the other day.
Yeah, that was a great game.
Like the new one. It was a new one. It was pretty good.
That would be fun. I liked
It was good.
the classic.
It was
If
legit though
someone is
because you can't roll
listening-
on your quarter. Like you have to put money in every time, even if you win. Like we
Well-
kicked ass, me and my girl, just knocking down buildings, kicking ass, and that was it. You know, your buck
It's a
was
good time.
done.
If someone is listening now and they forgot or misremembered Harambe, how would you catch them up to the myth and the legend of Harambe? What is
Here's
the
the thing.
story?
Who is Harambe?
Okay, well, a little kid.
Is this that gorilla
somehow-
that got killed?
A child
Yeah,
fell
yeah.
into a
The little
gorilla
kid jumped
enclosure.
into the
Right.
thing and they shot it.
That's right.
Mhm.
The baby was inside the, like a 3 or 4 year old got into the enclosure, and if I remember correctly, the gorilla grabbed the kid and moved him, and then they started sweating that he was going to kill him, so they shot him. You know.
Always shoot first and ask questions later. American way. That's the policy.
America.
Pretty much.
Well, that is the gorilla ontology, where we
Mhm.
use strange spellings, intentional misspellings of words to attack your rational, logical computer programming in your mind as a
What
gorilla
are-
ontological attack. And
What
I
are
think
some
that word-
anagrams for Harambe? Sorry.
Anagrams are good. Let's look at anagrams. What other words can we coin tonight to use as ontological attacks to make people question spelling and misspelling of words they think they know but do not know because they've never heard the word before? I think the perturbation word was probably the closest we've gotten tonight to such a thing, a phrase, a word.
We could make up the word Harambeger. Harambeger. I'm hungry for a Harambeger.
That's food for thought. Think
Ooh.
about that.
Oh,
Harambe.
dear. Gorilla burgers.
Mhm.
Has anyone eaten a gorilla?
I'm sure they
Ooh,
have.
Out
damn.
here?
You know they have. Not me.
That's-
No.
I don't know
I-
that I would ever eat a primate.
Oh.
You
That
would
is
have to feed it
balls
to me
to
and tell me
home.
about it in a
Don't
minute.
they normally just cut their hands and their feet off or something and their head and leave the rest of the gorilla?
Open the
I don't- it
brains
doesn't
up.
seem like they
That sounds
do.
terrible.
Yeah.
See, I know it's a popular thing to eat monkey brains.
A living,
Yeah,
a
monkey.
living
Yeah.
monkey's brain.
Mhm.
Yes. There was footage of that on one of the Faces of Death, so that's permanently burned into my mind.
They have a table specially made for it that clamps the monkey in so that you
Yeah.
can
Oh,
hit 'em.
Yeah,
what?
and then you knock his skull
What is
open
wrong
and
with
start
people?
scooping out the brains and eating them. It was terrible. Like,
I'm a very quizzical, curious sort of guy, and I once asked a coworker a very inappropriate question at a very inappropriate time. I asked the question. I said, "Hey, Dennis, what is the most exotic meat you've ever tasted?" To
Oh,
which he
no.
quickly responded with beaver, and I said, "I don't want to hear any more about that."
Exotic indeed.
where's Winona's and it was big and brown?
I don't think
have
that's the name of his
had,
wife.
I've
No,
had
his
shark
wife is not Winona.
and I've had buffalo heart. I have had a
Wow.
buffalo heart. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But alligator, pretty good.
Oh, I haven't tried alligator.
Rattlesnake when I was a
Oh,
little
gator's
kid.
great.
Some octopus.
Octopus. I love octopus.
Yeah.
Octopus creeps me out. I always feel bad.
Cuttlefish.
Well, I ordered some Thai and I meant to order it with, the big octopus pieces. But what
Mhm.
I didn't know is that there were miniature octopuses in there.
Uh huh.
Yeah,
It was a
Cuttlefish.
big surprise.
little tiny ones. Yeah.
It was really bizarre to eat, but they were really good.
So chewy.
They're actually really smart, beautiful little animals.
I know I don't know if I could eat them now, but
Is the word for that calamari?
calamari.
Calamari.
That's squid.
Calamari?
That's
Calamari.
A beautiful
Calamari.
calamari?
cuttlefish.
Call on me. Call on me.
Damachi. Yeah.
Was that a dance remix song devoted to the cuisine of calamari?
I hope so.
But I don't think that was Benny Benassi. Who sang "Call on Me"?
Steve Winwood.
Who produced that track?
Nice.
Don't know.
Gordy, you're like our Doctor
What?
Strange
The
music
Steve-
trivia.
music trivia, dude. I've got so much dumb shit up here that nobody will ever care about.
Gordy was listening to our 20-minute countdown theme and identified much of the music that I thought would be unidentifiable.
Yes. In fact, I have a question. Who was the one after Oingo Boingo that was trying to sound like Oingo Boingo, but it was between Lemon Demon and Oingo Boingo?
That's a very good question.
What's that band?
What was the lyric that you heard?
Oh, maybe there was a uh-oh.
That put a song in my head.
That's a song. Strange Town.
Yeah.
Strange Town. Okay.
What is?
Yeah,
who
that's
is
a
that?
bit of that's a bit of a super group. That's one of my hidden favorite bands that I listen to quite a bit, and not many people know of the name of that band or the singer. We'll tease this a little longer. People in chat might know.
I could feel it. I could
Maybe,
feel it. That I could see, like, it was right on the tip of his tongue. He was going to say it out loud, and he's like, I don't have to do that.
Right.
I don't have to tell him. It's not required.
That is actually in the contract. I do not need to reveal any of the sources of any of the things that make it into collage, audio, visual, or otherwise. But if it bothers you so much that you must know, then maybe I'll tell you. But I can't.
No, you got to hit that donate button
I'm
on
not providing
AlanMarcus.com if you want to know.
providing
That's how you.
annotations or citations for every.
How he holds knowledge hostage. No, Alan Marcus, you
I
do
will
not
put out
own.
an open request if anybody has songs that they think are perfect for a Weaving Spiders Welcome 20-minute intermission. Now we can stack these songs as many tracks high as we want, just one on top of the other on top of the other. I like cover songs. That will be the hint. I like cover songs of popular music that you already know, but I like it to be covered and maybe in a different genre, a different sound. Maybe it's popularized by a male vocalist, so then we find a female vocalist just to make it a little bit different, just to irk Gordy a little bit more.
I love cover songs. I have a whole list of them.
A little bit.
Maybe something
Gordy,
that's
I'm so
different.
sorry.
It does. Oh my God. Like that stupid Sound of Silence song by whoever the hell did that.
I put that on my list for
Jung
sure.
Jung.
The Disturbed guy.
The Disturbed.
So
That
bad.
one's so no way.
So
no way.
terrible.
Oh
It's
man.
so
I
good.
already hated Simon and Garfunkel anyway. So like
Right.
to redo it worse.
Oh man, it's
Gross.
see, if Simon and Garfunkel
give-
had not recorded music, we would not have this microplastic problem that we have today.
It's all their
give
fault.
Christy
Right,
mad
there is.
shit because, like,
I
you
agree.
know, the whole thing that just went on with David Crosby. She babysat for him.
What now?
Who did?
I gotta do her mad shit. My wife.
Oh, really?
Oh,
You
whoa.
babysat for David Crosby?
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
What a
Open the
crap.
drawer. Pull
Now
out
wait,
the
now was
potpourri.
that when
Show
was
it
that
to
when
us.
he donated his sperm to the lesbians? That was the baby?
No, that was their baby.
Oh no, that's right. That was their baby. That was Melissa Etheridge and her wife.
Johnny
They got-
Lang, I think is his name.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
she's-
vaguely remember Johnny Lang. Vaguely.
Now
Yeah,
wait,
she's
Johnny
from,
Lang's
like, the
not
really-
the guitar player kid? Johnny Lang?
Yeah, I think so.
That's not the
Johnny-
baby.
That's not the baby.
She's
Johnny
Oh,
Lang.
he's a
is-
baby.
He is.
It was
He
that's
was a
the
baby.
one thing I had to
He
say
was a
against
baby
Johnny
when I
Lang
first
was
saw
like, dude, you can't be singing the
Fuck is Johnny
blues.
Lang?
You're like 16. What do you have a
I
broken
know.
heart because you broke your
I'll have to
shoelace or
look.
something? What do you know what?
Right.
I
How
thought
can
it
you be
was
brokenhearted about a
Shit.
female when you're only 16?
I don't know what men's
I had
emotions are
a
like,
kid
but
coming when I was 16 and a full-time job. 2 of them, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I wasn't convinced when I liked Johnny Lang, but I wasn't convinced, you know, like he didn't
Wait.
convince me.
have you ever listened to anything from the 1950s? It's nothing but teen angst. Like people were getting married like right after high school.
No, I agree with
So-
that. Now that's different than singing the blues like a black man and acting like you're
Is
like,
it?
hanging out in the speakeasy and playing in the pool hall and everything. Yeah, I think it's different. Now if you get your heart broke at the sock hop because you have a kid when you're 19, now that's a different thing.
The sock hop. Oh my God. Yeah, you get your heart broken in a sock hop.
Yeah,
That's
you,
hard to then
you slip
possibly-
on the heel of that sock because it wasn't darned, and you bump your head
Oh
and you
my
cry. And you got to run out and
Yeah.
get in your
Yeah.
Chevy with
We
no
had a sock
fins.
hop. I won best dressed, of course.
Walla Walla High School, they called it a frolic.
A
Ooh, a
frolic.
frolic even.
Oh,
we used to
sassy.
frolic.
Ooh.
Jason, the mighty
How-
Jason Lindgren is here.
Oh, welcome.
Hello, Jason.
Nice.
Hi.
Welcome.
Not turning on.
Hey,
Hang on.
Jason.
Hello,
Hey,
Jason.
welcome, buddy.
Welcome to the Weave tonight.
Hello.
Yeah,
Everybody hearing me okay?
Sounds great.
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, man. Greetings and welcome.
Hello. Do I know anybody here besides Brother Balderson?
How you doing, my
New for
brother?
me. I haven't heard your voice for
And
years.
I've heard you.
but-
You say we've heard you talk a lot on various broadcasts, but I don't think we've ever met you.
Oh, okay. Well, hello. Nice to meet
Yeah.
everybody.
And nice to meet you too, man.
I got too many windows open here. Let me
Hey, we all do.
Oh yeah.
The hell of
Mhm.
I want to actually pay attention to what I'm doing here and not have crap in my face. All right. There we go. Now I
Was that a potpourri
Each of
joke?
these guys kind of has their own little thing that they study and little areas that they do, and they're just brilliant guys, Jason.
It's
Oh.
it's very Voltron-y in here.
yeah.
Ah,
That's
which
that's
ranger
pretty
do I
accurate.
get to be?
Right. Yeah.
Well, there was always
Yeah.
only ever one chick, so
No, there were two.
there were?
Where's Cheney?
Who's fighting
Yeah,
for their position? Who is the white ranger in the room? I'm wearing a white hat. Gabe's
So
wearing
Jason had
also a white hat.
interesting conversation with Mr. Owen Benjamin.
Yeah, you guys know a lot more than we would. Like
Okay.
we just hear this stuff barely like third person. And so you
Well-
guys have some insight.
Yeah, let's
right?
go to the beginning. I know that Owen Benjamin talked with Sam Tripoli, and there
Yeah,
was
they
a
had kind of
conversation.
a conversation that was excited.
Holy smoke, there was that one part where Owens just called him. I can't remember what he called him exactly, but Sam just like, what? Did you just call me that? Like, wow.
Rose listened to that. I didn't. I kind of caught part of it walking through the room, and I was like, huh, sounds like Owen. Well, when I spoke to Owen myself, he was already over it. He'd already put the video out, so he was cool. When it first started going down, I immediately jumped on and wrote to them because I was like, whoa, this is not cool. Like, I need to know what's going on here. Like, I've invested a lot in this platform. And I personally have gone out of my way to get a bunch of people on this platform. Like, I put my reputation on to help other people that I like. And so I was a little annoyed about that.
You're one of the people that told me to come here.
Hold on.
To go there.
Well, the end of it is Owen doesn't want anybody quitting over the platform and what happened. There were two
Yeah.
stories going around. One, what the owner Martin was saying, and what the other one was what Owen was saying. And Jaron had spoken to both of them. Well, Jaron had spoken to Jaime because Martin was away for the weekend and got that side. And then he spoke to Owen and got the other side. So I'm not going to do he said, she said. I know that Owen doesn't care anymore. He's over it, and he doesn't need it anyway. He's got his own freaking website, so that's cool. But he did that really awesome video, "My Laugh, My Choice." He was telling me about that.
Yeah.
And I was like, "That's brilliant. I love it." I remember I was driving in New Orleans trying to come home and through a bunch of traffic, and he decided he wanted to start telling me about it. So I was like, I love Owen. I'll talk to him anyway. And he's telling me about his stuff, and I'm like, brilliant idea. If you need me to contribute, let me know. And I guess he'd already had it done or mostly done, so he didn't ask me for anything. But he got another time we were talking about the same time, like within a day or two, he started asking me a bunch of stuff about our very interesting Count Fortune de Saint Germain. So he is really finding that fascinating at the moment. He's asking me I forget how he asked me exactly, but he thought, what do I make of him and all that? And I told him the truth of what I really think. I was like, hey, this guy seems to be the real deal. He has an effect on people with his voice, just with his voice alone, and he seems to resonate with a lot of people. He certainly knows a lot of truths about spirituality and all that kind of stuff. So I told him I'm very honored that this very learned man is gets very open with talking with us. Like he has sometimes 2-3 hour conversations with Crow and myself off the air, like independent. Like he'll call Crow, he'll call me. Like I had a good almost 2 hours with him yesterday about a bunch of stuff, and
Wow.
he's told me some things that it's a little scary, but
I'd be fascinated to have one of these conversations.
Yeah.
well, I'm happy to share what I know.
Sure. So let's go back. And Jason, when was the first time you spoke with the Violet Flame of Saint Germain in our time? Was that 388? Or
I'm not good at remembering episodes, man, because I've got
Sure. So that goes back to like
tapes
October.
recorded that haven't even come out yet.
That's
I get
Rose.
lost.
Okay, because I
That's
see something
Rose.
from October, I think maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it
First
wasn't like a
time.
long time ago, so that could be right. Yeah,
Or
just don't.
September, Crow 777 Radio, episode 352, Meet a Descendant of an Ascended Master.
That should be the first one. Yeah.
Okay, so that would be the
what happened was
first one to
Crow
listen
had
to.
put out a request on the air for any kind of alchemical master to communicate with us, and lo and behold, Fortune reached out to Crow, and then we ended up having him on. And in the meantime, over those couple of months, we have now become pretty close with the fellow. He's very interesting. He won't admit how old he is, but Crow keeps playing little games with him to try and figure it out. He sent us some pictures, some when he's a lot younger, and then some more recent when he's in the royal regalia, because he goes to these royal balls and things like that. So make of it as you will. If you've listened to the shows, like you know as much as I do as far as what he's putting out there about himself. The private conversations, it's not like we're learning anything deadly secret or anything like that. What he is telling us is warning us about the future, about things that are going to come. And if you want me to share that stuff, I will. But give me 1 second. I'm getting hot in here. I'm going to kick my AC on.
Yeah, so
That's,
for people who are asking, what are we talking about right now? We're talking about a person who's a descendant of Count Saint Germain and inherited the worldly possessions of the Saint Germain, meaning the books, the clothing, all of these things that were bequeathed down the family line.
Wow.
And
Like jewels.
does he say he's a nephew of
Yeah,
Count Saint Germain?
The original Saint Germain did not have children. He is a brother's descendant. And he told us that his grandfather had found all of the artifacts, there was a trunk with papers and jewels, just all this stuff, that the stories that you've heard about Saint Germain, he confirmed. I don't know them all off the top of my head, but he confirmed multiples of them. And he has been interested in alchemy, and he's extremely clairvoyant. He's a medical doctor now. Trying to remember, I don't remember how long ago he told me. He was at first a professor, like I think an English teacher, if I remember correctly. And then he said that he had met someone who told him he was going to go on to do medicine, and he indeed did do that. And he helps a lot of people. So yeah, he's an interesting fellow. But he's when he's on the air, I don't know if you listened to any of the Q&A stuff that he did with us. What was really fascinating was he was channeling on the air. Like he was pausing. I take a lot of the pauses out because I edit our shows to make them tighter, so it's not like a whole bunch of gaps and stuff. And he was pausing a lot when he was doing these things, and sometimes just kind of not quite speaking and then going into it. It was interesting. I've seen it a couple times in my life. I've seen people do channeling and things like that, and it reminded me of what I've seen before. So make of it as you will. I'm not making any claims that I can prove one thing or another, but yeah, he's very interesting. Very, very interesting indeed.
Yeah, that's cool. That makes sense because some of his demeanor makes sense now that you say that. Like he said a couple times, next question.
Yeah.
Like prompted you to move on to, there's no more down that rabbit hole. What else you got?
So
there were a handful. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I haven't heard any of this, but is he channeling Saint Germain, or is this just a guy channeling this, or is it him?
It's his nephew.
Yeah, he's a direct
It's
descendant
descendant.
of the family. His name is the same name, like the original Saint Germain. His name was also Fortune de Saint Germain, and that is what this person's name is as well.
Really?
So, but like I said, the original Saint Germain did not have any children. He is descended from a brother, and he holds the title of Count. And he knows if he's making this up, which I don't think he is. Like my instincts don't tell me that. But if he was, he has done a lot of research into various aspects of what can loosely be called the conspiracy or truth movement, because he knows a lot of stuff about a lot of stuff. And I mean, I'm 49 and I've been doing this for a long time. So like his knowledge was like, okay, he knows a lot of stuff I know that I've discovered over the past however many years, you know? So he's,
Well, you guys must have seen a lot of charlatans and bullshit on our
Yeah.
off the air. So I mean, I would trust your judgment exclusively almost because I mean I haven't imbibed that much of your guys' content, but I mean it's huge. So it comes around, certain guests and things come, and I mean I want to go check it out, and I totally trust your guys' position. So for you to trust him is it's as close to trusting someone else's authority as I'll probably get in this realm that we all exist in. You know.
well, we do our best. And on the occasions, if we make a blunder, we come right out, do a, even if it's just a couple of minute release, like, hey, we screwed up.
Yeah.
Perfect. We do our best. It hasn't happened too often where it was like a serious blunder. We only had one crazy situation where we yanked the episode, and I'm not even going there and talking about that.
Oh, I think I remember that. Yeah.
That was a huge
pretty sure
mistake.
I know which
We didn't
one
realize
that
what we were
is.
getting ourselves into at first, and then we were like, holy shit, done, walking away, yanked that episode. We don't want to hear any more about it. It nagged us for months.
Was it a woman?
What was the?
Yeah, it was a woman for sure. I remember.
Yeah, it was actually a really sad situation. She kind of went bonkers. She went postal. So,
Oh yeah, I saw the footage, man. I was watching the stream when they came to get her.
Yeah.
That was crazy. You guys did the right thing. That was a fucked up situation.
Yes, it was. And you don't attack the police. That's just not.
No. I mean, unless you want. I mean, if you want that kind of smoke in your life, that's what you're gonna get. You know, if you challenge the authority that is branded with the gun and the badge, then they'll let you know. You know.
I'm surprised she came out of that alive. I was really expecting them to
They
take
did
her
a good job, all things considered. You know.
Yeah, they did. They didn't. They like. I was totally expecting them to be like, bye bye.
Yeah, they.
Because you go after a cop, the cops go usually bananas. So anyway, I don't.
But yeah, we're not trying to take you down that road, man.
Yeah, screw that shit. I don't want people asking questions about that again. That was a while ago now. Like I think that was like 2 years ago now. So maybe longer.
That seems about right.
Yeah.
So you guys have a.
In fact, I think
how
it
do
was
you
back when
feel
you were on
about
TFR.
you're comfortable? How comfortable are you like pushing the limits? Because I know you and Crow Crow likes to kind of like Alex Sakaris has this argumentative thing. Like Crow has not. I wouldn't say argumentative, but when he's confident in what he thinks, you're not gonna dissuade him. But
Crow's open to anything. If you have something to come at, he's very open-minded. And he has no problem with people disagreeing him. We did a show with James True not too long ago. James is really into crypto, and Crow is absolutely like anti-crypto. And he's like, I have no problem with you disagreeing with me. But if you're going to, it's not about arguments, about discussion. So if you're going to have an opposing position in some way, shape, or form, you have to bring something to the table too, because he has his reasons for his positions. And
Absolutely.
I'm the same. But the big difference is with me is I am like super objective about everything. I try very, very, very hard to stay in the middle of the road. And if I don't have literal, definitive smoking gun proof of a concept, I'm like, well, I can see this, or I can see this, or I can see this. I try to be absolutely as fair as possible, because in my mind, that's the best way to be. So a lot of things in the truth movement are backed up by circumstantial evidence, sometimes a lot of circumstantial evidence, like the moon landing is a great example. I totally don't think that happened, but there's no literal one smoking gun. There's just like all this stuff that looks really super fishy, but you can't literally prove it because we don't have a telescope powerful enough to point at the moon and be like, well, there's the Apollo 11 lander. We can't do it. The technology doesn't exist and probably won't for a very long time. So things like that, you know what I mean?
So my comment on that is, if you go and watch listen to the Crow episode from before they met me, and then on Mercury, and then you go listen to the Mercury episode after they've been talking to me for 2 years, it's two vastly different episodes. And so Crow will adjust if he's given enough good information.
Absolutely.
It just takes good information.
Well, he reads like mad. Like he spends hours every night. Like once his day is done, he's in bed reading for hours. He turns his phone off. Like I would never call him if I was lying in a ditch in the road because he won't answer his phone. Like that's what he does. He's not the guy to call. He's not answering. So that's what he tells me. He's like, oh, I was reading this last night. Then I was reading this last night. And then we exchange ideas. So I'm more of like the complete opposite, where I do a lot of research all over the place and pull from lots of different sources. I'm not the best reader where I can sit down and hold my interest with a specific book unless there's something specific about it I need to get out of it.
Yeah, the first time I was introduced to Crow, that I think it was the lunar wave thing. When he first started posting video of the lunar wave.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the first time I'd heard of Crow, and somebody in like was it Higher Site? It was THC. That was
he was
4 years ago. Is that right?
That was so the original story.
Probably
That's
like
actually
6
Crow's
now.
big claim to fame. What's that, Ben?
That's probably like 6 years ago now, isn't it?
Was it that long?
So the story goes like this: he shot the lunar wave in 2012, but he didn't start his YouTube channel or release it till 2013, and he kept capturing more footage. So if any of y'all have seen my Shoot the Moon film, a lot of that early stuff is in there, including the original lunar wave plus the other five I think he shot or something like that. So they're all in the film, but he spent
award-winning film.
10 awards. Yes, go me.
Nice.
Surprisingly, honestly, considering the content, I'm really surprised one award came my way, let alone 10. But anyway, so from 2013, he started his YouTube channel and he started slowly getting to be known, but then his YouTube channel started to blow up. And then that's when people started asking him for interviews. And then THC was the one. And that guy had a good following already, but at that point, so which is 9 years ago now. So that just kind of made Crow's name blow up. So,
Right. So
if you Google Crow 777 and Lunar Wave, you'll see like that's all over the place going back for years now.
In Shoot
How
the
can we
Moon, we
see
see
that
Crow,
really?
and he's in front of a lot of books. Is that his own personal library? All
No,
those
you know
books
what that
behind
is?
him?
That is his mom was on the board of this little tiny old school library where they live. And I forget
Like
how
a
old it
public
was.
library?
It's a public library, but it's a small one. It's like very, very old from like early 1800s or something like that. So
Okay.
most of the books are the library books. But what he did was he took some of his topic relevant books and
Okay.
put them behind him. So the ones you're seeing there, like I know he's got a cymatics book there and a bunch of other stuff. He put those specifically behind him so that it was relevant since it was in camera shot so that people would see it. But the library was cool. It had a really interesting vibe, just being so old.
How can we see if somebody hasn't seen Shoot the Moon, how can we see it, Jason?
Well, that's easy. I have it on Vimeo on demand. It's $7 to rent it. But if you're a subscriber, you get it for free. And there's a link on the website.
And that's shootthemoon.com or what? You have a website?
No, it's like here. I'll get it for you because I don't remember the exact link. But take
Right
me
on.
2 seconds.
Do you sell it too, or just rent it?
And also, it's free. if you're
It's
a
$7 and you get it
subscriber.
for a week. But I mean, if anybody here wants it again, I'll gladly give you a code for free. Let me grab this link. And I'll put it in the chat for you.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it. I'd be willing to. I wish I could afford to subscribe to everybody that I wanted to, but
We're all doing too many good things, right?
well, I mean, that's why I do love that about Rockfin, that it
I
does
love
give
that.
you a lot for one price.
That's what I
But,
tell people when they bitch about the $10. I'm like, yeah, but you're not just subscribing to me. If it's like if someone's complaining at me, I'm like, you get all these people, a handful of which I brought here because they're people I consider a friend and I respect. So you're getting a stupid amount of content for $10. And for the most
Yeah.
part, up until Owen, I say shit on there I never would say on YouTube. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, now, how do you feel,
How
man? Did they hit you back, Jason? Did they hit you back and reassure you, or give you any info on what their perspective was on all of it on a personal level?
They asked if I wanted to have a conversation, and in the meantime, I had spoken with Jaron, and I was like, you know what, I'm not going to poke the bear. This is still a good thing. I know how Owen gets explosive sometimes,
Mm-hmm.
so I didn't have a problem believing that he may have come into conflict with some other people, especially people who might have fragile egos. Owen is really good at rattling people if they're like, I'm in charge here, and Owen's like, the fuck you are.
Yeah, we
I
do
love
look
Owen. Like
into
he's a
look
friend.
into the sky clock and astrological alignments and space clock, sky clock, weather stuff. Rachel, do you have anything to say about maybe what might cause an awful but lawful sort of argument about what can we say and what can we not say? And I don't like those words coming out of your mouth. And I can't believe you said that to me, man. What's going on?
Well, I mean, Uranus is a big one because it is very shocking. It's a larger planet. It's going to be a little pushy. And by a little pushy, I mean a lot pushy. So that's a big one. I think it is really funny that you brought that up. Yeah, Uranus is pretty pushy. Push it real good. It has been, so I follow the sky. I would use Stellarium. And I shared it earlier in the chat because it is actually near the butthole of Aries. So Aries is all about my opinion, me, I, sun. So you have an explosive planet like Uranus, you've got the sun there. It's going to be about your thoughts and how you feel and your ego. It is definitely going to be about ego, but Uranus is there to kind of tear things down and shake things up. So Chiron is also there doing the same thing, is shaking up your personality, shaking up who you are as an individual. So I think it is kind of funny that you're talking about this, Jason, because the word that came to mind is mutable. We need to be mutable in our thinking, and yes, we're in Taurus season, which is fixed, but everyone, I don't know, people
Okay, so you use the word mutable. Does that mean I can mute myself and stop talking before I put my foot in my mouth or say something I'm going to regret later? What does the word mutable mean in this context?
I love that definition, actually, because it does mean not being so steadfast or fixed in your thinking, being open-minded, changing. That's what Mercury is about. Mercury's the best example of what a mutable sign is. And those are energies that go around the whole zodiac. So being mutable means being willing to shift and change. It's not as, gung-ho as a cardinal sign, and it's not staying fixed. It's just, being willing to have other thoughts.
Rachel, and specialty, do you have an opinion on what age we're in?
I used to kind of get on a little bit of the bandwagon to see what that felt like. I don't know that I really think we're in any sort of age. I think that we're still, when I look at the clock, when I look at the sky, we're still in Pisces, technically. So it's going to be at least another 300 or so years before we even get to Aquarius. So to say that we're in the age of Aquarius is probably accurate according to tropical astrology and the way that they keep time. But if we're talking about energies that we're feeling right now, I wouldn't say so. And if we're feeling it, it's because we're manifesting it. And also because those are seasonal energies that play out constantly. So, a lot of what I believe we're seeing is the changing of the guard. We're very conscious of these generational shifts because we're the next generation shifting. So
that would make sense if we are in the cusp
deal.
of an age change, because that's when you always do see out with the old and with the new. So if we're in kind of shifting, and especially with the technology levels, we're seeing a lot of crazy shit. And it could blow up in our face, like they add to the people who are not the elite scumfucks. We could have a lot of problems. So we could have a lot of trials coming up very soon. And from everything I've been told by the Count, that's exactly correct.
Yeah. And that's why even when I started studying this stuff in like 2017, like really getting into it, even then I started recognizing like we have a very unique opportunity to take control of how this goes, because historically every transition has been a complete disaster. Like we're going to kill your gods, a lot of death, a lot of destruction, just ridiculous amounts. So minimizing that would be probably ideal, especially since we have, I say we, but, people in these circles and people hopefully listening, have the ability to make different choices. You know, a lot of heathen and pagan perspectives are, you know, I think Balderson and I have talked about this, especially with the rune Turisas, is taking a more defensive stance. It's not about we're going to go out and, you know, get the bad guys. It's whoa, 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 bring it home and be ready to defend your home. And that's kind of the stance I think we need to be taking now, instead of like storming the Capitol, because that's what they expect. That's what they want. Am I enraged enough to think that we should do that? Yeah. But do I think that that's the wise move? No.
No, it's not. I can tell you that to put it in a very broad sense, get your own house in order.
Yeah.
And be prepared to hold out.
Yeah.
I mean, I can just tell you
Jason-
exactly what he's told me. It's not like it's something I'm trying to keep a secret. It's a digital prison is what it is. It's all
Okay.
about.
So that's the answer to the question of what Count Saint Germain's nephew was revealing to you in a very here's what's coming. Be careful.
Subtle.
Well, so what he said, this is actually very interesting. I personally feel that things didn't go so well with the pandemic stuff. He has the exact opposite. He said that this went so well and there was so little resistance that they're pushing their whole narrative forward, because originally, I'm sure you've all heard of it, Agenda 2030. Well, that's 8 years from now. Apparently not anymore. They're bringing that way forward because people were so complicit and so going along with the program, with all the nonsense, because I'm sure everybody here is wise enough to know that there was no pandemic. This was all a staged horseshit. Not that there wasn't some kind of illness. I don't know.
Well,
But
we had choreography for this. So you go back to 2020, March, Friday the 13th, and within that next Monday, I'm going downtown and people are doing the lockstep dance. They're 6 feet apart. They've got the choreography memorized. They're doing the song and the dance, and I'm not hearing the music. But they're all singing and dancing to this music, and I'm like, where are they hearing this? I'm not hearing it. I'm not going along. And they're looking at me like I'm the person who didn't show up to the rehearsal. What's going on?
Well, then you can't be a nurse in any of the hospitals that had nothing to do.
I am not a hero. I never claimed to be. I only got TikTok recently, and they won't even let me live stream on it. So I will never be a TikTok influencer.
I think you're right,
agree.
though. Sorry?
What's that?
Go ahead, Rachel.
I think that you're right. I think it did go better than than we want to admit, than I want to admit. Because when I was just out with the homie Romy not too long ago, we had like a whole day where we went downtown to Denver, because that's where I live. And we were looking at architecture, but there were so many people out, so many. And it was nice, but I'm sitting there looking at the amount of people packing these breweries, just packed out. And I'm like, all of these people wore masks. They obeyed the rules, all of them. I wonder how many of them decided to alter their genetics, and how many they're all.
He said they're dead people walking. He told me that multiple times.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I'm like, none of these people are going to, I'm like, how many of them are actually going to fight back? Like, this freedom tastes so good. Are they going to fight back if this happens again? Or are they just going to fall back into place?
There's something I've noticed psychologically about what I kind of rudely call normies. They'll pretty much do anything without it being like an insane exception to just get things back so that they can have their football, their beer, their McDonald's, whatever. Like, they just want things to go back. Because I heard a lot of them say that. And I'm like, you don't get it. Like, do you remember September 11th, 2001? I'm old enough I was an adult then, and I remember what things were like before, and I remember things afterwards, and they didn't give us anything back after they instituted their policies.
That's
Guess
true.
what this is all about. Now, they have backed off a lot, surprisingly, but I'm pretty sure, I hope this isn't true, but I wouldn't be surprised if in the fall, because they always use those energies, to start ramping nonsense back up again. They'll come up with some other horseshit.
Oh, totally.
Whatever it is, they'll come
It's
up
just
with
a
something.
quell. I agree. It's just a low spot.
Well-
They just got to take the boot off of our neck for a second so that they can move the thing forward again,
Yeah.
Well, that's see, a lot of the truthers want to think that we won because they didn't get entire control. But you even look at Russia.
They don't
You
need
can
to.
go back to 2011. You can go back to 2013. You can go back 100 times, and you can see where, just like Jay said, they don't need to all at once. They just need it to progress. They need to move the Overton window, so that way next time when they hit the story up again, you are more susceptible to it. You accept it more. And for us in that one go to have never worn masks, to have never had forced vaccinations, to have never had forced medical decisions and things like that, and where people can't go earn a living, their businesses got shut down. All those things happened in one go.
Yeah.
And yeah, there was some pressure eventually after their story did not pan out at all. But in one go, they got so much progress. What can they get accomplished if they go at it again? If next time they're able to possibly, for those people that think that the government is the one that came up with it in the first place, if they find something more virulent, then next go around where it's actually showing symptoms and people are really having an issue, then people will be willing to give them total control, without a doubt. All they need is the disease now that's functional, and total control is theirs. They showed it. People will give up their freaking livelihood for it.
Well, here's the difference this time. They've now damaged tens of millions of people.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the ones who didn't just drop dead. I know one of my close friends is a professor at Louisiana State University. 2 little girls died there within weeks of taking these shots because they made all the students. Now, of course, they could have fought back, but they just, I mean, when you're 19, you don't think about these things really, unless you're the rare breed like us who's like, fuck that. But yeah, 2 of them dropped dead, and it was heart related. And Crow's mom, before she passed away, she had a longtime nurse helping with her dementia. A month after she took it, she died. And that shook up the whole group of nurses that was, I don't know if you know this, Ben, the whole group of nurses that was helping Crow with this situation. They were like an extended family, like literal family. And when she died, that they all knew, like they knew. Yeah, so that was a big deal. We know people directly who dropped dead from this stuff. A doctor that we're friends with in Miami, this one got in the papers. The guy bled out. They couldn't stop him like a couple weeks after he took the shot. It took him 2 weeks to die. And this was like a well-known surgeon in the area. He was hospitalized and they couldn't save him. So like there's these things happening. They just don't get out into the mainstream very much. And we've heard other cases too. Like people are dying from this stuff.
So
it actually is
my
happening.
mom got the clots, something fierce, and then spent 3 weeks in intensive care from getting the clots because she got it because she wanted to go see my sister graduate college.
Right.
And she ended up, and it flared up some cancer in her, and she threw a bunch of blood clots, spent like 3 weeks in intensive care, and then spent almost a year in different treatments. And she's just now, I delivered a puppy to her the other day, just now recovering, which they put her through chemo and everything else. So that's I already know it's a limited recovery, you know.
Well, we don't even know yet. I mean, this just happened. We don't know how much they may have damaged a person's lifespan, and they got that crap into a lot of people. So I personally have felt the entire time. Are we on YouTube? Like, is there some reason I shouldn't say things? Because
yeah, we are on YouTube. Absolutely.
Say whatever you want. Now's the time.
I don't want to jeopardize anybody's channels or anything like that, because I know a lot of stuff that
We're also on Rockfin, so
we've
we'll
got
get
backup
saved.
channels. Say whatever you want to say. Don't hold
All right.
back.
Oh, I'm not going to rant or anything like that, but I'm trying to be careful how I word things. But I have long suspected, and then I started having things confirmed, that this is part of the eugenics program. That's what this is. And Fortune also confirmed that. So yeah, he's told us multiple times in different conversations that the people you see are dead people walking. So
I have a question. I'm not on mainstream social media anymore. It just wasn't vibing with me for a long time. So question for people who are. Now I know that they can, shadow ban people and block messages and all that stuff, but are you seeing any sort of like normie reaction to any of this? Because I'm on Minds and it it gives you the impression that people are waking up, or, you know, everybody's sharing all this information like, hey, X amount of people have died from this. Here's the injury reports. Like, they're sharing all the stuff we're talking about. But I'm curious to know if you're seeing any family members say anything, if this is even at the water cooler. You know, I mean,
No.
unless
We
they're
Okay.
totally censoring.
I'm in a school district. So this is a big thing. And there is a lot of fucking pressure for this shit.
Mhm.
And I have to be careful of what I say. But just this week, somebody in that, speaking of social media, big time, one of our most well-known teachers in our district, like, she's a kind of a legend, right? Master's degree, really smart woman, brilliant mind, I would have thought. So she posts on there she had her third booster or whatever, and now she can't lift her arms over her head. I'm like,
feels good, don't it?
Why
don't you go get the fourth?
Knock yourselves out. Like,
Now, on the
people
same token-
are the ones that are supposed to be educated, and these are the ones that are teaching our children, our
Right.
next generation. What
Teachers are not
fucking chance
educated.
they got?
Right.
We all know that teachers are bottom rung in the education system. If
They don't
you
need
are
a
not
40
smart
anyway.
enough to get a
Four-year.
job in a field worth of shit, you go ahead and be a teacher. You can be a half-wit and get a
Mhm.
teacher's job.
The comment,
They are not
feels
smart people.
good donut is perfect. They were giving donuts away
They
to
were.
people who were
They
getting
sure
poked.
were.
They were giving hamburgers away.
God, that was so gross. I
They're
could
giving
not
away
even
lottery
believe
tickets and sex
the
and beer
maturity
and
level.
marijuana and
Didn't
everything
they
you
give
could
away
list.
weed too?
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
giving away
weed.
everything.
If you have to get bribed
Yeah.
to do something,
Use
And
your
that's
head.
it. To answer your question too, Rachel, you know, I have seen people, you know, I've got a pretty thoroughly mixed up feed on Facebook and other places of normies versus people more in the know like we are. And I do see a lot of jaded skepticism and quite a few people waking up, but it's not in mass. It's
Mhm.
not pitchforks and torches in the streets. It's just people. It's just like anything else. I used to explain to people like the process of having to deal. If you've ever had to deal with child protective services in any capacity, prior to you ever having to deal with them, no matter what you thought, after the experience, your experience in dealing with them is going to be very different than what you imagined. You know, I know lots of people when we were poor in the city, especially, they would call CPS because they would see a terrible situation going on with a child, and afterwards they would never consider making that decision again because the reaction and the response from CPS was so bad and so obstinately horrible compared to what they thought they would do that it changed their opinion. And so I'm seeing a lot of that type of stuff where people are dealing with severe health issues, death, you know, unsuspecting, you know, side effects, they call it. It's the effect. It's not a side effect. It's the effect. But, you know, it's nothing that I would write home about. You know, I feel like it's a huge blessing that my mother is pretty awake and pretty conspiratorial in her own way. And also has had adverse reactions to what we call a cow poke around here when she was younger. So it's easy for her to vie for her position to say no because she has medical documentation. But yeah, it's is there people coming online because of it? Yes. Is it something like a groundswell? No, I wouldn't say it. I
Ready?
would say, you know.
Well, the
Reading,
normies who get it are the ones that have
California?
had direct bad things happen, like someone dropping.
Right.
Right.
Those
Yeah.
ones
Reading,
that are like the
Reading,
nurses, like those
California?
nurses, they know.
In Redding, California, they outed the medical advisor that tried to force the whole county up in Redding and Shasta County. The person that was trying to force the nonsense that Newsom was putting out, the county fired her. They
That's
got
good.
rid of her
Wow.
and putting
Good.
somebody else in it. So I mean, that's an entire county of people.
And
waking
Reading's
up.
big. I mean, Reading's not small, so that's good.
Yeah. That's
So-
what if the state of Jeffersonia was to ever happen, that's Reading is the proposed capital.
That makes sense.
Funny. So another factor to the reporting system that just kind of came to the surface in the past couple of weeks is the fact that VAERS is not the only reporting system.
Mm.
And so while everybody's looking for that
Really?
singular source, the singular resource, it turns out they've watered that down too. So there are multiple reporting situations So that waters down the numbers while everybody's hoping to have it funneled through one place.
Well, Fortune has also told us that people are dying in mass. It's just not
Oh.
being reported.
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
I personally don't witness
know
that,
them.
but I also have a very, like, as far as people I immediately deal with, I don't have a large group of people, so I'm not seeing it. But also, a lot of people I know in my immediate life we're not stupid enough to put this crap in their bodies. So,
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
out of so many loops now that if people that I used to know are, passing out, dying about it, I haven't heard about it because I'm just literally out of the group.
Well, yeah,
I'm out of
they're-
contact.
So here's a question.
And none of
they're
my
not gonna
family
talk about
members have fallen yet, thank God.
So here's the question
but-
I'm going to ask everyone. We've had 2 years to reflect, 2020 vision, looking back, hindsight, whatever they say about that. I want to ask you, what cultural artifacts, songs, music, memes, whatever, of the last 2 years are most memorable to you? And I would like to nominate the 6-part rap anthology featuring Grammy-winning rapper and hip-hop public health advisor board member Daryl DMC McDonald's of Run DMC, who deconstructs cowpoke literacy into various topics that are presented in a series of 5 60-second animated videos. Have you all seen video 1, video 2, video 3, video 4, video 5, video 6, video 7, video 8, which is all about the booster?
No.
That's video 8.
Oh God.
Didn't you just say 6?
Community
Is it 6
immunity.
and then counted it?
DMC is promoting this.
These are rap videos that are animated. If you haven't seen these, they are absolutely hilarious.
This sounds scary.
I really don't keep up with pop music very
Yep.
much anymore.
I still listen
You've
to the
got-
same Floyd albums over and over.
You've got hip hop.
Yeah, exactly. I listen to John
Don't fix
Frusciante,
what's
and
not
when I'm
broken.
not listening to that, I listen to Elliott
Dr.
Smith.
Monique,
Bingo.
Dr. Moflo, Hedman, Maxi. They got the behind the music thing. This is hhph.org. It's the Hip Hop Public Health Group, and they have this art project with science and art and questions and FAQs, and they're reaching out to a very specific audience to let them know about the offer of free Krispy Kreme donuts that are made available to them.
I avoided so much of that garbage. I just could not listen to any of it. It was hard enough to rephrase all my emails to avoid using specific terms. I'm like, I am not saying these things. I cannot say this. I cannot follow the script. I'm sorry.
Pronouns in there because that's important.
Yeah, no. I have a younger sister who she's the best, and on her profile, it's like, how do you want to be referred to? And she just said, don't refer to me. Just don't. Like, that's don't. If it's going to confuse you, just don't worry about it.
The super lefties are just out of control. Like, the world's burning down around us, and they're worried about what pronouns and what are you identifying as today? I don't give a fuck what you identify as. You can go be a lamppost all you like. I'm going to worry about like the real world here.
Yeah, and like, there are, your food supply is burning. Is that a thing for you? Do you care about that?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
now
that's
I'm
important.
offended.
Right? Don't even bring it up. Yeah, no, I can't handle any of that. I just shut a lot of that stuff out and focused on
how are
things that
special
kept me
snowflakes
grounded.
going to exist with global warming melting all the polar ice caps? We won't have any special snowflakes.
Because you use the wrong pronouns.
Yeah.
You are inconsiderate. You're an istinophobe.
Yeah. The icebreakers at public gatherings. What are we even allowed to talk about? It's like,
Well, I don't hold back from anybody, which is probably why I don't get along in normie society very well anymore.
I'm not even sure what they talk about.
I couldn't even
Right?
imagine being in a corporate job in 2022. I left 4 years ago now. Thank God that the Crow Show got big enough to actually pay my bills. And it was a gamble, but I was like, I don't want to do this shit anymore. Like, fuck these people. They're crazy lunatics.
It was
And I
hard
never
to be
really shut my mouth
around.
anyway. So
Yeah.
I remember my boss, who did like me, say to me on more than one occasion, Jason, you are an HR nightmare. Good.
Speaking of HR nightmares,
I think I said to him why, because I'm honest.
Hey, is this an HR nightmare by name of Project Janie?
Janie.
Hi.
Jane's here.
Howdy,
Greetings.
Janie.
Hi, you guys. How are you?
I think you're an HR nightmare, Project Janie. How do you feel about that?
I'm probably not. I'm probably not. I'm such
You
a
could
goody
if you wanted
goody.
to be. I mean, you could if you wanted to be.
I look punk rock on the outside, but I'm just a teacher's pet on the inside.
How was your fights tonight?
Shocking, surprising. It was a good night
Who
of fights.
fought?
The main event was Charles Oliveira, do Bronx versus Justin Gaethje.
Oh, who won that?
Charles Oliveira. Justin Gaethje almost knocked him out in the first round, and then Charles jumped on like a submission attempt that turned into 3 different submission attempts, and then almost put him to sleep. So that was pretty.
That
then
really kind of. That's kind of a disappointing ending, because I mean, now nobody has the title. Like that's like the worst ending. Now it's just a vacated title. That's kind of fucked up.
I
Are you
think
talking about sports ball, because I don't know much about sports ball.
I don't know anything about any sports balls, but I
Fighting.
saw on Facebook that I used to watch fighting a lot when I was younger. And
Fighting, gotcha. Okay, I wasn't sure what you were guys
Yeah.
referring to.
But I actually think tonight's so interesting because I think the corners, the team, how important the team is from the beginning to the end of the whole thing showed, I think, the whole night. Like Rose lost her belt because she had a shitty corner advice. She was better than the girl everywhere, but was super tentative into going forward because her corner kept telling her, you got it. You just won that last round. And it was just all too close to tell. Nothing happened. And then Charles, the reason I really believe that he lost his belt on the scale is because someone on his team didn't calibrate his weight cutting scale because he missed by exactly a pound. And so that's just that little shit of flying into the desert. Well, yeah, after his underwear were off, but he thought a pound exactly that he could weigh him with his underwear on. Like he walked up like, I have this
fell
thing.
out of his pants.
So anyways, I just think a team's really important. And you think like one fighter in the cage, it's all about that fighter and his skill set and everything going on. But there's so
it's
many
interesting
people.
you're mentioning these mixed martial arts fights thing. And isn't that what Rockfin began with? Hosting wrestling yeah, I mean, I think that's what Rockfin began with, broadcasting fights.
Yep, I was going to point that out. That's like a part of the sales pitch. I think a lot of people forget to throw in there is
right.
Your
So
$10 get you some wrestling classes too.
The Circus Maximus part of the bread and circus? If the bread is the Krispy Kreme donut and the Circus Maximus is the MMA fight, is that where we're at right now? Bread and circuses, modern day.
100%.
So you're saying Rockfin's part of the problem. Is that what you're saying, Alan Marcus?
Ha!
I think MMA is awesome.
I am entertained. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
I think there's more to it though, because one of the people that I've been following on Minds and on Telegram trains in MMA, and he's really big into his name's the Golden One. You can look him up. He's a bodybuilder, but one of his main points about doing all of that is being able to defend yourself in your home and really pushing people to be that kind of strong person in life. So maybe you aren't the greatest MMA fighter, but it's something that people can achieve. You know, it's anybody can really work out and bulk up and protect the people they love. He's like, if a fight breaks out, you can be the wall, you know, something like to that extent. So I think in that sense, it's not so much about entertainment, but about something you can actually do. It's not like, oh, I have to live vicariously through a team. It drives me crazy that people are still watching sports ball. Like, go play a game, go get a ball. They sell them, steal one. I don't care. Go play, you know? So I think that's a plus to promote something that is attainable and doable. And it is cool.
Well, here's something I've noticed is happening big time. The YouTube channels and like all these different services are blowing up because the mainstream entertainment is such shit now. All that social justice warrior, identity politics nonsense has infected pretty much everything at this point. Like there's no good stories coming out anymore. Like all the main, I call them the nerd channels. I watch these as kind of a litmus test. So like Star Trek, Doctor Who, Star Wars, like all these big properties, Marvel, DC, even like that, they're all infected with this crap. Most people don't want that nonsense. Most people aren't crazy lefty loonies that weigh 500 pounds and have blue hair and sit on Twitter being offended about everything. Most people are just like, whatever. They just want to go to a movie and enjoy it.
True.
So what's happening is YouTube channels and other kinds of things are blowing up like crazy because they're looking for like-minded people to at least hear about them bitching about how they feel about this stuff. It's like, look what they did to Star Trek. Look what they did to this. Look what they did to that. It's like, yeah, you're right. So those things are doing far better and getting more hits than programs and movies and things that cost literally millions of dollars to create. And then some schmuck sitting with a laptop in his kitchen is getting more views than Star Trek Discovery, which costs $10 million an episode or something like that. It's just insane.
One thing that I've noticed is that, and this even goes into your talk earlier about that hit me in the face. Your talk earlier about the changing of the cycles. There's been an odd shift that I've noticed where now they're pointing out where the feminine can be real crazy. But then when they're doing that, they're also making the masculine very cuck, including Will Smith, who flat out everybody goes on about his wife cucks him.
Well, what's interesting about that, Ben, is I keep hearing things like that the feminine is strong right now or whatever, but they tried it with Doctor Who, for instance. They cast a woman who was a mediocre actress at best, gave her the worst scripts, and it was all preachy nonsense, and they literally lost 75% of their fans and almost all of their merchandising. So tell me that's a success? No, and now they had to bring back the producer writer who brought Doctor Who back in 2005 and made it a worldwide success. God knows what they had to pay him, but to get him on board, they had to surrender creative control to this guy.
Nice.
So, and now he's a very proud gay man. So I don't know if he's kind of 2022-ish as well, where he's just going to kind of keep on keeping on with the way all this nonsense is going. But it at least showed me that they kept insisting that it was a bunch of ists and phobes and a small minority of people that don't want this. Oh, no. Doctor Who is a great example of absolute failure and rejection of all this social justice crap that people just don't want it. The people who support it are very small percentage. They're usually very, very left. And I'm not even into politics, but this is just the way the demographics seem to break down. And another funny thing about those kinds of people is they don't actually support the stuff that they're bitching about. They'll bitch about it and try and take away from you, but they won't buy the merchandise and they won't support the shows. Like they don't give a shit. They just want something to be offended about. It's insane. Like this mentality. It's like they don't have the hero's journey anymore. They have the victim's journey. And it's just ridiculous.
It's true. And nobody wants to watch a victim's journey. We all know what it feels like to be the
How does
victim.
the
And we're
average
trying
person
to
relate to that?
Yeah.
It's crap. It's just total crap. And it's happening over and over again. All the Star Trek properties suck. Star Wars is just a fucking disgrace. George Lucas gave them the scripts. This is what I want to do. This is what I was going to do with 7, 8, 9. Here you are. And they threw them in the trash bin and did their crap. That failed. They lost half the amount. Like the first one did really well. Then they lost half the amount of money and alienated half the fan base. And then the third one, they won't admit what really they made or didn't make because they did so many reshoots.
Welcome Mario to the weave.
What's that?
We're welcoming Mario to the weave. Mario.
Thank you. Hey guys, how's it
Mario.
going?
Yeah, Mario from Symbolic Studies, everybody.
So I have a question
appreciate
for
the welcome.
group. Mario, Jason, and Cheney. So as we watch the world burn around us and we trying to keep our own shit together, how woo do people get?
How woo do you do?
How woo do you do?
I'm very, very familiar with a lot of the woo, but because a lot of
Shirts,
people
please.
turned off, I just kind of keep a lot of it to myself unless I'm discussing it with a very specific person or audience that is interested specifically in that. I've had a lot of super crazy experiences in my life. So it's like, I know that there's a lot more to this.
This is the show to talk about synchronicities, strange happenings, weird and wild, unusual events in your life.
I've had a
the entire
lot.
theme of the show.
That's why I am the way I am.
In Synchronicity is our boy band name.
Say that once more.
In Synchronicity is our boy band name.
Nice. Mm-hmm.
I didn't know until tonight. Am I the
That you
lead
were in a
singer of
boy
In
band?
Synchronicity?
You are now.
I need signed posters ASAP.
That's like the
I'm the
band.
cute blonde.
That's like these Christians who cover popular songs but make it into a gospel message.
Yeah,
Right? Is that what
right.
that is?
Oh, we're gonna be a Christian rock.
I think
boy
the
band.
I think the
Super
name of
Bowl.
that group is
Hold on.
Plus two?
Come on, Mario, give
with
us
an
Blue
X on the
Steel.
end.
Gotta-
Who's
So,
this we? I'm
right,
not
we're-
in a Christian rock band.
Well, no, we're talking about apologetics being
We
a
would be the
cover band.
craziest Christian
They-
rock band.
They were like the Weird Al of gospel message, right? So Daniel Radcliffe, Harry Potter is now playing Weird Al in a Weird Al movie biopic thing.
Really?
Yes. So that's unusual. And that is that your timeline or just my timeline? Has anybody else seen the teaser trailer for that? I saw it.
That's on your
I shared it with you guys. Check
Saw
it
that
out.
it
Daniel
existed.
Radcliffe, Harry Potter actor, playing Weird Al Yankovic in a biopic.
I
At
can
least
see
they
the
didn't
fear
get
on
our-
Alan's face that it's only happening to him.
No,
Well, you know what you're talking
didn't-
about, Alan.
Harry
Now,
Potter
hold
with
on. I want to go
guns
backwards. Let's go backwards.
is
for a
real
second,
too,
'cause-
right? You guys have seen Harry Potter with guns. They re-edited Harry Potter movie
Yes.
to change all the wands to guns. Hilarious.
That was real.
Brilliant.
Yes, it's real.
So I guess my solution to the problem of media being terrible, people are re-editing it and recontextualizing it and improving upon it. That's one option. There are no other options. So
That's because everything else that comes out sucks. So they're just having fun with what they can.
Yeah, they have to.
The computers
exactly.
are so damn good. You can make some. I'm kind of impressed. Like, I don't know if any of you guys are old school Star Trek fans. There was a voice actor who self-funded a show called Star Trek Continues, where they rebuilt everything from the 60s Star Trek. And I mean, down to the lighting and like everything. They nailed
Yeah.
They nailed it. And the writing is so fucking good. I'm like, oh my God, this is like a contemporary project. Like,
that's
if I couldn't tell it was shot on digital, because I know filmmaking and stuff like that, you'd
I'm so glad you mentioned this.
What is it called again?
Star Trek Continues.
Ruffy
There's a voice
Nerdburger.
actor who does a lot of anime named Vic Mignogna, huge Star Trek fan.
Yeah.
He played Kirk, but he also contributed a lot to the writing, and he self-funded initially to do the first episode, and it blew up so much on YouTube that they started doing Kickstarters to make more episodes, and then they did a whole pile of them. And
This
they're
is great
so
news.
good.
We've
Nerdburger.
already kind of begun this process. Now we're taking the Brady Bunch and bringing it to a new audience by going through scripts from the Brady Bunch and then going through and doing our table reading of the Brady Bunch. So in our own
You
way,
love
we
it.
are bringing back the golden age of television to a new Zoomer audience. So remember, we're trying to reach the Zoomer audience with Weaving Spiders Welcome. We want to
Is that
dab
the current
on
one? Is that what they
them.
call the current ones? Like the real young ones?
Yeah, I think that's what
What
they
is
call
that? What
themselves.
these are called? I don't keep up with that language. So
Right.
They
So
call
we
them
are
tweets.
we're in a Zoom room now. So this is a Zoom meeting, and we're trying to meet Zoomers, not in a Chris Hansen sort of way, but in a sort of Big Brother, volunteer trying to,
why don't you sit down and tell me what you're
them.
doing?
We're trying to introduce them to the woo concepts, to the synchronicities, to the strange works of authors and ideas, and
Yeah, see, I
give
wanna-
them hope. Give them
let's-
hope.
Let's give Jason the chance to tell us what some of his strangest woo experiences are, since it sounded like that's not the usual platform. If this is suddenly the right place for you to tell us amazing woo stuff, then we can all sit quietly and listen. So
So what sort of wooey stuff do you find most interesting? I'll tell you one of my best ones.
We definitely want to know where all the placentas are going in the world.
We had somebody tell us in a hospital that they get held for, I forget how many days he said, and then they end up getting burned. So the people are interested in the law stuff, because I mean we've done a lot of shows on that, and I can definitely answer some questions about it.
I mean, what the thing that I premised was really more like, what's the weirdest shit that's affected your life that made you definitely doubt the materialist paradigm or just the regular world, and it still affects the way that you live your life every day? That was more where I was headed, you know.
Okay. No, I mean, I figured that's what you wanted to know, but then you said people kept asking about the placenta. The placenta thing is easy. It seems that it's more of a symbological thing that they create the paperwork around that, so that there's two entities. There's you, the person, and then the placenta. They're acting as the legal entity, and they're taking control of all that. There is truth to that whole that there's trust accounts and all that made. We've proven it. Like, those exist. But a lot of the stuff gets very Patriot mythology-ish. Like, I always call it goofy haircut people stuff. They start making crazy claims and shit like that. Like, you can't just waltz around accessing that stuff. Some people have started to figure out with very specific paperwork how to access some of that. But hopefully that kind of gives you a general answer from some of what we've uncovered. As far as the other question, though, I have seen definitive proof. And of course, I can't prove any of these things, which is why I usually don't talk about them. I could tell you the craziest story and I could be making it up. But I personally have witnessed things that have convinced me that there's a spiritual side of things. And then there's I can't call it alien, but I've witnessed technology beyond the normal mainstream side of things. Having witnessed both sides of that stuff, and when I was young, like I was a teenager or younger when I had the majority of these experiences. Not all of them. I did have some later on, but it's why I'm so objective about things. If I don't have proof of something, then the rest is just speculation or circumstantial evidence. And it's helped me have the frame of mind now that I'm like middle-aged. It's like I have all these experiences behind me now where it's like, okay, you know that stuff beyond the norm is a reality. You've seen it. So you have to approach everything with an open mind and then look for what evidence can back up a particular claim or story, whatever it happens to be.
Right. So what was the technology?
So,
to whatever degree you can tell us. I don't know.
I'll tell you. And again, I know a lot of people are very hung up on certain concepts like flat earth versus round earth, all that stuff. I don't get into those arguments. I can only tell you what I personally witnessed. So I had two major, for lack of a better term, UFO experiences. The first one was very simple when I was around 8 or 9. I was in our backyard at night where I grew up at my mom's house. And this great big, beautiful chandelier, multicolored looking craft thingy just kind of slowly tumbled overhead, almost slowed down, but not quite, slowed down to a hover over me. And my mom was watching me from the upstairs window, and I pointed, I was like, look, look, look. And she looked at it, and this is so typical of my mother and normie mentality. She looked at it, looked at me, and she's like, oh, that's nothing. And whatever the youth equivalent of bullshit that's right there went through my mind, and then the thing just kind of tumbled away. So that was like major UFO experience. I had an even more significant.
Have you seen the new Westworld series?
I've only ever seen the first episode.
Right. Anytime, like in the first season, anytime that something happens that they aren't supposed to recognize, like something from the real world gets in front of them, they look at it and they go, it doesn't look like anything to me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a big plot point, is that they show them things that should reveal to them that they're robots, and they give that same response that your mom had, like, oh, what are you talking about? There's nothing there. That's nothing, you know.
The robots can't see what would hurt them. That's the
right.
whole
That makes sense.
part of their programming.
Right, because it's not in their programming, so it can't compute. So it's rejected. Which, you know, I think that mentality has been really reflected in the past couple of years. Like most normies, here's the thing about what I just generally call normies. Most people are not bad people. This is what I've come up with to justify this stuff, even though it's not a good justification. Most people are not bad people. Most people aren't super good people. They're just they're decent people. Most people won't let someone lie in a ditch or anything like that, but they also won't go super out of their way. And there's been psychological tests done on this where I saw one actually the other day. Someone was showing some videos where a little kid was walking down the street and someone came up, grabbed the kid and ran into the alley, like super suspicious looking. And the two people who happened to be walking by at the time looked and then just kept right on going. I mean, that blatantly looked like that kid got kidnapped. Now, this was a setup on camera. So there's the mentality we're dealing with right now. I think if that had happened in the 50s, it would have been a different situation where people would be more willing to stand up for what
storm down the alley, scream help,
like,
hey,
that was not cool, like something's not right there, that kind of thing. So I think all the social engineering
That's not true, because that's why ladies have to yell fire in a subway instead of rape. It's like, it's from a long time that eventually that became a thing. I don't think I think the idea that we were braver once is just in movies.
Oh, really? Do you think that it really just people were always just kind of shitty?
Yeah, I do. I think they've always been brainwashed. I think they used to be brainwashed by 3 channels and now they're brainwashed by 300. But there's no difference.
That's true. But when you're talking like World War II generation and before, I've studied so much with social engineering and how people changed over the decades. And they seem to have had specific plans for the decades. I mean, I could talk for hours on this stuff. We've done so much research on it. People like post World War II, they got very complacent, and then the technology started coming in, and then you saw the 60s where they really did they fucked everything up. Like they divided the family, they drugged everybody out, and then everything just crashed and burned from there. But World War II and before, you kind of see a different kind of person. Like the people who went and fought that war from the Western side, they wanted to go. Like a lot of that wasn't like tons of draftees. There were some, but a lot of those were men like, no, this is the right thing to do. I want to go over there and do that.
Because of brainwashing, because of propaganda on them. They would go to the movies and they were like, look at Pearl Harbor. Look at this horrible thing that happened. And none of even that was real. It was just another pharmaceutical war. They were sold like, like you were a man if you served. You had to do it. It was part of your
right. But they personally chose to do it. I understand the propaganda aspect of it. As a matter of fact,
Pearl Harbor is a Michael Bay production from 2003.
We did a program on that about 2 years ago where we showed that there's 5 major Hollywood directors at the time who contributed massively to propaganda films at the time. So yeah, Hollywood has been manipulating us for decades. I was talking more about the mentality of the people is different than it is now. But excuse me 1 second. I'll be right back. I have to grab something.
Right. And I'm noticing now that Pearl Harbor, the movie was released May 21st, 2001. How many months later did they have the next Pearl Harbor in New York City?
I know, like 3 or 4.
Mm-hmm. So thankfully, the Golden Raspberry Award stepped up and awarded this film by Michael Bay 6 Golden Raspberry Award nominations, including Worst Picture. So
I think it says how much more brainwashed they were that people didn't sign up to go to Vietnam. They had to draft. I think that's when the brainwashing was maybe first kind of breaking. And that's why they had to come in with that heavy hippie movement, take out every single one of the heroes, then come in with Charles Manson afterward, then come in. It was like, that is like a played up thing, because it was almost like somewhere love was a pumping. Somewhere there was a little bit of a heart that was coming up through this like faux age of Aquarius that was about to grab hold, and they could not have that happen. And so then it became the brown acid and the LSD, and then they MK Ultra a whole generation, and away you get a whole, and they were all about to commune then. Everything you hear right now, everything you hear people talk about, let's move out to the middle with like-minded people and have a commune and vegetables, and this will all be dreamy. This is the late 60s. This is exactly, we've done this before. Like we've done this whole regurgitation. I think the propaganda is always there. They've just gotten better. We've started to pick our own propaganda now. They used to just believe if it was printed in ink, that was real. If it was on the news, that was real. If Charlie Chaplin made a movie about it, that was real. You know, it didn't really matter. And so now people are the exact same way. If Anderson Cooper talks about it, it's real. You know, if it's on any news channel, real.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. And the topic that rises in my mind is, how do people choose their affinities towards certain thoughts, ideas, and belief systems, does the belief system find the person and say, hey, love me? What is going on there in the etheric realm? What is going on in the subconscious? How does that story that someone falls in love with and then becomes identified with, how do they get involved with that? What do you think about that?
I think it would be a breaking. Like if I were to take my personal way of like a way they could get me in a cult, they would have to get my parents both out of the house. And then they would have to put me in front of a box where they had a regurgitation of what they wanted me to learn. And not just on the box, but when I went to school, the school would have to regurgitate that to me too. And neither of my parents would have any time to correct those things or to look into whether or not they were good things I should be learning. And now we're here. And I think, oh, I'm going to vote for one of these two presidents. And I don't even know who my mayor is. And I don't even know. Keep taking my taxes. Yay, Obamacare. Like whatever little weird fucking tropes are at the top of the thing now.
You watch the Harry Potter movies and you're like, oh, I can decide which Harry Potter house the sorting hat's going to choose for me.
I'm like, oh my God, Kardashians at the Met. Like, just, we're all in this, like, the whole entire world is like Amber Heard, Johnny Depp, but I'm better than that. But everybody's
right
talking about it, but how they're better than it. It's funny to me that we think ever in history that any newspaper, any play, any TV was ever put there to inform us. It was always put there to propagate us. A king doesn't like, let me put in a bunch of money and actors to come out here and just entertain my serfs. That's never been what's happening ever, ever, ever. So I think in the bread and circus, it's so funny to talk about like sports ball, but Hollywood's so much worse. And in sports ball in general, the sports ball we know, the NFLs and the NBAs and these head big things, they only promote college organizations, which is just a pyramided thing the whole way down. Where if you take something like MMA fighting, that supports an infinite amount of gyms, an infinite amount of fighters, an infinite amount of people all across the country, all across countries. And then if you look into any of these gyms, the dynamics and the demographics of people that are inside are like a melting pot, like you would be able to say in the 80s, like, how beautiful is this melting pot, before it was cultural appropriation, you know? So I just think we're in a weird thing where everyone always forgets. So to say like the idea of like World War II not being brainwashed, yet the whole entire Nazi regime happened under that, which is the most amount of brainwashing if we always take the like studies of what people do. So it's like, I think America and the Nazis were both being run by the same people, just running different propaganda on both sides to puppeteer a Federal Reserve war so they could keep getting pharmaceuticals and money. But
Predominantly, but there was things that went on the Axis side where it kind of got out of control, which is why they had to poke the bear of America and get it going. I know somebody, I don't think you were on yet when I was talking about the Count, but his grandfather was a diplomat and he actually was around some of these things. So he has firsthand account of things that were going on. And I blatantly asked him, I was like, so what really happened, for instance, in Nazi Germany? Like, why did they have to mobilize against Hitler? Like, why did he do that? And he said, well, he took it too far and they got out of control. So they mobilized the other side against him. But of course, the bankers always profit. That's just what they do.
Yeah.
I think on the belief side of things, I think what they do is gaslight everyone from they give people the truth early. They allow you to have some truth very early on. I remember being in high school and it didn't take much to get me into the Tao. It really didn't, because it resonates. There's truth, you know? So when you introduce people to the truth very early, then you can kind of guide their steps. Oh, you like this? Here's a new book on that. Here's a very new age book on that. It's very easy for people to want to follow their intuition and to follow the love and to follow the light and all of that, you know, woo stuff, because there's truth in there. So I think to an extent, it's very early gaslighting, because there's so much of that is right and is true. And we talk about this stuff on multiple shows, you know, the biofield and, you know, electric body type of universe stuff. But if they get enough people into it at an early age, those people become complacent, or they get so into New Age that they're not acting. You know, they want to do the commune. And I mean, some of that stuff just does not work.
They do it big time with a lot of dedicated Christians with the
yes.
Oh, well, Jesus is just going to come back and everything's going to be okay. So they don't act.
Yeah.
That's a big propaganda.
That's a huge one. That's a huge one. And I have to listen to that.
Not to put anyone down if you're a Christian. I'm not saying that the ideals are bad, but there's some serious nonsense that's.
Oh, it's literally against what Jesus says. Yeah. He says that the kingdom of heaven is within you, and that it's appearing before everyone at all times, but they fail to see it. And so to sit and wait for heaven and to resign yourself to taking no action is the opposite of the message itself. So it's definitely propaganda, you know.
We do talk about that a lot. On top of that, like that Scotty's going to beam everybody up to the Enterprise when all that shit starts going on. It's like that's in the Bible, by the way.
Oh yeah, you get into pre-trib, post-trib,
and all that stuff. It's the Christian worship music. There were beautiful hymns written that were sung in community, and it was healing, and there was beautiful music. And now you go to church and everyone's singing the same 5 Hillsong songs, and it's like a rock concert.
They're paying royalties to them, by the way.
And they're all churches. Like, I am so weak. I am nothing without you.
You might as well say a Hail Mary, because
the slowest, most anemic songs, and you get these men wearing their khaki pants, and they got their floral patterns on, and they're just, I'm so glad Jesus allows me to wear my pink hat to church today, and I'm just.
Yes.
So jazzed to be here.
When I saw pastors in skinny jeans and fucking mullet haircuts, I'm like, that's it. I'm out. This is done.
Over. Yeah,
it's over. It's over.
Before I left Guitar Center. Oh my
Guitar Center. Oh my God. Yes.
Well, I was a manager for a while, and then they wanted to expand their business to business side. It's called GC Pro, like professional. And I was the only person that knew their ass from a hole in the ground. So they created a position for me, promoted me into it. And I would go to churches and schools and things like that. And that's exactly what you were just saying, like all the pastors and preachers.
Oh, what a nightmare job. Sales reps to the,
That's
dude.
terrible.
And I just thought it was hysterical.
Yeah, I don't know that people know that all the big churches, all of your churches that are playing all that contemporary Christian music, they have to pay royalties to Sparrow and Sony.
They have licensing agreements.
They have licensing agreements. If
That's
they
been
do a
since
musical,
the early 90s
they have to
as well.
pay for that.
Yep.
Your tithes is paying.
I have memories.
Some executive.
I have memories. I was the guy in church who had the slides, the clear, transparent slides, and you put it up with the projector, and on the bottom it would say copyright, the name of the copyright holder, and it would give all credit to the song, the lyric, the music to the person, and it would be on there. And then I had the slide, I take it off because we sang the chorus. Now here's the verse, and I put the chorus back on. This is before everyone had computers to put the karaoke song, sing-along thing on the screen with the cool effects. Yep.
Well, a lot of the churches I saw, if they were Protestant, a lot of them were actually kind of almost like putting on little rock concerts at this point.
Yes.
Oh, it is a show for sure, dude. I've done them with pyrotechnics. It is a show.
That I did not see. Light shows, yes.
Machines.
Yes.
I've never seen pyrotechnics in church. I'm feeling left out here.
Dude, yeah. We did a whole show with Elijah and
I was just trying to sell
from heaven and shit. It was awesome.
Laser light shows, like smoke, everything to draw teenagers and Zoomers in to a youth group, church meeting thing. Yeah. And the other point I want to make is where we discuss the pacification of the church, the American church. But then there's also the pushback, which is equally ridiculous when you get the motorcycle church or the cowboy church, which is even more of a joke.
Oh, yes.
Because now you get all these people are like,
you guys got a cowboy church?
People ride horses to church.
Do you read Cowboy Havamal?
Yeah. I got that copy. We can read out of that soon.
The Cowboy Havamal?
I do. Oh my gosh, it's classic. I do want to bring up that, aside from even the church, I was incredibly disappointed that the local Buddhist temple was only holding services if you could wear a mask.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay, cool. So the Buddhists are on board with this. They're lighting themselves on fire for the environment, but your own personal air, your prana, excuse me, what is your belief system even about?
Right.
Yeah.
No,
And
just
you're
about every church or whatever, they all did it.
They all did it.
The Dalai Lama's
Very few
CIA.
exceptions. Some
yeah.
did stand up, but it's very much a minority. And that goes against the belief systems of most of these people. And went right along with it. When people were really asking about like what's going on with Russia and all that, I was like, I'll tell you one thing about Russia I know for sure. If they're so anti-New World Order, why did they go along with the COVID bullshit? They did. And that we all know it's poppycock. So there's your answer, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Which
I
raises
think it's
another
not
question
isolated
I have.
to, certain things.
And maybe Fortune Day Saint Germain covered this in a Q&A or not, I don't know. Jason, what do you think, if anything at all, are we moving towards a new religion? Is it a UFO space brotherhood thing? Is it a one world government religion? Is it the old religion? Is the new religion? Do you have any research or thoughts or guests who are providing an answer to that question?
Exactly what they're going for. It's not out, it's in. They want you in a metaverse. They want you in this. This is what Fortune has said to me over and over again, but I had already done independent research and found the same thing. They want to set it up where everything is digital currency. Everything is a single, and you've probably all heard bits and pieces of this from lots of different places. One passport, one currency, everything is linked to one digital thing, biometric, and to the point that they want you in these little cities, living in your little studio apartments. Your entire world is living in these bullshit VR nonsense. And if you try and do any or get uppity, they'll shut you off. And if you try and go anywhere, like literally digital perimeters, your card's turned off, nothing works. That is what's coming. And as I was saying to you guys earlier, Fortune says that they're so happy with how retarded everybody was that they're moving it up. It's no longer Agenda 2030, that now it's in the next 2 to 3 years at most. That's where I kind of disagree. It's like, I don't know if they could pull it off that quick. Now, I don't know what they've got in mind as their next phase. I mean, for all I know, they'll pull this again and we're just literally fucked. I don't know.
Is there a spiritual religious component to this plan to move people along with that? Is it going to be through, tarot cards again, astrology, Ouija, spiritualism? Is it that gateway document that the CIA supposedly leaked? Is it going to be this sort of astral travel thing, or is it going to be a very return to nuts and bolts?
No,
consciousness is all in your mind. It's a byproduct of your brain.
It's all the bullshit transhumanism stuff. The elites are going to be the transhumanists. They're going to be in control. They're going to be our superiors, our overlords, our masters. And that's only over the people that are still alive after this. Because he swears to me that there are going to be a lot fewer people on the earth in the next few years. And I don't necessarily disagree.
So, Jason, are you familiar with the Enneagram?
Boy, that sounds really familiar, but refresh my memory.
Yeah, you've probably heard of it in many years. It's described as a personality matrix consisting of numbers 1 through 9. And you've probably also seen vortex math laid out on a circle, the numbers 1 through 9, and how 9, 6, and 3 are connected by a triangle. The remaining numbers are woven together in a very intricate web. Is this ringing a bell at all?
Sort of, but
okay.
Oh yeah, but go ahead.
I've heard a very convincing theory about the social credit system as it has already been put into place to a large degree, and it really gives really neat context to this theory of what may have already been done and may be coming in the future. But essentially, the theory is Enneagram enthusiasts assert that up to 50% of the global population falls into a single category on the Enneagram. And that is that they are predominantly 6s, and 6s are described as loyalists. That is their strength, is loyalty. Their shadow side of their personality is fear. And now if you look at how statistically this makes so much sense to me, in the context of what we just went through and what we're probably being steered towards. But if 50% of the global population has one personality trait, then that distributes the other 50% amongst the 8 remaining stations in the Enneagram. And so it makes it impossible for a majority to resist that one ring to rule them all, so to say, system of control. So I think the Enneagram, I have asserted before that it is already part of your social credit score.
I could tell you more about that I've uncovered too. And some from Fortune, some on my own independent research.
Yeah.
You know how all these companies are going quote unquote woke. They're all pushing all this social identity bullshit. There are these things called ESG scores, and this is another scam that they've implemented. Is this familiar to anybody? I think it stands for environmental social governance, but I might be getting the words wrong. So all of these companies, they're pitching it to the people who invest in companies. They're trying to go from stockholders to stakeholders. It's like they're trying to shift things away from the capitalist, old school capitalist way of doing things. But these ESG scores, if they're trying to get people on board with this and they're succeeding, if a company has a low ESG score, they might not get that huge loan that they want to do whatever their next project is or whatever. So if your ESG score comes up as whatever, like, oh, it's good, we'll tell people that they should invest in you, or we'll give you the loan, or whatever it happens to be. That's part of what they're tying in. And then you're going to have your own personal ESG score. I don't know if they're going to call it that, but it's going to be the same kind of thing. So if you're being a naughty boy, well, you're not going to get anything, are you? That's all.
It's hilarious. It's just a rewrite of the good old boys club. It's just a rewrite of the good old boys club.
Yeah, but what's ironic about it, Ben, is that the ESG scores are nonsense. You could have 3 different companies. Like the example I heard on an explanation was Tesla, the electric Musk's company, had 3 different scores from 3 different companies because they don't use the same criteria. It's fucking poppycock. Like, it's literally just bullshit. But there's still people on this.
Environmental, social, and governance.
There you go. Yep.
Sounds like communitarianism, man. That's the thing I studied on and off for years. There was a woman named Nikki Rapana, stumbled into the research because of stuff happening in her local neighborhood in Seattle in the 90s. And it's a word they don't really use, but it's essentially the easiest way to describe it is like Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, but it's a lot deeper on a philosophical level. It's really like the synthesis of the worst parts of capitalism and the worst parts of communism made into one thing. And so what you're describing suits it perfectly because it doesn't have to make any sense. It doesn't have to have any linear, logical coherence. They just push their new shit. They say it's going to work. It doesn't matter if 2 say yes and 1 says no. As long as they've got the green light, then they go with it, and we're all stuck with it. And if we disagree, then they turn off our credit, function on our smartphone, and they limit our train distance we can travel. And you just have to go. If you're lucky, you're still heating your apartment. You can go huddle by the heater until you build your score back up.
Yes, you're nailing it. This is what it is. Except what they're aiming towards is a complete unification, so that it's like this is everything. It's everything of your paper existence, your digital existence is going to be here. It's going to be your passport. It's going to
the
be
black placenta.
Yeah. And here's the thing: how many people are now addicted to this thing? Tell me that this was not a plan right from the get-go.
Oh, it was, yeah.
So what I've been told over and over again from multiple platforms is that once the currency goes full digital, we're fucked. Like, we have to oppose that cannot be allowed to occur. And it is occurring. There's only like, I forget the percentage. I think it's only like 10% of the actual physical currency exists as physical currency. Like, the rest is just numbers in the computer, which they're always fudging anyway.
And all that is imaginary too, though. Even the value of the golden paper.
Yeah, of course it is, because nothing backs it anymore except they say so. And the only thing that really kept the dollar going all these years, and that's starting to go away, which is scary, was the petrodollar. That deal that was negotiated in the early 70s with Kissinger and the Saudi Arabians. Most countries, if they wanted to buy Middle Eastern oil, they had to convert their currency into dollars, which kept the dollar strong enough once the gold standard was removed. So even that has now been slowly being eroded away. So they are eroding away this country. What I can't figure out is how soon are they going to completely pull out the rug? Because I have a hard time believing, and maybe I'm just being naive, but I personally have a hard time believing that all these high-ranking military people in the American military are complete traitors, that they're just like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about America. They're just, I'll sell it out. I have trouble believing that. And I might be wrong. I'm always open to being wrong. It just doesn't feel right to me. They might not be the best people, but I also don't think that they're that ready to completely sell out everything that they put 50, 60, 70 years of their life into. You know what I mean?
I
I'm with
think
you
one
on
of
that.
the walks of cryptocurrency that they tried to do is the Andrew Yang psyop. He was like the first one to come in and be like, "We need a income, where everybody gets $1,200 a month,
the
and this
universal
will be
basic
the
income.
thing."
That's part of
This
it.
is
Yep.
like the first start. And then when the lockdowns happened, those were all supposed to happen right per the star clock. Nothing was out of the order for Agenda 21, and so when that was supposed to happen and we were supposed to get that first stimulus, that was only supposed to come to us on a card, which was going to be an American crypto dollar. It was going to be like an Amero. But DJT was like, nah, I'll sign the checks. They made it all about his ego. They were like, he just wants to put his signature on the checks. But really, what it did at the exact same time was make sure that we all got real, quote unquote, real cash as opposed to the crypto. We were all just supposed to get a card. And then they were going to keep reloading that card as long as we were in lockdown. They were just going to keep reloading it and everyone was going to get in quicker. At the exact same time, they were like, coin shortage, coin shortage. Coin shortage. Think of everything that any of your granddads did. They collected coins and they collected stamps. Look at the two things they tried to take first with all this, the post office and the coins. For some reason, those two things matter to keep whatever the idea of a free country is. You have to be able to handwrite your letter that no one can get into. And then you also have to be able to have your own fucking currency.
That whole coin shortage thing was laughable to me. I was like, how is this? How is this any different today than it was a year ago or 5 years ago, 10 years ago? Like they have a like an algorithm they use where stuff is circulated for X amount of time and then it's pulled out especially with paper money because it gets destroyed, right? How the hell is that any different now just because quote unquote
The
COVID
metals have gotten weaker. They used to be pure metals in it. You used to have a nickel, a silver in your nickel.
Oh, yeah, years
like,
ago.
And so as they pull it out, they never had to update our coins. They never had to clean our dollars. They just had to get out any of the purity. So even if you look at the dollar that's printed right now, I bet it's some kind of weird plastic. It's not printed on hemp paper. It's not printed on cotton. It's printed on some kind of weird plastic microfiber with
there is plastic
computer things in it. So it's like even the alchemy of our money has changed so much energetically from what the gold silver standard ever was. If you just were gonna come and ironsmith for me or something 1,000 years ago.
I'm super into the alchonomics as a neologism. Thank you, Tracy Twyman.
Yes.
After reading Money Grows on the Tree of Knowledge, some of the interesting things that pop out from that book that I'm thinking about now have to do with how she was laying out the case that the whole infinite growth debt paradigm of the fractional reserve fiat system that we are apparently exiting right now required a couple of things. You had to initiate the 40-hour work week to really solidify this whole time is money thing and bring about as many government programs to spend exorbitant amounts of the money that was being created out of thin air constantly to combat the inflation. So that was part of the whole endless war model as well, and why, one missile is $1 bazillion. And knowing this, it makes it make more sense how there actually is a potential to move into the whole crypto universal basic income metaverse fictional reality, because you think about how things work now and you're like, well, wouldn't everything just come to a grinding halt if literally nobody worked anymore and they all just lived in Facebook? But with a whole different system that doesn't work on this fiat fractional reserve thing, you wouldn't have to have the same type of forced economic market velocity, if you will, because it will be going so full digital. It won't matter if human beings aren't going out to the shopping malls and buying all the junk. The microtransactions and constant trades of the blockchain itself will keep the flow alive, while our time and life force is siphoned out even more rapidly in this alchemical transfusion of our imagination and our youth into actual physical gold for the masters.
Well, if you listen to the snapping turtle Klaus Schwab, they're telling you what they're planning. And the guy's ridiculous. He blatantly says, you're not going to own anything. And let's also not forget that there's going to be a lot fewer people because they're going to be upping dead, unfortunately. And then...
so what happens to Antique Roadshow? Are people's stuff just going to be like, it's up for grabs? What do you want?
It's going to be a robot that tells you
It'll all
it's
be
not
sold
worth
on
anything.
Facebook
That's
Marketplace.
yeah.
The thing that I know about that whole situation that I noticed was that coin shortage. When that was being portrayed across the country, I was also traveling quite a bit that year during across the country. Literally traveled all the way to New York and Philadelphia.
Right.
And
This
all the
thing
way
was
back to
ridiculous.
California. So the coin shortage only really ever happened on the very West Coast, and I mean very coast, where the
In-N-Out
Hollywood
burgers.
type things are set up. As soon as you got away from the extreme coast, even over to Reading, there was no coin shortage in Reading. You didn't see no signs up in the windows saying, talking about needing coins and anything like that. But that was flooded down the Hollywood area. So it appears like basically all they have to do at this point is just make the general area, like around the Bay and Hollywood, experience something, and then put that on the news.
Right.
And the rest of the country just regurgitates it, including
Right.
regurgitating the clip that they recorded. And that's it.
The
That's
Federal
it.
Reserve did create a task force to address the coin shortage during the pandemic on June 30th
Yeah.
of 2020.
I was collecting coins at this point, and I went to my bank and I was asking for rolls of $50, and they
Right.
said they didn't have any, and the U.S. bank was telling them not to order new sets of coins, so they wouldn't
Want
get.
to really mess with them, try and take out $20,000 in cash and watch what they do.
Well, the other reason too
task
is
force.
Coins and dollars were dirty. Remember, no one wanted to touch anything. This
That's
was
true.
the other big sell of it,
COVID
is
duties.
that everyone was so scared of germs.
So is it
I was
hoarding
looking
them
into
a
this
little
pretty deep in
weird?
2020 here.
Give us all your
I found that this task force by the Federal Reserve has representatives from Coinstar, Walmart Incorporated, and the Food Marketing Institute. So you have people being encouraged to bring their coins to Walmart and dropping them into Coinstar terminals to get Walmart gift cards in exchange for their loose change. So they were collecting all those old copper pennies. They were bringing them in. And then you have these signs, like you guys were saying, on the East Coast, West Coast, around Hollywood area, the influential areas where the news broadcasting, CNN, Ted Turner out of Atlanta, Georgia, in the Midwest and Minnesota, I didn't really see much of this stuff going. The only stuff I saw was the hashtag #GetCoinMoving on Twitter, and nobody was using it. Nobody was talking about this. And I was trying to find all the information, and it was New Jersey businesses and California businesses, East Coast, West Coast. Middle America did not care. But here's the problem. So in the grocery stores where they were asking you to pay with exact change, they were saying, if you didn't have exact change, would you please round up to the nearest dollar?
Yeah, I remember hearing that.
And then we're going to take your extra cash from you and donate to a charity, maybe, or just keep it. So if you don't have exact change, well, you're losing a percentage of your coinage here. You're not getting any pennies back. No lucky pennies for you.
Hitting you with inflation before the inflation started going bonkers.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
So
And coins make bullets. I
I
always
was
remind
thinking about this
patrons
idea that Wayne McCrory Jr. put forward about the ages, to go back to that topic, because I've been lurking in the weave the whole time. Heard you guys talking about the age. And anyway, Wayne's idea is that the masters are attempting to do a type of like skip over of the age of Aquarius and put us straight into Capricorn.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
there's some interesting points about that. I just talked to Wayne earlier this week, but it seems like on the economic level, it's very Aquarius in the, the shadow Aquarius expression to go ether with all of the currency like this.
Well, they are pushing really, really hard, as you can tell. Like they're trying to push an agenda so hard now. They're trying to convince people of stuff, and they've got the means to convince people in mass. Have you ever heard how like the actual news works? Like how now that we're in this digital age, like how they get these stories out to everybody like that? Because it's written from the top down, so they just send it out. There's these organizations called PR Newswire, it's one of the biggest ones. Business Newswire is another one. So they make up these video packages, they send them out. This is why everything's so uniform anymore. So if they want a concept in, like, let's say the coin shortage, they just make it up, whatever it is, and whether there's validity to it or not, it doesn't matter. They just, okay, this is the narrative we're going to push. It goes out to all the stations, especially down the local level. So grandma's watching the local news, which has whatever accent she's from, so it relates to her, and she thinks it's the local news giving her the truth, giving her the facts, and really it's stuff that was loaded on a teleprompter from wherever.
This was my television journalism class in a nutshell. We had 45 minutes to write news stories. How do we write news stories? We logged into a computer terminal to view the available press releases and the news wire from AP, Associated Press, or others. And then we just have to take what they say and rewrite it.
Yep.
So no one's doing investigative journalism. No one's creating their own stories. No one's going out and getting man on the streets interview. They're just, I'm going to sit in front of a computer, which is a virtual reality, and then take their story and use what they've already given to me, and then rewrite it and put my name on it to say I wrote the story. I didn't write the story. I rewrote the script that was given to me. And at that point, I'm like, if I can't be April O'Neil in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and wear the coolest red latex bondage suit thing, whatever it is, so I can go into sewers and not get dirty, and then I don't want to be a journalist. I don't want to run around and have a camera on my shoulder. It isn't real. It's no fun.
No, you nailed it, because Crow, I think it was like in the early 2000s, tried to do the same thing, and that's what they were telling him to do even back then, like 20 years ago. And he's like, this isn't journalism. They're like, this is what you do. And he's like, not for me.
So I'm just noticing this pattern here with everything, with the halting of physical movement. And I'm thinking of Mercury being the messenger of the gods and traveling and all that kind of stuff, right? Stamps, you put that on an envelope to send it from, whatever location to whatever location. Coins are intended to travel. Cash is intended to travel. They tell us that COVID is germ-based. These germs travel from person to person, right? Supposedly, or I don't believe that personally, but you know what I mean. And so we had to stop all of this stuff so that the travel of the germs don't go from person to person. And then we stopped going to actually like physical locations for work. And so people stayed home and they're on Zoom and they're on Hangouts and they're doing all this stuff, right? And then it kind of reminds me of the Suez Canal sort of thing too, where that boat was just halted, right? And turned sideways or whatever in the canal. So to me, I just am thinking about all this stuff, and it's just all of this movement just coming to a halt, and it's all being redirected online, digitally, obviously. So
They were getting people used to the concept, and some people didn't want to go back. That's
all.
For sure. Part of the whole digital plan that I was talking about earlier. This is what it is. You're going to stay home and do stuff. You're going to do it on the computer online, and you're not going to go further than whatever their digital boundary they set for you is. It's really creepy shit that they're planning.
Yeah, I heard our main competition for this type of thing, Howard Stern, hasn't even seen his co-host in studio live for over 2 years.
Yeah, well, he's got a huge mental issue. Like
What Mario was saying about mercury and copper and coins and getting them moving, that's the hashtag they used on Twitter and social media. Hashtag get coin moving. They're encouraging people to go through their couch cushions their change jars, find all the loose change in your house and bring it into the Walmart store, put it into the Coinstar machine, and then get rid of your loose change. Who needs dirty money anymore? Who needs it? Go digital.
Yep.
Get
That's
rid of the germs on the money.
It's obvious how that's all part of the plan. It sounds like it didn't work very well, but not every piece of social engineering they put out there works as well as others. But they convinced everybody that hospitals were overflowing and all that kind of nonsense. And I myself went to several hospitals and proved that there was nothing going on, like literally nothing going on. There's nobody there. I know tons of people who also did this, did it even more serious than I did, actually infiltrated places and shot footage and all that. Did you guys see the film Terrain that I was part of? That one of the major hospitals, right at the beginning of the film, they have footage that they were really making a big deal of in the news of how it was overflowing and with the tents inside it. There was nobody there. It was one lady who was a security guard walking around with a mask on, and the people taking the video as two ladies, they just basically told her to fuck off because like she's like, oh, you're not supposed to be here.
Right.
Like, whatever. And nothing was going on. There was no overflowing. But on the news, they were telling everybody that everything was horrible and this great big thing was going on. No, it wasn't.
Yeah, people were encouraged to hang out around their hospital with their cell phone cameras pointed around and just show us your hospital.
I went to 3 when all this was really blowing up. I went to 2 local ones, and then I went over to New Orleans across the bridge to a major hospital there, and there was nothing going on. Now they had it set up like something was going on. They had like this great big it was like the lobby, but they had it walled off with plastic and all this other crazy shit.
Right.
And I made up a good story to at least get my foot in the door and talk to these people. And they had police hanging out outside, and then all the ambulance was lined up with some EMT workers, but nothing was going on. And I sat there for a good hour.
Jason, here's a question for you. During this period of 2020, maybe May, June, July, did anyone contact you and suggest that perhaps there was an asteroid or a meteor or something from out there on a collision course with Earth, and that's why they had trauma doctors prepared? That's why they had the 2 ships on the East Coast and the West Coast. That's why they were opening up sports arenas with beds for hospitals for trauma, as if there would be deep impact sort of situation.
No, the only thing you're even remotely reminding me of is I had a friend who was a police officer in New Orleans, and I asked him what they did with the homeless, but he just said that they put them up in hotels and things like that they had it covered for them for a little while. But that was the weirdest thing I heard at that time.
Sure.
I heard that too,
what?
and then saw so many homeless.
That
so
reminded me.
many.
I didn't. That's why I asked him. I texted him one night. I was like, hey, if you don't mind telling me, I obviously won't use your name, but like, where are all the homeless going? Because there aren't any. And I'd already heard other people talking about this. And he's like, yeah, don't repeat this. And then he told me anyway.
Yeah, they just moved them around. They just dispersed them from
Well, they did do
areas
that
that
too.
people
Yeah, they did move
didn't
them
want.
around. But he said that there were hotels for a little while. It wasn't very long because everybody started figuring he actually moved out of the New Orleans area because he said that the place he wanted to work in the French Quarter, which is amazing. That's like one of the coolest places ever. He said that they changed it so much that it was not the place he wanted to be, that he fought so hard to get into, and he just wanted to get out, and he moved back to where he was from in New Mexico because with all the stuff that came in, the way the mayor was treating everything, it was totalitarian. It was insane.
Jordy, what's on the tip of your tongue?
Oh, about 6
lot of
months
these
ago,
places-
during the whole COVID bullshit, like in I think it was in 2020 when it just started hitting big, somebody noticed there's a big FEMA camp that was built kind of overnight here in Tucson, like south. Can't remember where it is. It's over on the south side as you're going towards Nogales. On the west side of I-19, east side of I-19. Anyway, you're like a FEMA camp popped up overnight, and people were sharing it around in our circles.
What did it look like?
It looks like a FEMA camp. There's a bunch of chain link fence, lots of razor wire. It looks like a concentration camp. But what the rumor is that it was can't for illegals. That because there's always that whole. I mean, they were caging people up for like a
They
year.
hadn't been documented yet.
Had not been documented, and they were locked up in these kind of cage cities in El Paso, and they're doing it down here too in Nogales.
Yeah,
they it, man. It's fucking creepy, and they're like, it would be torture.
They built a homeless camp in my town just right as soon as it started happening.
Jim, where's your town?
I live in Walla Walla, Washington, and my workshop is across the street pretty much from the penitentiary, the state pen, and they were shipping homeless people in from all kinds of big cities.
That's what I was just going to talk about too. Same thing over here in California. There was busloads of homeless people coming in that in the last couple of years, and just like the streets are just flooded here right now. And that's actually where a lot of the fires that start out here that aren't for whatever other reasons.
So they're busing them up to the mountains. They're busing them up to the mountains
no,
where
when
you
I
are.
lived in Redding. No, not where I lived, in Redding. In the big city over there. There's like three city areas. It's like Redding, Sacramento, and one other one where they were really busing people too heavily.
So is this World War Z or the Walking Dead scenario? Is that what we're talking about with these people getting on
Seems like
buses?
it. Mental illness and
Well, once you add the methamphetamine, the answer is yes.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Oh yeah, these people aren't. They it's insane. They sit downtown here, and because they'll get off the bus up there, but then they gravitate over toward the coast. So because it's warmer and because all the tourists come by and give them stuff, and apparently methamphetamine is super cheap here. I guess I don't know what that compares to, but that's just the thing I've heard, that it's super cheap. And everybody down there, it's insane. Like they're walking around and they're walking around like leather jackets in the middle of the summer and like air punching and screaming at things all over the place and digging through all the trash downtown. And I mean, I understand, like, you know, I lived in Minneapolis, I lived in Denver. I understand that kind of thing. I've newer seen anything like this where you're in a parking lot filling with gas and there's 10 homeless people in the parking lot. You look across the street to the grocery store and there's 20 of them in the parking lot there.
Were they in line for the crack pipe vending machines that Biden was putting out there? I don't know if we get a fact check on that or not.
I wonder if that. I've always wondered if that.
Doing crack pipes.
I heard
I've always wondered if
doing it here.
Go ahead.
They're giving away tinfoil and crack pipes at the needle exchange. Is what
in Walla Walla?
Yeah.
Because Walla Walla's always been a weird.
Kits. They had like plastic bags, and one of the things in there was like the crack pipe. And this is like fairly recent, like just a couple of months ago. And there were some other things in there as well. I don't remember if they were calling it a wellness kit or what the hell they were calling it.
Yeah. A wellness kit,
man.
Stay well. Stay
They
up,
were
stay
calling
up,
it
cut it out.
harm reduction. We will reduce the harm by giving you clean drug paraphernalia.
So do you think that the people that sell the little crack pipes that come with plastic rosebud in them are pissed off because now their market share is getting sucked up by Biden and his government handout programs?
Well, again, I'm waiting for the fact checkers to chime in, and this is all
Indian
speculation
gas station
here.
owners are like, fuck Biden.
Because
Fuck
I
Biden.
myself have not seen anybody show me these crack pipe vending machines. I think maybe that's a euphemism for a human walking around handing out on street corners.
Yeah, I don't think there's
these
real vending.
little
I've never seen any real
kits.
vending machines either.
I've never heard of vending machines. It was programs that you could go and sign up for. And I saw the articles, like the mainstream articles, where they said they allocated $30 million to that. So it's
wow, that's
so
crazy.
that was the outrage. Taxpayers were upset that perhaps their money was going to harm reduction stuff. But if the government dips into their black budget, then it's not a problem.
And just say FYI for people listening, if you're not in tune to this lifestyle and these types of people, if you never had to been exposed to them like some of us have, if you stop and you're getting gas, and you go into the gas station, and there's Brillo pads for sale in little tiny pieces on the counter, you want to just get out of there. You're in the wrong neighborhood. You're gonna get robbed. So just get, even if you just got to go cut the pump off, just get on out of there because you're in the wrong gas station. If you've never seen Brillo for sale behind the counter in little chunks, that's what they stick in the crack pipe to absorb the crack into before they smoke it. So now you know.
I didn't know that. So well,
that's good. That's what I'm hoping. I'm afraid
what
for
other
people that don't
Looks
know.
like you got a lot of street smarts there.
Yeah, what other
with the
tips
cap
can we
and
get
your
from
shades.
SBLzer tonight to survive the zombie apocalypse? I think maybe when you're traveling, always have backups, gas cans filled up so that you
It's a
can
good idea
not
to
have to
actually,
stop
yeah.
at gas stations, especially if you go through Iowa, because all the gas stations close at 8 p.m. through Iowa. If you're trying to make a cross-country road trip or something,
Oh man, one of the
have extra
scariest gas
gasoline.
stations I ever saw was in Des Moines, Iowa, because I went in there and there was a black dude in there, and the whole gas station was enclosed in bulletproof glass, and he had to go. And there was like one of those things like at the bank where you push the gate open and you put
Yep.
your money and your stuff in there, and
Yep.
I couldn't believe it. I mean, I was raised in the Sacramento Valley, so I'd never seen anything like that. Like he had to live and work inside, or not live, but he had to work inside the gas station by himself, unmolested by any customers, and he'd go get your stuff and put it through the
Behind
little
bulletproof
drawer. That was
glass.
a trip. Yeah.
But get
I
there
think that's
before 8
getting more and
p.m.
more
because
common.
everyone goes to sleep early because they got to wake up early to milk the cows and water the
What'd you
corn
say,
plants.
Jason?
Those kinds of things, they're getting more and more common in big cities where it'd just be one person working at the Quickie Mart, but they're completely behind plexiglass and you have no interaction other than that tiny little window so that you can't.
Yeah.
You could threaten them all you
sad.
want with a gun, then hypothetically it doesn't matter. But I saw
Yeah,
that.
you got to come with a lot of force to get in that. And
Right. And by then the police would be there anyway, supposedly. So I don't know, man. That things I definitely noticed because I've traveled a lot. In the big cities, things are definitely worse than in smaller towns. And even with the propaganda, it worked that way. Like I barely went to New Orleans. I live in a town called Covington. It's on the North Shore of New Orleans. So if you know this area at all, there's Lake Pontchartrain. New Orleans is below the lake. And then there's the longest bridge in the United States that's 24 miles long. And I live up at the top of that. And there's a couple little towns up there. Here, the COVID nonsense kind of people were into it, but it fell away way quicker. But if you went over to New Orleans, it was totally the cult of COVID. Like people were just absolutely obsessed with it. And I don't know what it is about major cities. And I saw that in other major cities too. And I'd been around. There's just something about the mentality differences between a smaller town and then a major city. It just, the propaganda seems to hit harder. And maybe that's just because they're bombarded more. I don't even know what the answer to that would be.
I think it's like the locust thing where you have enough people in one spot and the energy fields are overlapping and it goes into swarm mentality.
I'm with you on
I have
that
this
one.
theory just because I go to a lot of music festivals and I don't know what the magic number is, but it's like just throwing out numbers here, but 4,999 people at the festival. Everyone's fine. They watch out for each other, take care of each other. Awesome. 5,000 people, somebody dies. There's like this weird switchover point of numbers. And I feel like this is the part of the reason why they herd people into these big cities is there's this energetic field density that if you can pollute it, then it affects everyone really heavily.
Well, I can definitely tell you that the more people who are going along with the program, it's easier to keep getting more and more to go along with the program because you're seeing the whatever that propaganda that's being pushed is. You're seeing everybody do it around you, so you're going along with it. Unless you're me, and then you just look at everybody like they have three heads. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
It was
I think
trippy.
that's most of us on this stream.
Yeah.
During COVID, just walking around and riding around Portland, there was so much propaganda everywhere about getting the jab and everything.
Oh yeah.
And so everybody wants you to get it clearly, and so there's all these public, ads and what have you. And then coming across and seeing all these needles on the ground for like fentanyl and whatever other drugs people are doing too. And I came across this huge bag of used needles, like a huge garbage bag that was like spilling over full of used needles. And I'm like, okay, so over here, these guys want me to get jabbed with a needle with their vaccine. And then, on the streets and in that lifestyle and that culture, clearly there's a lot of people that are doing hardcore drugs and shooting up all the time and what have you. And I even came across a dead guy, basically, one of these days while I was riding my bike and whatever. So to me, I'm just like, so is it the same needle manufacturers? Is there some sort of like grand needle agenda happening here? How many needles are being produced? Who's making them? All that kind of stuff. I'm very curious about that, because how many needles have we gone through? Has the world gone through over the last like 2 or 3 years?
Those generic masks with the plastic in it that they're now starting to find in people's bodies because they were stupid enough to leave it on for 10 hours a day, every day.
Right. Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
hey. I was thinking about this yesterday. I'd like to get Cheney's check on this. Or Gabe, do you know Roe v. Wade pretty well?
Fairly.
So I was talking to my wife about Roe v. Wade, and she was talking about how when you read it, it's one of those, it's that law. And I remember hearing this, but that Roe v. Wade is like that last thing that I'm trying to think of how they word it, but it's the last thing that the government can't force on you, right? Inherent permission or something. I can't remember how they word it. But so I was thinking about this. If they killed Roe v. Wade, that might be the last thing that's keeping them from mandating a full-on vax for everybody, because then the block that the law that is keeping them from invading somebody's body, somebody's bodily person, in the name of this mandatory vaccination, the next thing they do after that is chip everybody, because you ain't got a choice now, bud.
Yeah, man.
Because that law is already gone.
The slogan "My body, my choice" has nothing to do with Roe v.
has
Wade.
nothing
And
to do with
it's really Roe v. Wade. The original time was a leak. It's all just a way, because every single year, look what we're coming into again. It's about to be voting season. Here we have to talk about abortions again. No one's talking about the lockdown we were just on. We're going to talk about abortions. So really, it doesn't matter what the federal government says about abortions. If it goes away on the federal level, it just rolls the rights back to the states, which is where we want to be as a constitutional republic. The more we lean into our state laws, and it's harder for them to control us that way.
But it's a great way to get everybody fighting over something else now. Get all the lefties screaming at all the conservative right people.
There's one thing we can
You
agree
guys
on.
know that the lady that was Jane Roe, basically a Jane Doe. Interesting that they changed it to Roe.
Like an egg.
Her real name, Norma McCorvey or something like that. She never even got an abortion nor supported the abortion movement, and was just like manipulated into that case for the political.
Oh, she lied about being gang raped and everything. I just saw the clip on Twitter 2 days ago. Like they had her on some TV talk show saying, so like, you were gang raped, right? And she like did the dramatic pause, and she's like,
wait,
no.
guys.
Like what?
I am so glad none of you were ever aborted.
Based on a lie?
There
You're
you
not
go.
saying such a thing.
That would never happen.
Here's the thing. Ultimately, none of these people are role models or icons or anyone that any of us should be listening to, or anybody for that matter.
Well, it was really just about getting those baby parts into the pharmaceutical manufacturing and into your Pepsi Cola and all that.
Right.
Big money in those baby parts.
Big money is right. Let's all smile for the camera, cheese it up, and take a group photo.
That was actually mine and Jim's first business venture together was dead baby heads.
So here's the thing. How do we even
screenshots in?
Get out of that?
They think I'm
Do
kidding,
we storm
Jim.
the state? How do you
No,
fight
that's
that?
how you revolt. Your revolt literally puts more currency.
Exactly. So then do you stop participating? Like,
Yes.
where do we go from here?
Yeah.
So you stop participating. Does that mean we start our hippie communes? What does this mean?
Even Sorensen, this Roe v. Wade thing, this leaked document, is it as historical as the headlines are making it to be hysterical, that I have to know the historicity and the importance of this leakage of information. How historical is this?
It's not my area of expertise. I don't know.
I tried.
I haven't
tried
looked
to ask
into
you a
it much
question.
at all. I figured there's better minds on it.
Right. And you just wait and see. It's not history yet because it's happening now. Maybe a year from now we'll look at it because maybe it's history.
I mean, there's only so many things a person can look at, Everyone's talking about it. I got other stuff to look into.
Congratulations, Stephen, on hitting 1,000 subs, man.
I
I'm
was
so glad
just
to see you
looking
make
at. Oh, thanks, Sean. Yeah. Yep, just got to 1,000 subs on Sea Truth, so got to get 99,000 more. And then I get my silver play button. I'll be there in a matter of time.
Yeah.
Within our lifetime, I believe it. I can imagine you just opening up that package, holding it proudly, and saying, "Thank you, Benjamin Franklin.
I wonder
and
if it's
Al
a
Gore for
forgery."
inventing electricity and internet for me."
So let's hear some responses here. Is it all right to tell a lie if some great goodness comes from it, or should we just tell the truth and maybe continue to suffer? Those are the two options. But which one are we taking? We could go around the room. I would say, yeah, it's all right to tell a lie if it's for a greater good. I think that is a all right thing to do. The use of deception.
I have a quote. I have a quote right here that I keep it on hand. A valuable delusion supersedes all useless truth.
Yeah. I
We're
hate to
just
agree with it, but I
gatekeeping
think
for
it's right.
ourselves.
A valuable delusion is far better than all of the useful truth in the world. And
Well, we see it every day, right? Every single day, that's what's in our face is something that they deem to be a valuable delusion, and we're
Right.
supposed to pick it up and run with it.
Right.
Sounds like it'd be
Either-
very relative to the individual.
Yeah, truth against the world. I'll take the suffering. No
All right,
thanks.
I'm a popcorn to Mario. I want to hear his response.
Oh, I can't say I'm strongly opinionated, to be honest.
So we got a neutral.
Yep.
I'd want to know the details of the scope of the lie.
Yeah.
Like, because
That may
in
be-
daily life, I mean, we all pass off omissions and small lies as a convenience and sometimes as a courtesy to other people. But to me, the variance between that and being like, well, 9/11's true, there's a big gap there. So like I probably can't be as perfectly honest as I should be and have my life function the way that it does. But I don't consider any of those lies necessarily harmful. They're more just like convenient and protective, and everyone does it to one degree or another. It's nice if you can lie for yourself about not wanting to take the phone call and not have a small child do it. But the bigger lies, yeah, I have a big problem there. I mean, I guess they do help people like us wake up, but other than that, I find myself very resentful, untrusting, and vindictive about them in general.
It is that fundamental trolley problem. If you
Yeah.
pull the lever, you'll save 10 people, but you have to tell a lie before it'll let you pull it. So can you live with yourself if you lie to save someone? If you were dishonest?
I'm a heathen. We don't have
Not
these
if it's
problems.
I'm kind of
I don't know.
honestly.
What if it's Pearl Jam on the tracks?
They're dead. They're so dead.
I'm sorry, they're
run
gonna
that
go.
trolley back and forth. I'm gonna put pennies on top of them and see if
Easy.
it squishes through them. That's
Pearl
what's gonna
Jam
happen if it's
now
Pearl
or
Jam.
Pearl Jam 10 years ago? At what point are we doing the Pearl Jam?
All right, we have Pearl Jam
That's right.
now on one set of the
Temple
tracks,
of the
Pearl
Dog.
Jam 10 years ago on the other set.
Then we need 2 trolleys.
You have to choose which one.
To button and make sure Pearl Jam never released Jeremy or any of that stuff.
I don't
Would you do
mind
it?
stealing bread.
And then lie about it? Hey, that had nothing to do with Pearl Jam not existing in your timeline.
You guys realize like how much of a great example of social engineering the grunge movement is? It changed decades from the 80s to the 90s. Like it's so
Oh, sure.
that was like when I graduated
Yeah.
high school.
I still
And-
see it.
Well, yes,
It's
if
so
we didn't have
obvious.
Kurt
Hip-hop
Cobain,
movement.
we
They're like,
didn't
okay,
have
we're done with the
Nirvana,
80s, done with the
we,
butt rocks. Bring in
we,
the grunge now.
we would not
Yeah,
have had
they just
DC
switched it like
Talk
hats.
and Jesus
I
Freak.
swear that fucking the first time I heard "Smells Like Teen Spirit" was the first time I ever experienced teen angst. I was like in puberty, like I was like I just hit puberty, like
Yeah.
shit was weird, and all of a sudden that happened. You're like, oh,
Right. That's true. If you can be a born again virgin, you can go through puberty again in adulthood by listening to grunge music.
Yeah, see now me and Jason, right? I could relate to that, Jason, because I grew up listening to to the real butt rock, to listen to Motley Crue, and Quiet Riot, and I didn't really dig Crocus, but those guys were around, and so the changeover was a drastic, huge thing, man.
And within a year, like they literally threw the switch. And because I've done all this work on the decades now, I can look back because I graduated high school in '91, and I remember like that's when all this stuff happened. It was literally poink, we're done.
Yep.
No more butt rock, we're done. No more teasing the hair, nope, gone.
Yeah.
Now everybody's wearing shorts and flannels, and everybody's cutting their hair off, and it's just like.
Did it happen with disco in the same way?
Yes.
There was a disco
Yeah.
generation.
There was a literal disco. What do they call it? Blowback
invasion.
Well, they had a term for it. It was like right in the early '80s too.
Disco
I
sucks.
remember this.
And
Also
then Newsboys brought it back with Love Liberty Disco in a really exciting way. If you guys haven't seen that music video,
Alan
it's
Marcus.
beautiful.
I'm gonna fight you. I'm gonna fight you. I was actually scared that Gordy was somehow going to arrive.
It would have
on
been so
Alan's
awesome if
street.
he came in.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Or just owls flew in.
Gordy, we're gonna listen
That's what's
to
gonna
the
happen.
entire Newsboys
That would be
discography
bad.
together
If an owl suddenly
in a
attacked
room.
Alan Marcus.
One of my familiars that went after him for that one.
Mm-hmm.
Alan has
we're
a
gonna
fixation
play-
on Christian media, especially the rock and roll and
Just a little
maybe
bit,
some,
yeah.
some of the
It's
VHS
triggering.
tapes.
It's a
good
beautiful
stuff.
thing. It's a beautiful thing.
You guys know "Smells Like Teen Spirit" is a reference to deodorant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was hilarious.
Now, did you know that the riff
I
is
thought it's
actually ripping
hilarious
off
that
More
you
Than a
just-
Feeling by Boston?
What was that? Come again?
Kurt Cobain just said he wanted to write a great anthem like More Than a Feeling. So if you listen carefully to More Than a Feeling, he just lifts the riff right out of there.
Oh, nice.
Is just if you
Oh,
listen
yeah.
to the chorus break of More Than a
It
Feeling.
really
it's
is.
just yeah, he just lifts it
Never
right
thought
out
of
of
it.
there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He admitted it. I mean, like he said it pretty much in some, I don't remember if it was a Rolling Stone interview or whatever.
And what are the
Form of
dangers
flattery
of wearing
flavors.
underarm deodorant? What are the dangers in those ingredients of wearing under
Aluminium, mate. Aluminium.
Armpit
Clogs up the
cancer.
pulse on your
Lithium.
arms, Alex.
Hey, Sean. That,
those are where your lymph nodes
that-
are. Your
stupid
lymph
if you
nodes
remember.
are there.
Don't you
That
remember like all the
riff.
songs in the '90s? They weren't about anything. It's like the '80s was about having a good time and hanging out with dudes hanging out with their beautiful women and all that kind of crap. The '90s was all about stupid shit. I mean, like songs
nothing,
like
literally nothing. A detached.
yeah, like millions of peaches for me. It's like what the fuck?
What is this song?
Yeah.
I don't know, dude.
You know
Fucking,
that-
you remember like the fucking what was that like? Everybody have fun tonight. Everybody wang chung. Like songs like that. You're like they were coming out of the late '80s. You're like, what the fuck is going on?
In the
why am I
90s,
hearing-
kind of grunge, but really it's the evolution of hip hop that happened through that whole MK Ultra of Hollywood, where they were like, let's take this really fun breakdancing music and turn it into gangster rap. So I think that was like the big 90s music movement right along with grunge was that you had
that was
Get a half
late
of it, yeah.
80s.
Mm-hmm.
Late '80s that happened. That's I remember that because I've come from a mixed family, and so all my cousins, listen to back in the day. It was like DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince and Young MC and Tone Loc and all that kind of shit. And then it made a kind of fun transition. All of a sudden, to Live Crew, and their songs were silly and dirty. And then all of a sudden it was Eazy-E and then NWA.
Two
and
Live
all
Crew
that.
was the
That's
psyop to
all-
get the parental advisory on
Right.
all the
Yeah,
records.
yeah.
We called those buy me stickers.
There is
Yeah,
one
that's what they were
man.
for, like watching an
Yeah.
X-rated movie.
There is one
Well,
man
it was-
who covered all of these genres in the best possible way. He goes by one name. His name is Carmen. And in 1993, he released his music video,
Alan.
Addicted to Jesus, featuring DC Talk, which gives you the best of the Beatles. It gives you best of rock and rap and Nirvana. I'm telling you, it's everything you've ever wanted in music in
And
one
an
man.
affirmative salvific message too.
So you know what's really fun? You know what's really fun
The whole
is that
family
they
can
do
listen.
all of this through every decade. And then when you get to 2000 with the millennials, now everything's vintage and indie. So we bring all of that back. The 70s are
right.
cool again. The 60s are cool again. The 80s are definitely cool again. The 90s are trying to be cool again, but the 90s weren't cool anyway. So
They did the 90s and the 2000 teens again.
yeah,
and the
they're
90s
really
is the
mixing those
raver
up.
era. You got Jankos,
Yeah.
you got the
Yeah.
whole raver scene coming in. Like there's a lot. You got 9 Inch Nails, like that
Oh my
whole
God.
scene. The 90s has its whole own.
It does
gig
have
going
its
Oh my
on.
own
God, I
thing.
listened to Pre-Hate Machine on repeat when I was getting divorced. Like fucking in
I believe that.
Like a crazy person.
That's what it was for.
But you guys, I go downtown and people younger than me they look like they've walked right out of 1982. It's
Dude,
insane.
totally.
It's
Yep, I've
insane. I'm
noticed
like,
it here in
where
Boise, too.
am I? When am I?
I know
Hey, Jason.
Yes.
much is true.
So how far back does
here it
your
is.
decades research go? And
Here,
when do you think
80s.
the decade specific programming really kind of kicked off? Do you have a guess?
You know, I've wondered about that.
VH1.
Gordy.
We should have an 80s
80s.
night. We should all dress 80s.
Yes.
That's my senior picture.
That's so good, Gordy.
So awesome.
Totally our
Good,
flock
I
of
want-
seagulls.
Send that to me. I want them
That's
all.
right.
Please send it to me.
Hilarious.
And I run.
Oh my
I
God.
run
Yes.
so far. Oh, I don't want to get pulled off YouTube. I don't want to.
Oh yeah, don't.
You will have to
don't
run.
Close, they'll
Sing
know.
so close.
No singing
can't-
aloud.
It makes
Yeah,
the
we can't
algorithm.
sing for more
Hang
than
on.
10
we
or
can see
20
how
seconds.
bright your future was. His future was obviously very bright.
Very bright.
Things are going great, and they're only getting better.
To answer that question, I have wondered. You can definitely see decade changes all the way back to like the 20s and 30s and 40s. Like those decades all have very distinct motifs to them. Like there's no doubt about that. It gets a little blurry when you start getting into the 1800s. So I would say that the late 1800s is like I've tried to figure out like when the scumfucks actually came together and really tried to solidify their plans. And it
Yeah.
seems like if I had to guess, I can't prove it, but my hunch is that the late 1800s is when all the scumbags, like the robber barons, were kind of like below the blood families, and they kind of all somehow intertwined and pushed narratives. But it was slower back then. And then as the technology came in, like what radio was the big change because now they could get into your home like that. That's what changed so much. And then you started seeing definitive decade changes from that point on.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Looking good, Gordy.
Are you going to publish it? Are you dropping it anywhere, Jason?
Sorry?
Are you publishing the decades research someplace where you can follow it or not?
Well, it's all in the Crow 777 radio episodes. Like we.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't caught that much, so that gives me an excuse to catch more of your guys' stuff.
We did a couple of different decades. About a year ago, I kind of went back and looked at the 60s again, and I did it year by year. And that was really significant because the 60s, in my opinion, and Crow agreed with me, that was when they really fucked us, like as far as Western society. That's when they literally grabbed, okay, we're done. We're breaking up the families. We're taking everything. You're going down. And that's when they did it. And the very beginning of the 60s, it was still kind of like the 50s. Everything was still kind of la-di-da. Once the whole Kennedy thing happened, whatever really happened, once he was off the main stage, that was like the thing that struck the heart of Americans, especially.
Yeah, a shot across the bow. That was
So
the thing.
someone decided that we were no longer leaving it to Beaver. We're taking this thing into our own hands and taking control.
Well, you see everything happening from that point on. You start seeing the advent of the supergroup rock bands.
Right.
You see the Vietnam conflict ramping up, and that they used that to destroy everything, and the psychedelia comes in, like it's a little bit-
RFK, MLK.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
that's-
So
well-
even everyone thinks the 1950s in America after World War II was a golden age, and you have the nuclear family unit, and everyone's loving each other, and they got the GI Bill, and women are staying home raising families, and everything is great. Is that in itself a memory that we have of something that didn't quite exist? Did that only ever exist on television and Leave It to Beaver and similar television shows? Or was that correct, but also part of the propaganda to be the greatest generation, to build up America, to make it strong, to get all the infrastructure in place? And then they're like, well, we got it in place. We got all the roads built. We got the highways built, the interstates. We got the subway systems. And now let's go to the next thing.
Well, it does seem that way. That stuff did happen, but it wasn't. I mean, everything. I think this is common sense to everybody, but obviously things weren't as rosy as they painted on Leave It to Beaver, where everyone's hunky dory, happy all the time. Of course, there were problems in the home and things like that. It's just we didn't have the interconnected world we have now, where you know about everyone's problems because they're writing about it on Twitter, that kind of thing. But did those things happen? Was there a baby boom generation? Yeah, all that shit happened. The reason why that happened, in fact, was because you had so many soldiers in World War II wanting to come back home after seeing all these horrors, and they got with their significant others, and a lot of babies came out over the next 15 years. So that stuff did happen. And it also helped with they built up the economy. I strongly suspect it might have been to funnel it into Black projects, because that's when you start seeing the technological levels start going off the charts, and things also started getting into Black projects. Do you know there's even 2 instances where there is blatant admission that there's electrogravitic propulsion that has been developed? It was from like 2 articles from the 50s, if I remember correctly. And then all of a sudden, boom, silent. So knowing that, I strongly suspect they use that strong economy to funnel into Black Ops projects and things like that.
Yes.
That's what comes around in 1958. NASA,
Perfect.
that's for us. That's for us, the schmucks, to see, oh, we're going to space and we're doing this and we're doing that. God only knows what they're developing behind the scenes and all that.
UFOs.
That's a perfect recipe. So, does everybody else remember the harvesting effect? This came up very briefly during the lockdowns. I got in on it. I looked it up. I learned about it. And then I went back to try to spread it to other people, and it became very hard to find. But the harvesting effect, Walterson, anybody who's into gardening can totally back this up, but the harvesting effect is a farmer's conundrum, that they want to plan their seeds germination cycle such that the harvest does not all fall on the same day. So you plan your seed processing so that you can stagger your harvests enough so that you're not pulling everything in at once, and then you'll have no labor to do all the work, and you'll spoil all your food. This is called the harvesting effect. And so what happened, the baby boomers created an actuarial inevitability that eventually they're going to turn into body boomers. And so by everybody signing on for universal health care and putting all their actuarial everything out there to be harvested and appreciated, absorbed, and algorithmically processed.
You're talking about data points.
Then they knew how many of the baby boomers were going to turn into body boomers and how to skew those factors. So what we had was a epigenic harvesting effect. We just had a lot of people were going to die anyways, and they knew it because they were data mining us with the universal health care.
So I want to bring this up because this came to mind a little bit ago, just this week. I really like Frank Frazetta's art, and I was super stoked that they had, clothing and stuff. So I checked up on them. The first hoodie, because I was like, oh man, if they ever make a hoodie, I'll get it. First thing they make, and everything that's current now, the Death Dealer. What they're also advertising for your apparel out of all of his art is the Death Dealer and Vampira.
Really?
That
interesting.
The Death Dealer has a place, and it's really important, and it's very very amazing. However,
Have you
with
read that
everything
series?
going on right now,
Have you read that series?
no, I have not read that
Oh
series.
man. So the guy's name, I have that tattooed on my forearm since I was 18. The main character in there's name is Goth of Ball, and he's just a normal guy, a fairly large guy, a decent guy, real nice guy. And when he puts on the helmet is basically like accessing your root power. And all of a sudden this dude's just fucking beast mode, but he can't take the helmet off. So now when he's stuck in that mode, and at some point it goes into it being destructive. So it's not good anymore. At first, when he puts it on, it's good. But then at some point it goes into where now this is no longer beneficial. And at first he has to have this girl come and pull him out of that root mode and pull him into the more etheric areas. And then eventually he masters himself to where he can control it with the helmet and he merges with it. Fucking fantastic story.
I love that. Thank you for explaining that, because that's exactly what I'm getting at. Especially with Gabe Harvest, and you and I have talked about the butts, and that's what these elite are doing with the programs, is they're trying to control these natural processes that we're really capable of working with and having special places for. If I lost you guys, I'm freezing.
You're roboting just a little bit, Rachel, but we can still hear you.
Okay, cool.
I thought it was me the whole time.
The Voltron setup is working. Thank you, Starlink. Thank you, Elon Musk. We love all the work that you do. We really appreciate your philanthropy.
Thank you for
efforts
finally
to take
restoring
over
free speech to the whole
Twitter.
world via Twitter.
Yeah.
So what were
He's
you
not going to
saying
use
before
that
I
for
interrupted
AI
you
system.
about the death dealer?
No, definitely not.
I just went to go get my Frank Frazetta art. I have a bunch of it, and I'm trying to get it all framed, but I got artifact works really well.
Oh yeah.
Or did you run and change to your
It looks like
outfit
it's in witness
for the picture?
protection.
Yeah, I've got the death dealer
This
on
is-
my forearm.
This is 1989.
Looks
Still
great.
fits.
Future Gordy, what would you say to past Gordy right now in this present moment?
Yeah, if it had to be brief, you only get like 30 seconds. You got to check this
Before you
kid
get
real
back
quick.
on the time machine.
Oh my
Right.
gosh, the pressure is on.
Record
I can feel
record a song with Amy Grant.
Well, it
I'm
can't.
so
It
glad
can't
you brought
be-
up Amy Grant finally.
It
If
can't
you're going to
be
talk about the
excellent to
Christian
each other
singer,
and
she's the
party
most
on, dude.
famous.
Dude, I did demos that were actually she
Okay.
ended up
Twyla
doing.
Paris. Oh, right.
Twyla Paris.
Point of
Yeah.
grace. Okay.
You're right. She's much better. Or okay. What would I tell young?
There's one song from Twyla Paris I really
I
love.
feel like the time machine already left Gordy.
Oh, I forgot
Took
to
off
say,
for sure.
I'm like, hey,
Precious
dude,
time.
You know what? Like I never get to talk to myself at all. This one thing, I just needed to tell you this one.
Yeah, pew.
Like, fuck.
It's such a hard
I'm
question.
sitting there
It really
looking
is.
at
It's such a
myself
hard
going,
question.
I want to know what I look like with the beard.
I've got a
No, I
question
know.
for Jason.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mario.
People who
Thank you.
have big audiences, and your guys' show is awesome and you guys get pretty far out and stuff, like I always wonder just what kind of emails and correspondences do you guys get from people? And like, I would imagine that you guys are getting all sorts of stuff that probably doesn't even make sense. And I don't know if you guys even like filter through it all or what, but I'm always just kind of curious about that.
We do get a lot. I don't, to be perfectly honest with you, I hardly see any of it. People do.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Crow and Rose deal with most of it.
Okay.
Not that I don't hear about it, but it's all across the board. A lot of it's a big mix. We hear a lot of success stories. Some of it from the law stuff, some of it's from the health stuff. all things that like really make me happy to hear that, like, just because we put a podcast out, it helped change people's lives for the better. That's why we do this, right? Like any of us that do this kind of thing. And that's really heartwarming, and it makes me really happy to hear. Some of it's, a lot of it actually, now that I think about it, are people asking for help in one problem or another. A smattering or guest suggestions. Yeah.
No weirdo stalkery type bizarre stuff.
Very, very rarely. No.
Okay.
Every now and then, like, you kind of get these know-it-alls that try, like we had a know-it-all today write us to say about how dangerous the aqua cure is, and they're promoting it. And it's like, no, it's not. You're an idiot. Not to be rude, but we just
Straight up though, it's true. I mean,
like there's nothing wrong with the thing. Like
that's the right thing to tell him. Like, what are you talking about? You know, like it's working
we didn't
for
say
people,
anything.
and there's obvious. If there was bad press, the internet would be all over it. That's just the thing with the internet. If something sucks and it's hurting people and killing them, the internet's going to blow up about it because no one's going to put up with it. So
Right.
if it's providing amazing results, then it's providing amazing results. It speaks for itself. You know.
Well, I've seen amazing results with the damn thing. So it's like when someone tries to tell me it's dangerous, I'm like, look, I've had this thing for months. I've taken it apart, put it back together. Like, there's nothing dangerous about it. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. We didn't say anything. We just closed the ticket out because, like, we're not going there again. When we first had George Wiseman on, just to use this as an example, we had an opposing company that also made a hydrogen machine that was like a tenth as good as George's, and it didn't do the full Brown's gas. It just did hydrogen. And Crow and Rose got in this big chat with them on Zoom over them trying to lecture about how bad it was, and then George is going to hurt people, and like, so Crow did exactly what I would have done if I had been there. Like, okay, cool. Well, what's the proof? They didn't have any. It was just them trying to say it. And the same thing happened with this email today, for instance, just someone trying to just play a know-it-all.
Right.
Well, I've seen what the Brown's gas does. Me personally, I'm really healthy, so I don't have too many health things, but I'm seeing gray hairs now growing back brown at the root again.
Wow.
A lot of like, I'm seeing that. I'm seeing like some of my beard that's gotten gray is slowly starting to darken again. So it's things like that. My nails are definitely growing really quick. Cuts and things seem to heal quick. But the big thing I noticed, Rose hurts herself a lot because she's a paraplegic. And so she cuts her legs and burns them and things like that. And she's had a couple nasty ones since we've had the machine. And I'll tell you that thing. And I've even taken pictures of it in case anyone ever questioned me. Like, things rapidly healing compared to what they would have before.
Awesome.
So there's something to the Brown's gas. It's a shame that the machines cost so much to make, but I mean, that's because it's the real thing. You know, there's quality components and it's not a piece of shit from China.
Yeah, but he's down for getting everybody on board to micro manufacturing and everything too. I've watched.
Yeah,
quite a
George
few of his
isn't trying to
interviews.
gouge anyone. He's like,
So like, if we all just start building components or find some way to source it together, we can get the cost down. It's not impossible.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it just takes putting our heads together and doing the hard work up front. You know,
Team
for a
it
minute,
up.
and then
Lindsay I was talking to Lindsay this week. She has one, and she was talking about how it's made a really big difference in her health too. So I'm wondering, I had heard, maybe it was you, Jason, talking about it, that he was going to do classes or something about, or share how to make one.
Oh yeah, George is down for it. George is like, hey man, I've made a lot of money. I'm comfortable in my life. I just want to help people. That's it. So I don't know exactly what his details are to get that ball rolling, but if people are seriously interested in it, I mean, we have all his contact info, and so does Ben. So yeah, if people want to do this, we can try and get that ball rolling.
We could do it here. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested.
Yeah, I'll help in any way possible because I know George is a good dude and I know he wants to help people. So
yeah, man,
whatever I can do to help.
Cool.
let's just put our heads together and we'll follow up for sure.
The thing's the real deal. Now, do different people react differently to things? Probably. I mean, that's
of course, we're all different. I mean, you know,
yeah.
I mean, even
like,
with
I
studied
because I'm not that unhealthy and I don't injure myself very often. So I'm seeing minor things, but I've definitely witnessed with Rose. Crow said the same thing. And I saw him. I don't see him very often because usually we just talk on voice. But after he'd also had his for months, his hair definitely got darker, like, because he was pretty gray. He's almost 60, so you know that's normal. But yeah, his hair got way darker than the last time I really had like a FaceTime conversation with him. I was like, damn, dude, your hair is very noticeable. He's like, yeah, my wife said the same thing. He's like, I don't really look.
That's
The
amazing.
Aquacure?
Very cool.
Yeah.
That's the AquaCure, yeah. So if
Are
you're
you feeling
you have to be
anything?
consistent with it, because we've had people write to us and say, oh, I don't see that many results. And I always say, are you using it every day? You
Right.
have to use it because you got to keep that going in your body. You're giving that. George calls it like a food for your body. And I get what he means by that. So if you're constantly getting that Brown's gas into you every single day,
do you breathe
it?
it?
Take it and
Yeah.
you do two things.
You can drink it too.
Yeah, and I do that. So you can bubble it into the water and you can drink that, and which is what I try to do. I try to do 2 every day, but I at least get 1 into me every day, and then as many times as you can sit doing sessions, like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever you have time for. But make sure you do it every day, so at least your body's getting something. And it takes a while, like anything. I mean, this isn't. I mean, nothing's a magic wand, and anybody who thinks that exists, you're kidding yourself.
My hair is exactly the same.
You're ginger, bro. Your hair can't even be touched with bleach. Come on.
All that sunshine, bleaching your hairs.
I've tried to bleach my beard. My beard just laughs at the bleach. It tells you, get your shit ass out of here. Go back to the beautician and ask her for something stronger. Nothing happens.
And it also sounds like you've seen some stuff, right? Did anything project or emanate an intelligence?
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
You've seen some stuff in the sky, right? UFOs and or what have
Yeah,
you.
did it talk to you?
Did anything project any kind of intelligence that, or versus just like a stationary object?
No. Well, you heard the first story I said, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that one was like right over my head. So, I mean, make of that as you will. The second one I didn't tell you, the second big UFO incident I had was when I was 17. This one's really crazy. Like this one, if I was a lesser man, I'd be really egotistical over it because it seemed to be for my benefit. But there were 4 of us. So this was August of 1990. This was my junior to senior year summer. And we were sitting on my mother's porch, I and 3 of my friends. And I'm looking at the neighbor's yard that's straight across from me. And there's a tree way across that I can see. And I see a light come out and then go back and come out and go back. And I'm like, that's the damnedest thing. So I get off up the porch, walk down the street towards that direction. And I start looking up into the sky and I see another point of light kind of circling around. And I'm like, what the hell's going on here? So I said to my 3 friends, like, hey, let's go over to the dike. There's a water filtration system about 2 blocks over from my mom's house in the woods. And there's a great big dike where like you walk up it and it surrounds where the pipes go underneath the ground to wherever the filtration goes. But you're up pretty high. And I was like, let's go over there so we can kind of get away from everything in the woods. So we did that, and 7 craft, for lack of a better term, surrounded us. One of them kept coming up towards us and then going back and then coming up and going back. And I took binoculars with me and I could look at them, and they had a tri-pattern of lights, like a triangle, 1, 2, 3 of blue and red. And I could kind of sort of in the night make out that they were elliptical-ish, and I could kind of see that it was metallic. Hard to see details because the lights they had weren't bright. They were very I don't want to say dull, but they weren't super bright either. So they weren't illuminating their own holes very much, if that makes sense. After we were there for a few minutes, a bunch of fighter jets came and started. There was 2 planes that had lights on the front. I don't know what these are. I'm not that familiar with military aircraft, but there were 2 planes that had giant lights on the front, and then a bunch of what looked like fighter jets. The lights kept crisscrossing, like they were trying to almost do like an X on them. And I never understood what they were trying to do. But like the one that kept moving towards us, they were kind of doing this flight pattern. Now, it's really hard to tell, especially since I was only 17. I don't know how to do distances because I don't know the sizes of these things. So I don't know how much altitude was between fighters and whatever these things were. But eventually I kind of got the impression that the jets got too close, because after a while they started moving off. And then after a little bit of time, everything just kind of was gone. The even crazier part about this whole incident was we went back the next night around the same time, and the 7 craft were there already, and so was the military. but it
Whoa.
lasted a lot less. Like it only lasted a few minutes. So I don't know. That just proved to me something's going on that seems to be not mainstream. I don't
Right.
know what to make
Most
of it.
definitely.
Yeah.
So
So
were
the
there aliens in
time
there?
frame-
I couldn't tell you that. There's no way I could tell you that. That's not like I
It
saw.
reminds me of Bill Cooper's story in his book when he was on the naval aircraft or on the ship, and that they saw aircraft leave the ocean, go into the air, and then re-enter underneath the water, and then so that's a trip, dude. And it could have been just for your benefit, man. It's not possible.
Or did it feel like an entity?
Well, I've always been pretty empathic, so yeah, I definitely got a very odd feeling from it. But I mean, I'm 49 now, and so that was how many years ago? I remember it well enough, but it's like, I mean, you're a different person when you're a kid.
Stuff
You know?
boggles your mind, and there's no place to put it.
I
where it makes
I
sense.
took it as a life lesson to stay open-minded about things, because I'm not saying that it's aliens. I'm not saying it's not aliens. I'm not saying it's military crap. I don't know what it is. I have no idea. I'll never be able to prove it. I certainly can't prove it to anybody who's listening to me right now. So I took it as a personal experience. This is the way I look at it now, especially as an adult. Okay, these are personal experiences. I have no evidence to back it up, but I know how it affected me personally. So I just try and learn from that and try and stay as objective over everything that I encounter, since I deal with so many things that are non-mainstream, since that's like my entire existence now is dealing with non-mainstream things. I try and use these incidents, and I've got some like other crazy shit that I've experienced as well from like a spiritual point of view. All these things just said, well, hey, you know that there's something beyond the mainstream to this life.
And it sets you on this path that you're on now, I would
It
imagine.
did. It took a very long time for me to get here, because I mean, I was pretty normal. I was just
I
trying
think
to be a
that's
rock star
true for
all through
all
my
of us
20s.
here. I think we've all had a strange story of something that happened that we kept to ourselves for the longest time, and we'll never forget it. And now we're at a point where we can discuss it openly. Jim maybe has a story to share about that. Maybe Jim.
Yeah, I'll keep it Reader's Digest version.
Right.
I was going through a weird period of time, and I picked up, a friend gave me a book, Zen for the Beginner's Mind, meditation book. And so I read that and learned how to meditate. And I was like watching some public access UFO show quite a bit. And I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. This was like back in 2008. And I had to deliver a car, like convertible Mustang, and drive it across the state to another part of town. And I was driving at night. It was like 10:30 or 11. And I happened to cross coast to coast for the first time.
Oh.
And they were
Good
talking
evening.
about
This is Art Bell, west of the Rockies. You're on the air.
Yeah. Isn't that great?
there was a lady guest, and she was talking about how she meditated, and she would call up these UFOs, and then she would take pictures with a 35mm camera. And I was looking at the sky with the convertible top down. It's like, wow, this is awesome. And the whole time I listened to it. And then when I got where I was going, I sat out in this backyard and I decided to meditate. And I built this Eiffel Tower in my mind space over my head. And I was going, like sending out waves, trying to call a UFO to come and so I could see it. And I sat there like all night looking. I listened to the replay of Coast to Coast, like it played it again, like back to back. And then I didn't see anything all night. And so I go to bed. And then I got a phone call like 20 minutes after I went to bed. I get this phone call from an ex-girlfriend. And she like worked at a bar. So she would call me all fired up after getting done with work or something. I went outside because I didn't want to wake up the people in the house I was staying at. And she's like yammering on to me. And I hear this cow like mooing like crazy in the field across the street. And so I look up and there's like 2 or 3 cows and they're just going nuts mooing. And above them is this amber colored egg shaped UFO. And it was like bright amber color, like the color of like street light, you know, the amber colored yellow or orange phosphorus or whatever, the street lights, like that color. And it was like between the size of a minivan and a 1-car garage. And it was just like sitting there. And I'm like, I'm looking at a UFO. And I like dropped the phone. And as soon as I said that, it starts moving and it starts going down the road. And I go running after it, like in my bare feet. And it was following the contours of the ground. Like as the ground went up and down, it like stayed the same distance over the ground.
Wow.
I ran down the road as fast as I could and followed it until it like disappeared into the Blue Mountains. That was here in Walla Walla. I lived in Portland back then. And
wow,
I was telling everybody about it. Because it
You
like
ever looked it up on the is it MUFON? You can look up. I've tried to find my incidents, but they weren't reported by anybody. But there's a lot of bigger cases that you can find on there if multiple people saw it and reported it. There was a really huge abduction one about 45 minutes where I'm from in Pennsylvania, and it was in the newspapers and everything. Like this guy was missing. It was called the Todd Seas case.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like, and they found him. His body was desiccated. It was like it was real science fiction, creepy shit.
Holy smokes!
I haven't checked that website in a few years, but I'm assuming it's still up.
I tried to find my incident on MUFON too. I found one of them, but the one of them I found that was around here was this incident that happened around Casa Grande. Maybe I'm trying to think of when that was, 99, right around 98, 99, I guess. Some friends of mine were talking about how they would go back and forth from Phoenix to Tucson, and they had seen like these giant sweeping lights that were going back and forth around Casa Grande, the ruins around there, and it would go shoot back and forth around the freeway, like on one side of the freeway and on the other side, and apparently like at least 20, 30 people had reported this thing. And I used to work with this dude that came back, and I think there was a Arizona Cardinals game, and everybody was going up to it when it happened. This may have been before the Phoenix Lights, because I think the Phoenix Lights were in what was it, 2004? No, it was in the 90s, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was way back when.
Yeah, maybe it was around the same time. I don't know. I'll have to check on that. But mine wasn't in there, but there were a lot of similar cases, like of seeing these balls around the mines down here in southern Arizona. They always seem to be around mines.
Investigating men's works.
Yeah, I wonder, huh?
Phoenix
where I'm from,
Lights,
there are a lot of
March 13th, 1997.
So the two UFOs or whatever that have kind of interacted with us, one of them I was on DMT, so I don't normally try and use that as like an example. I was on DMT. But the two people that were sitting with me both also agreed that the same thing was happening, because I asked, I was like, is this just me? And but I was living over in Redding, so I was out by Mount Shasta, and we call them disco stars, and they'd move around and they'd pulse different colors sometimes. And I did DMT one night, and one of them like came in and started pulsing colors at me, and I was like, shit, it felt like it was directed at me, and so I went over and like started paying attention. And like I said, the two babysitters, because this was I think it was the third time I'd done DMT, but the first two times it was bunk. So I was like, so they didn't really count. It was no good. And And they said they saw the same thing. And it was pulsing at me, and I could feel it right here. And as it was sitting there, I could feel it just boom, boom. And then one other time, also in out by Mount Shasta out there, I was outside playing. I have a big crystal singing bowl, and I didn't actually see this, but my daughter did. And she told me what, but I just kept my head down because I was sitting there with my head down playing. And my daughter said one came in and started, because you know how singing bowls, they go whoa, whoa, whoa. And she said that it started doing its color, it started changing color pattern, matching the singing bowl.
Wow.
Interesting.
Oh yeah.
The universe does work
How
on
about that?
frequency. That's what everything is.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a trick.
That is
It
coming up
reminds me
over
of
and over
Close
again.
Encounters.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jason, I wonder if there's any music that you've written specifically with the goal of reaching out and communicating with extraterrestrials, disembodied voices, alien intelligence, whatever they are.
No, I've never specifically done that. The one song of mine that everybody knows because I use it on my live stream. That's the one song I've written. It's called Angel Song that I put out to try and get people to work towards positive intent.
Okay.
A lot of my stuff, I'm a moody cunt, so a lot of my music that I write is emotionally laced. That
Right.
song in particular, I put out to kind of be generally positive. The chorus is manifest inside of me, manifest beside me, that kind of thing. Like just it's about positive intent. Like
yeah. It's in the title of the song
intent
is
everything. So
what's the title of the song again?
The name of the song is Angel Song.
Angel Song. Okay. So
yeah, if you want to hear it's on my Secrets of Saturn channel. It's on there, but I also use it as the opening and closing of my weekly live streams.
Right.
But
so my weird story, I'll share really quick because I've already shared it. Basically, it involves Weaving Spiders Welcome, creating a hyper sigil sound collage thing where I have real life Send Me an Angel. I've got this Andromeda calling Andromeda. So you're calling Andromeda down. I have Pierre Sabak talking about angels are aliens, are angels, are messengers, this sort of thing. Put it all together, and I'm putting a lot of intent into this. And then I premiere it on a Saturday night, real late into the night, sleep in, wake up. I hear pitter patter on my roof of my bedroom. Wake up, look out the window in my backyard, and there's this big white feathered bird, like angel wings bird in my backyard that had fallen from the sky after I had made this music collaboration thing about, send me an angel right now. Send me an angel. So, and then I go out there and I'm trying to get close to it. And this thing had an injured wing, a big, large seagull, a very large seagull is running around in my backyard. And, the line from the song, turn and walk away, real life, send me an angel. So everything that's in this song about Andromedan. Yeah. Okay. So I'm like, all right, I don't live near an ocean. There's lakes around me, but what are the probabilities of a seagull landing in my tiny backyard, my yard, not somebody else's, mine, after I'd already sort of thought, well, wouldn't that be cool if an angel fell in my backyard? Sure. That's not where it gets weird. It gets weird Monday, the following day, when I'm in a Zoom call with Weaving Spiders Welcome producers, in a Zoom call, and somebody who listens to the show but didn't know about that story is having a dream in real time in which I'm communicating with her in a Zoom room. In her dream, she wakes up, checks my Instagram, and realizes the last 10 pictures I had posted to my Instagram account were the 10 images she saw with me in her dream. And then she tells me her story about seagulls and how seagulls are messengers from Andromeda.
Huh.
Woo! Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's
well,
interesting.
and that ties into
Interesting
your
times,
lightning
gentlemen.
strike story too, Alan.
Also, I gotta
Yes.
point out,
Great, dude.
Yes.
Andromeda belongs on the coast. She's strapped to the rock right on the shoreline.
Yep.
So having the seagulls in the equation.
Well,
Spot
wasn't
on.
she the one that
Yes.
that Andromeda wasn't that the one that Perseus had to defend with the Gorgon head?
Yes, from the Kraken. Yep.
Mhm.
This is the power of myth and magic and symbols all coming together, and it weaves into a very interesting story that goes back through time, using like reading Gordon White's book Chaos Protocols and just playing around with these ideas, which connects to my orb experience, listening to Cocktail Twins music and getting the magic out of that. All these things are very interesting. I've shared some of these stories before, and it keeps weaving into this really interesting life of incredible magic and enchantment.
Well, with that, I think I'm gonna say goodnight, everybody. I'm getting spacey. It's quarter
Hey,
after 2 here.
Jason,
Yeah,
thanks for
thanks for
coming,
joining us,
man.
man. We
Thanks for
appreciate
having
you.
me.
Appreciate you,
brother.
You know, over the years, I've listened to you for a long time, and I really appreciate the stuff that you guys have done. Like, because you guys kind of came in and out of those Eyes Open groups quite a bit, and I appreciated that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're keep on going. We just hit our 400th episode.
So
Hopefully, we
for
get
the
500.
people who are listening and don't know who you are and don't know what Triple Crow 7 Radio is, they don't know Secrets of Saturn. If they haven't heard of you, where can they find you? Where can they find Crow? Where can they find all your work?
Right. So the main show is on our website. It's crow777radio.com, CRROW 777radio.com. And then I have my smaller live stream I do with Wayne McCroy every Wednesday. That's on Rockfin, but I'm starting to use my YouTube channel again because I realized that there's a huge amount of people that still just use that platform.
Yeah.
So here and there, I'm starting to put stuff up again, and I'm getting a killer response. Like my algorithm started shooting up again. I was like, well, all right, people still are on here and they're hungry for it. So I'm also a big old nerd, and I decided to start a new YouTube channel because I wanted to be able to talk about pop culture things, kind of like what we were talking about earlier, without being so over the head conspiracy stuff. So I just started a new YouTube channel called Death of the Modern Hero because I have an idea for a documentary film I want to do.
Cool.
I've already written the outline too. So I thought if that takes off, and the thing, Wayne wants to join me on that too, so it's going to be the two of us again. If that gets enough to justify making a film, then I'm going to do that.
Yeah,
So-
share that link with us so we can share that with everyone.
I'm gonna drop that in the YouTube chat right now. Death of the Modern Hero. We only got 167 subscribers right now.
Yep,
but
I just
we're
made
gonna
it a couple days ago. I made a little welcome video, and we haven't done the first song. My friend, who is the doctoral professor of music at LSU, who wrote the score for my Shoot the Moon film, he's writing me a piece to use for this, and he said it's supposed to be done tomorrow. So hopefully we'll do our first live stream in the next couple of days. And the first episode I already wrote. It's on the hero's journey, and we're using the first Matrix movie as the example because it's a very excellent example of the hero's journey. But we're gonna, of course, break things down and talk about the social engineering aspects and all that. So the idea is, since I'm a nerd and I love things like old school Star Trek and all that, Wayne and I want to be able to talk about these things to get the normies kind of looking at it, but then we're gonna start injecting in the real important shit and trying and get their brains working a little more than just complaining Star Trek Discovery sucks.
Yeah, man. That's why
We'll see if it works. It's a plan.
Dude,
that
that's
sounds
what we're
good.
doing on.
We'll be watching it.
Marvel Demystifiers. I dig that shit, man. Tear that shit down. Like we're doing it over there, and like trying like hell to figure out what they're showing us, and it's a fucking train wreck. But this is cool. I love that you're doing it too. Like
I just dropped it in the YouTube chat. I dropped it over in the Weaving Spiders welcome chat. Please jump on there and subscribe. Even if it's not your favorite thing, ramp this guy's numbers up because that's what it's all about, guys.
Yeah,
ramp it up. You know.
Thank you, Jason.
I want to say before you leave, Jason, I am also a huge fan. It's taken all of my wherewithal not to fanboy out this whole time. And I want to also request, will you please give Rose a hug for me?
Absolutely.
I'm a huge Rose fan as well.
Well, you know what she was doing tonight? I don't know if you heard her on the phone. She was trying to save somebody's life. Some listeners have a friend whose wife had just gotten hospitalized. He said, do not ventilate her. Do not give her the, I forget the name of the stuff they give people to neutralize them. And then they were going to do the remdesivir. all because she didn't even go in for that. It was something else entirely. But because she had a positive PCR test. So all these people who were Crow 777 listeners got a hold of him, and she was on the phone trying to get the documents. They're trying to get a notary to get all these things printed out quick, get everything signed, get his ass over to the hospital. Like, stop right now before you fucking kill my wife. So I don't even know how
Good. I hope it worked out, man. Say a prayer.
Rose shows a lot of the stuff too. Telegram as
she
well.
cares, and she tries her damnedest to make things happen. So it's that kind of stuff that's like, this isn't just me yapping into a mic for a podcast. Like, we're actually trying our damnedest to help people and actually save lives out there. So that makes me feel really good that hopefully we're changing things for the better, even if it's a small way. At least it's something.
It's working, Jason. It's working.
It's like an intervention process. Like, you guys are stumbling through what will eventually become, our intervention, our objection to that shit happening.
We all are. Like, Jason, we had a thing in our family that's kind of the same thing. My brother-in-law got sick last year, and like, we were trying to, like, hell, to get him the hell out of there, out of that he got sick in Salt Lake, and they were really wanting to, do all the vax protocols, and they were getting close to doing all that shit. And we were like, trying to, like hell, to get my sister, get him the fuck out, just get him out. He's still got his wits about him, he can do what he wants. And he did, and like got better. I mean, he wasn't able to get out right away, but he did this. He wasn't going by what they were saying. He was following his own intuition and his own, he didn't let them bully him into anything and any of those kind of things. And he got better on his own.
Good. If you have your wits about you, you can do notices of liability. I mean, anybody who might be listening to me right now, there are things you can do. You can get a notice of a liability. If you want any of the paperwork, we have the entirety of all the different law people that we've had. Rose gives it out for free. She's got it all in one big folder. So it's contact Rose 777 at protonmail.com.
Yeah.
She'll send it out. We've sent it out literally out thousands of times at this point. All the different things that people have done, whether it's mask mandate bullshit. I mean, everything's eased off now. We'll see what happens next, but they're still trying to kill people. I mean, this happened tonight, and they're still doing, I'll tell you what is killing people. And it's this crap. It's these protocols that they have in the hospital. We've had doctors tell us about it. We've had people who have been hospitalized tell us about it. What they do is they get you in there. They start hitting you with these drugs to make you calm down. They get you on the ventilator, which damages your lungs. They start hitting you with the remdesivir. The remdesivir causes renal failure, and you're fucking dead. Sometimes in less than a couple of days. That is how they're killing people. This is eugenics, guys. Sorry if I took anybody's YouTube channel out.
No, that's okay, man. They're putting they're putting the word call in the term protocols for sure.
Yeah,
it's worth it. We are tired of zipping our lip and speaking politely and dancing on topics.
No, well, we're not trying to get yanked, but we're not trying to be silent. It's back to Steven Soroson's questions. Where does your decision making lie? It lies with the truth.
Well, if you want to hear some funny shit, I'm normally very, very, very calm. I wrote up 40 bullet points for my weekly live stream, and it's called "The Elite Are Fucking Stupid."
Nice. All right.
Part 1 and part 2 so far. I'm probably going to end up doing 4 parts because I'm only getting through 10 bullet points at a time in like a 2.5 hour.
This is
but I'm
this
streaming
is
it
the
out.
lawful but awful speech we are encouraging people to share with us.
If you want to hear the normally very calm, objective Jason loses shit, it's fun.
Awesome.
Like Rose has been playing
tuning in.
of it, and it's so funny to hear myself ranting. I'm like, I'm not normally like that, but
Beautiful. Hey, let it
Pretty
out.
funny.
Also, when he's in traffic, he occasionally is like that.
Well, yeah, that's true. I can't understand what people use turn signals. Use your damn turn signals.
That's right. You should use your fucking turn signals, people. Come on. Thanks for joining us, man. Have a great night.
Yeah, thanks guys.
for
I
being
appreciate
here,
it.
man.
Thanks for hanging, man. Take care.
Appreciate
Take
it.
care, everyone. Good night.
Come back
Love you,
anytime.
brother.
Yeah, anytime,
I
man.
will.
Anytime you want to kick it, come on in.
I've got more crazy stories I could tell you, so yeah, I'll come back sometime.
Nice.
Right on,
We
Jason.
love
Love you,
it.
brother.
Thanks, man. Love you too, brother. Good night.
Good night.
Okay, so I don't know what happened to Cheney, but I'm gonna bring this back to
Gordy's been waiting.
my question. What's your limit of woo? Like, what set you off to like look at the crazy stuff? Like, did you always have a weird upbringing? I imagine Balderson probably did not have a traditional American nuclear family upbringing. I'm just guessing, but
No.
but like those of us that had
We talk about me and Ben
the
grew up in the same suburb. We both had parents that were married for their whole lives. We had a couple brothers, couple sisters. No, never got any hand-me-down clothes. Always had something to eat 3 times a day.
Right.
We went to public school until we.
So your lives were perfect and boring. So you had to find excitement in some other way. Is that
so
what
you
it
got
is?
into Sasquatch? Is that what happened?
Sasquatch got into you.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I read that. That was disgusting porn, cryptid porn, right? Wasn't that what it was? Sasquatch gets into you.
I'm sure there's lots of cryptid
party
porn.
tonight. We had planned a special ASMR episode where we were just gonna read fan fiction in the most erotic voices possible, but we had some actual guests show up. So
Is there any Weaving Spiders
Is it
Welcome
erotic or erotic?
erotica fan fiction yet?
Oh my
Did
God!
you say
stop.
ironic or erotic?
That's
whatever
Both.
you
It's
want.
ironic erotic.
Whatever you
Just
desire, I'll give it to you.
Ironic.
Oh yeah. Oh
yeah.
yeah. You bet. Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Is that like erotic?
And if I can't
ironic?
give it to you publicly,
Yeah,
I'll
perfect.
give it
That
to
was
you
perfect.
privately on a Telegram. Here is a Telegram
Don't you
channel that
know
we've
them
got.
underwears are sexy that you're wearing there? Yeah.
Now look at this. Look at
Go
this
back,
big
John.
package. Look at this big package you're trying to shove into our
Package
tiny
is
keyhole
huge.
box there. It's huge. It's so ginormous.
Huge.
Look at this.
Oh, he's trying to shove a huge package in that little hole there. Yeah.
Look
Yeah.
at this. Look at this.
Never
Look
fit.
at
You
this.
should
This
have
is
Cut off
Spit on
it.
this is
You
in a
should
web
have seen
browser.
on it at
Yeah,
least
this
3
is in a
times.
web browser. You can view this at in a web browser, t.me/s/weaving spiders. And we have a channel here, and we post our announcements and our YouTube links. If you're not getting the alert on YouTube, you can certainly get the alert through Telegram if you have the Telegram software. But the simple thing is to bookmark that web page and F5 Saturday night, starting around 9:30 Central Time is when we usually begin the weave, so you don't miss it from the beginning.
Thank you, Alan. It's almost like somebody's trying to be a professional around here. It's awesome.
I
Dig
think
it.
Rachel said something, but I didn't hear anything.
Are you making
No,
fun of me?
I know.
again?
Nobody's heard
Not
me
have
all
light
evening.
again?
That's not
Yeah,
true.
no, I have
That's not
something really
true.
good for you
Not
guys.
true.
I've got a definition
Damn it.
before I jet.
Okay.
I
I
found
can't
this
even
this
like take
week.
my things out and throw them down like Gordy did.
Sure you can.
Yeah, you can.
Now that
Can't
inspired
or
me.
It's whatever the
won't.
closest thing is.
That's
It's a
right.
cigarette.
It's actually scary. Like I'd be getting myself ready to take a beating. Like, oh shit, Gordy's coming.
What will people do when
Now
they
hold on,
find
Rachel
out
was gonna
I'm a
say something.
Jesus
What were you
freak?
gonna say, Rachel?
All right, listen. Chance gave me this book that I have been reading.
The Lord
right.
of
Yeah.
Old
The Lord of Old
Move
Elfland,
your
Secrets
right finger. I
from
can
the
see the rest of
Bronze
it.
Age of Middle Earth. So this is some good history juice here.
Hey, that looks like a cool bookmark.
It sure does, because somebody awesome on this weave made it.
Nice.
Nice.
That's is that on
You're
real
putting it to
paper?
good use.
What?
It's
That's
a real
not- that's
object.
a real-
Awesome in this weave. I just took some mud
Mario made
board
this.
earlier from somebody
Heck
else's.
yeah.
Oh, nice. Right
How was the
on.
mugboard hidden from Michelle? Is that
It
from
works.
Michelle
The
there?
board is so
Yeah.
good.
We did an episode with Michelle. If you haven't gone back through the Weaving Spiders Welcome Archive, we have an episode with Michelle where she talks all about the great stuff that she does.
Yep. And we'll be on
So-
Vibrant too on Wednesday. But proceed, Rachel.
Excellent.
Thank you. I found this definition while reading because this book does include history and folklore. Folklore is a little bit different than myth. You can actually find things from history and folklore. and sacred sites, but this definition is for trolls. Most of the actions performed by elves and fairies in the English literature and by dwarves in the German are taken over by the troll in the Swedish folktale. In English, this word has taken on shades of meanness and ugliness, but the troll was not always so. Sorry, should I do my most seductive voice?
Right.
In my opinion, the troll's image has suffered most at the hands of Dutch illustrator Rijn Poorvliet. I hope that's how you say it, who delivered to the world an obtuse, beady-eyed, snot-nosed troll in the 1970s. But the reality is that the troll has been developing or devolving in public opinion ever since popular versions of the Swedish folktales began to circulate in print. This is short. Repackaged as fairy tales and illustrated accordingly, the stories entered the realm of fantasy and no longer represented what rural folk really believed went on among the rocks and trees in the deepest reaches of the forest. Originally, the trolls were a race who dwelt apart from the human civilization, going about their own business and socializing among themselves. They were human in size and appearance and had many of the same concerns. The few who went to church at all continued to attend Catholic Mass long after the rest of Sweden had become Lutheran. The Swedish verb trolla, there's a song by Ivor about this, means to conjure, to enchant. In the Norse sagas, a man who was, quote, troll-wise, could work deceptive magic, so it appears the trolls, like the Jotnar, were originally defined by their ability to create illusions. That's what a troll is.
Nice. Can you take a picture of that for us?
Sure.
So it's in the chat too.
Yeah.
I love that.
Might be a bit of a troll myself.
I think several of us might be
Rachel and I have been
trolls.
going through some of the old stories and really trying to get to the root of them, and I've been doing a lot of that personally. And her and I have a lot of talks behind the scenes on that. And it's very interesting how many of these things that we think now are ancient have only been believed in the last 100 or 200 years. And when you get to the actual ancient information, it's nothing like what we're working with right now.
Yeah, it
Leave
never
the
is,
cat
right?
alone.
Well, yeah, be nice to the cat, man.
Yeah.
It's funny because in so many pagan and heathen circles, they're like, we have to go back. And even in like green stuff, they're like, we have to go back. We have to go back. Nobody wants to go back. It's not about going back. It's about
You can't go back. It's an
that's
illusion in your
impossible.
mind. Yeah,
That's
it's an
the
illusion in your mind.
So it's just about doing things proper. Doing things.
And there's so many people
better.
LARPing on Twitter doing that. You know, they're like, oh, we have to, they call it return. You know, we're going to return. Like, you're going to return to what are you talking about?
Yeah.
It was never there. It was never the way there, the way
not
you're
part of your
imagining it
reality.
anyway. No,
What do they
it's not, you
mean
can't go
return?
back.
What
Well,
do they
they
mean
imagine
return?
some part of the past and they idealize it, and then they want to reify that into something that it never was in the first place. You know,
I got you.
mean, there's that famous quote, right? You know, but I'm not even gonna think of it. But so then they want to take that and somehow act like we can drag whatever they imagined that used to be into the present time and build it into something, which is just nonsense. You know, it's just nonsense. If you want to build something great, then determine for sure what it is. And if there's some part of the past you want to embrace or appreciate, great. But don't act like you're going to take some architecture from the past that's really just in your mind, in your cumulative shitty group mind, and manifest it into reality. Of course, it's not going to work. If it works at all, you're going to have something really shitty and stupid, because that's what you're working on. You know, you're starting with a really bad foundational idea to that's just like Trump's stupid slogan, you know, make America great again, because it was so
Again.
great, right? It was so we should pinpoint which day was it the greatest. We'll make it just that day forever.
Well, and if we're going back, aren't the
Groundhog's
elites already doing that with child sacrifice? Like, if that was, if that was a thing in the past, then we're already back, right? So who are they trying to convince to go back? Are they selling us this like
Marty
romanticized
McFly.
version of history. They're like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, those ideals, they were so sweet. They were all so family based. It's like, well, yeah, let's leave out the part where, people were killing their children.
Or drinking in
Come
the bar
on.
while their children and their wives were waiting in the car at the bar because women and children weren't allowed to walk into a bar. And if you were a woman and you did walk into a bar, you were considered a prostitute.
Right. Which part are we going back to exactly?
Yeah, that part, right?
And which
The good old
yeah,
days.
because some of this is really coming
Yeah,
back.
that's the quote. The good old days that never were and never will be. That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's
Because
wild.
Buck Owens said that.
Hey, Rachel, before you go, what was up with your shoulder friend? I didn't want to ask and ruin the flow of the conversation while Jason was here, but you're
You guys have been saying that. Everyone's been saying that like all night, and I have no idea what they're talking about.
Oh, it's one of those things.
Mario,
I gotcha.
did you miss the memo where we are polite when people change their hairstyles, whether or not we like it or not, we don't make a rude comment about it.
You just don't acknowledge it.
We don't bring it up. We don't highlight it. We don't magnify it. We just.
I think I need to smudge essentially, but it didn't seem like
We've-
anything malefic.
We've
so.
all tried different hairstyles.
Nice.
They've looked better or worse at different times in our
Well, I
lives.
thought I saw a Skeksis, but Rachel reassured me there was absolutely no fucking Skeksis. So
No, not at
I just
all.
have to take her word for it.
Gotcha.
My eyes, I wear
I
glasses
understand.
for a reason. I don't really see clearly. So
Right.
There-
and
there
we
may-
did say
There are rumors that some creatures blink in and out of existence. So it's very possible that I may or may not have fire lizards flying around.
Sure.
If anyone knows what those are.
We did have contingency plans if no one showed up, if Zoom froze for everybody. If it was just Jim and I, we had puppet shows planned, but other people showed up, so we didn't do the puppet shows that we had as a contingency plan. So that is not what you saw. You saw no puppets,
Nope.
nothing strange, no funny business.
Just a
everyone's
Nexus ley line.
Gotcha.
Just some trolls.
Welcome, Chris.
That's right. There was just a troll.
Now I'm
Chris-
being hypnotized and programmed. I got you.
Chris was working on
Again.
visuals.
I'm so sorry.
Chris was working on the visuals for our countdown video. I had put together some audio, and Chris has been putting together the video. And Chris has a strange happening story involving strange towns, strange people, strange conversations.
I would like to hear it, but
I
the
want Chris to
countdown
tell
for
the
me is how
story.
long I'm before my face hits the floor. So love you guys.
Yeah, see you, Ben.
I have one
Then-
announcement before I'm gonna go.
Mhm.
I'm gonna just let everybody know again that we're gonna have some cool bingo prizes coming.
Oh yeah.
But also for anyone in the community who is interested, there is now a group where you can get art from everyone in the community. So I have like
Great.
an art group. So if you want to support the different artists in all these different communities, I can throw that link in the Weaving Spiders and you're welcome to follow. So
Awesome.
yep, just
Good
want to
stuff.
spread the love.
That's good stuff. Thank you for doing that, Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely. Love you guys.
Yeah, this connection is
So,
great stuff.
Yeah.
Love it.
All right. Good night.
Thank
I'll
you.
listen
Sleep
for a
well.
little bit. I want to hear Chris's story on.
Yeah, I
on
want
it.
Your mic sounds fantastic.
You
It-
already
it
heard
is.
it because we talked
I
about
know. I
it.
want to hear you tell everyone else.
Usually, your opinion on it was great, though. I enjoyed your feedback.
So start at the beginning. You're working
Yeah.
on some audio.
Okay,
for the-
so-
your video for the audio. You've heard the first draft that I put together.
Yeah. So I was at work and it was a rainy day, and so it was downtime because there wasn't anybody around. It was just me and my coworkers in this huge building on a stormy night, right, or a stormy day. And I was like, well, since I'm just sitting here, I don't have much to do. In my downtime, I'll continue working on the Weaving Spiders intro for this coming Saturday or tonight. And so, I've already listened to the first draft enough times. I have that Neon Horses song stuck in my head. And
This
I
is
love
part
it
of the
now. It's just
production
like,
nightmare.
and it's an amazing song. And I'm trying to think of strange clips. What does the word strange mean to me, right? And just the week before, we had another rainy day because it's springtime and it's very swampy here. We get a lot of spring rain. And in that downtime, at work, I had watched the YouTube video, America is Egypt Part 1. And so now, flash forward a week, I'm working another stormy day and working on the intro, thinking of strange sayings, getting strange clips. And it's just me and a coworker. And then this guy comes in and he's, kind of homely, like homeless a bit, kind of looks rough. Seems like he may be tweaking on some substance, possibly. And he comes up to our front desk and starts asking us he asks my coworker who's beside me what her definition of God was. She is the basic Christian experience or explanation. He's her savior and all that. He says no, because there's all this other stuff, and like he was mumbling, so you can only get pieces of what he was saying. And then he went on to say that he was on a mission from God. And as he's talking, I notice his bracelets on his wrist. He has 2 hospital bracelets. And there's a mental hospital close by.
Right, just right next door.
Yep.
So he says he's a messenger from God, which could be an angel, is a messenger who comes and speaks to you.
Yes.
What
And
does he
so
say to you?
he tells us that he is on a mission. He's meeting other people who are on a mission there. We did not see any of the other people. And he has this white sign he's carrying, right? And it's like a picket sign. It's all white. You don't see what's on it. And then after a while of mumbling, I get the words, since I'm only hearing like every other word, I hear the word America is Egypt, which is strange because I was, like I said, I had just started watching it. And he said that he was talking about once, the second flood comes and the whole world's destroyed again, that there's going to be one surviving stone. And then he said, you know what that will be? And my coworker goes, what? Because she's still like entertaining him at this point. And I'm just sitting there listening, because I'm just like, this is all like, he's obviously crazy because he has the bracelets and everything, but like it's synchronicity time as well. So I'm trying to like not overly analyze, but just kind of be like, okay, what's happening right here? Because this is personal to me, right? And he says that last stone will be at, and he says the street my family home that my grandpa built our home and his business on, the exact street.
Wow.
Dang, that's interesting.
And I'm like, what?
Starting to blow your mind at this point.
That's when my mind exploded. Like I was like, what? This is I was like, what is going on?
An escaped mental patient, maybe, or an actual angel, or what is going on?
So he walks off. He walks off, and we think he's gone. But he comes back for a second coming, for one more second coming, right? And he asked to use our public phone. So he picks it up and starts talking, and again, he's mumbling, but then he's saying words out loud, and he's trying to cover his face.
But he didn't dial. He just picked it up and started.
He
talking?
just picked it up and started talking. Didn't dial.
He doesn't need to dial, dude.
Yeah, what does he need to dial for? He's gonna get the same line.
So at this point, a couple of our other coworkers who work in other parts of the building comes, and my coworker is trying to pass a note to the other coworker to go off and discreetly call a number to get him, so bring him to safety.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so, but she's
Call
not.
his number. Call the number on the payphone. Is that what they were doing?
No, call like people that could like come
Security,
again.
Oh, I got
police
you.
or someone.
Security, yeah.
Nah, dude, I'd been calling on the phone, like telling them what to do, dude. I'm like, no, man, the stones are on that street. They're in the river, man.
So
it's a rainy day. Was the guy soaking wet because he'd walked through the rain from the mental hospital? Maybe
he was a bit wet, but he wasn't that wet, which is kind of odd that he wasn't as wet as I would think. And he had this tattoo on his wrist. I was trying to make out, but I couldn't make out. It was like smudged. It wasn't a good job. And then so she's trying to pass
he
this
says
note.
America is Egypt, and that the earth will be destroyed by a flood again, but there will be one remaining stone, and the stone will be located. And he says the street that your family's house was on or is on.
Yeah, was on.
Okay.
Yeah, and so
how would he know that? So
exactly.
Do you think he was schizophrenic?
He seems schizophrenic. Maybe either schizophrenic or maybe he was on some type of substance, maybe, or both, a little bit of both. But my coworker's trying to pass this note to our other coworker that's there now, but it's unsuccessful. Because we're all kind of paying attention to this guy. He's really drawing all of our attention. And he looks over at us. He had a bandana, then a hat over his bandana. He takes his hat off and bandana, looks at us, points to his skull, not his ear, to his skull. He has a shaved head, like a bald head, and says, I have a Bluetooth in, an implant.
That is such a great story.
Look, what is going on? And then he says, okay, I'm done. Hangs up the phone and then walks out.
Nice.
And you
and no further information, right?
Nothing. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
That's great, man.
Thanks for telling us, Chris.
Yeah, those stories always end with like nothing, like no resolution. In the like,
Yeah, you
10 years
never hear
later,
or
you
see
go
of
like,
the thing you did.
I wonder what happened to that weird dude that was at the Roadrunner market
with the implant in his head.
Right.
The
So
implant in his
the
head that kept
reason
saluting
Chris
me?
shares the story is because he's working on the Send Me an Angel Andromeda visuals, and he has an experience tied to that
and
audio sigil, hyper sigil thing that we were working on. It's
Yeah,
an audio visual thing to count down for this show, and yet we've both been influenced by it and affected by it in very unusual, high, strange, weird ways.
And to put a little bow on the high strangeness for the sigil, as I'm making it, I don't plan out what videos are overlapping on what. I just put it in, and I'm putting a bunch of stuff in the cauldron and how it's going to turn out. Some might be diluted. I don't know. Some might clump up. I'm just putting the clips in the cauldron, right? And then the very last frame of the video just so happens to look like Alan is an angel. And I took a screenshot, and that's the screenshot I shared around a couple days ago. That was all coincidental.
by happenstance.
Right. That's just playing with it, just having fun, creating, being at play, and enjoying life.
Yep.
Hey, Chris, this
welcome,
question,
Jared. He's been
Yeah,
waiting
hey, Jared.
patiently. We want to say hello to Jared.
Nice to
Thank
see
you
you,
so
man.
much for helping us with the Rockfin thing tonight. How's that going so far?
It's looking good. We are simulcasting over on Odin's Alchemy Rockfin. Let's see how many we got hanging
Oh,
there right
sweet.
now. We got 16 folks watching now.
Oh, cool.
At least one
Nice.
person on the East
Hello,
Coast
and
saying,
Odin's Alchemy Rockfin. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate you.
Hello.
one person says this is a great 3 a.m. conversation. So we got people, staying up late with us, for sure. Yeah, it's working out really well. So yeah, I'm Jared. I'm Ben's producer over at Odin's Alchemy. So I saw he tapped out for the night, so I'm the stunt person to step in for him here for the rest of the show.
So we
But,
don't have to resort to our puppet shows. And
yeah, exactly. I mean, I love puppets, but I think you need another week of rehearsal. So, but yeah, in addition to Odin's Alchemy, I also do the Conspiracy Cinema show, which SB has been a previous guest of, and then we also just filmed the most recent episode last night that I can't wait to show
It's a
with you all
banger.
this week.
Hey,
So that's going to premiere this week.
And Alan, of course, has also
I've
been on the
we talked
episode,
about
so.
network.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you guys
And
done
the show
Batman
that
yet?
I was
The new-
just produced with Jared is related to that one that you were on, Alan. I'll tell you in the private messages.
Okay. It's okay to keep some secrets so that they can premiere and be a surprise to people.
It's a
Just letting
fascinating
them know to
connection.
look forward to that.
I think
Yeah,
Mario had a question for me really quick. I don't mean to interrupt.
Oh yeah, just real quick. This may not go anywhere, but the street that this fellow mentioned that your family used to live on, is it centrally located or is it like skewed towards a certain part of town? Is it like further south or north or whatever?
It's semi. It's strange. It's semi centrally located. So that's why it's kind of not a big deal, but it is kind of a big deal. It's a 50-50.
Everything in the story combined makes it. That's weird. That's unusual.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, just because the material I'm reading right now has to do with centrally located spots within towns and states even and countries.
Well, the reason
and
why I
having
say
like a stone or a pillar or something located right at the city center or
well, the reason why I say it's 50-50 is because it used to not be the center of our town, but when it grew, and they was like, it would be better to do a street that people can travel on this way instead of here. So let's make this our central road in our town instead of this one. So the old central road is like now a side road, and the new central road is where my old family home used to.
Maybe this man was a time traveler.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah.
And your story, I heard stone. I just immediately thought cornerstone of the house, or so I'm wondering what Masonic influences might be in your town and things like that.
Oh, there
sure.
is some interesting stuff in this town for sure. James has talked about some of it on Indiverse.
And you've said the name of the park that you're working at.
I don't remember if I have or not.
Okay, you've told us privately. I don't know if that's public information, but it's
yeah,
it's an interesting place.
It is an interesting place. It's named after a historical figure, and it's interesting to look into his history and why they would pick him as a figurehead for this area.
And I've been to your job. I know the spot you're talking about, and I just have to say, the insane asylum he is talking about is the most quintessential, terrifying, psychologically jarring, just to think of what the implications of what might possibly be going on in that building. It's like a university sized.
Yeah, it's
psych ward.
I've heard stories. My best friend from middle school through high school, his dad was a security guard there.
Right. And
And
it's called like for the criminally insane, right?
yeah,
How
it's for the
awesome.
criminally
So it's like
insane.
it's totally Arkham. It's just completely Arkham.
Yeah,
To
it's
the
basically
max.
it's like okay, it's like if you had Arkham, and then you have some woods, and then you had a botanical center and a huge park right beside it. It's like
So Chris lives
generic.
in Gotham.
So it's like a generic horror movie, like
Right. Is it like
when
In the
it's
Mouth of
raining
Madness,
and
the John
foggy.
Carpenter film?
Yeah.
It has all the ingredients. It has like all these walking pathways through like going in all these lovely directions through the woods all across the city.
Okay, we need to talk because the lady that hired me has been told me stories about the people that own the asylum and how they made a deal with the city, and then this family that owned a farm that
Is this that
bought the
place that
land.
everybody goes to? This is a famous one, right? Everybody goes to go ghost hunting.
No, I don't know anyone that's gone ghost hunting here.
Wow.
Yeah,
Cool.
but yeah, there's this whole
going.
backstory. I just found out the other day. So I don't know if Chains even knows this. I need to see if he knows it. Because I was like, what? This is the history of this place before the land was turned into this park? I was like, it blew my mind.
Has anyone written a book about this yet?
They should, because it is like just a perfect quintessential juxtaposition of environment. Like on one, and this one field is like sheer terror and institutionalized, whatever.
So on
criminally
one
insane
level,
people.
Chris has a job here. On another level, he's there to collect the stories and the information and go home and write them down.
And there's a sundial. They're building a sundial. I posted it to the Wing Spiders Telegram the other day. They're putting a sundial in the middle of the lake.
What's special about the sundial, though? It's a unique sundial.
I'll have to see it when it's finished. They're still building it.
The plans show that humans will stand and the human will cast a shadow to tell you what time it is. So you stand in a specific spot in this sundial layout to tell what the time is during the different parts of the year, which would be interesting to see once it's complete, how that actually works and how does that tie in with new cosmologies, new sky clock, mapping things, flat earth, round earth, dome, whatever it is. How does that work out with all the models? That would be interesting to see.
Yeah. I'm the last thing I'll say about the park before I'll let other people talk and everything is there was a Japanese stroll garden in the park where they team up with the city. I think is it Osaka?
It's like a sister city?
Yeah, sister city. And they came and they like feng shui this whole area. And there's like this peace monument with like each side has world peace in different languages in like Sanskrit and other things. It's like super strange. There's a lot of.
Is there a bell in the park?
A bell, not that I know of. I mean, I walked all around there. I don't know about a bell. I wouldn't be surprised if they put one on because they're
Does
building
anybody
so
else
many
know
things.
about sister cities where you have a different country adopt a city in America and they'll call it a sister city?
Yeah.
You got any examples on your mind, Gabe?
Yeah. Boulder has a sister city in Nepal.
Okay.
I believe. And they exchange like we gave Nepal a computer cafe, and they gave Boulder a tea garden. Yeah. So yeah,
isn't that sweet of them to give them a cyber cafe?
Right.
How funny.
Cyber cafe in exchange for a tea garden.
For a tea garden.
Totally.
Who lost in this trade?
I know, it's hard to tell. They do have some good. They do make some good eggplant at that joint.
Life is so
Uh,
strange and
Chris-
weird and interesting.
Well, Chris, I got to point out one more detail because you say you walked around the place. You know the perimeter pretty well. I noticed on my way out, as you're driving along the fence line that divides the park where all the kids playing and all the innocents enjoy, there's a fence, and then there's all the horror and terror beyond. Well, the one fence, if you're paying attention, there's a gully where the ground dips under, and it's perfectly accessible for somebody to climb under the fence to go between the park and the insane asylum.
Yeah, and right over by there, they moved the first house that was quote built, or the oldest house that's built on in our town.
Oh, the
They moved it.
homestead.
Yeah, the homestead and the farm and the church. It's all over right there. It's insane, dude.
It's crazy. That's crazy. So yeah, there's going to be some fun adventures for you. I can tell.
Yeah, I love working there. It's about that. I went to a astronomy. Okay, so final story that's going to type into Crow 777, right?
Uh-huh.
So also, I'm so glad that you cut your composure, by the way, Gabe, because I wouldn't be able to hold back. I was fanboying just watching.
Totally.
So earlier tonight, before the weave, we do events at my work, and this is the second time they've. The last time was before I started working there, but this was the second time they did a astronomy meet from the main astronomy group in our town meet, and they let people come up and use their telescopes and everything. So I go there, I'm like, oh, maybe I can learn something. It's astronomy, that's interesting. So I go there, and I am looking through multiple telescopes. I do the big one, and I do a smaller one, and I was hoping to like kind of have a choice where I was looking, but they was all wanting to look at the moon. I'm like, oh, I kind of just want to look around, and they were like, oh, like they didn't want, they like just look at the moon. And so I was like, okay. So I was looking at the moon. It looked super fake, just like so artificial. And so I brought up the lunar wave, because I was just like, I wonder if anyone here has seen it for themselves,
Yeah,
not
man.
knowing that Jason was going to be on tonight, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I ring, and crickets. They all like blink stared. I was like, okay, I can't have a conversation. So I was like, I was trying to think deeper, and they were just like, look at the pretty moon. I was like, no.
That's funny. I had a kind of a similar experience. I went to the planetarium in Boulder, and they have a simulation of what it looks like on the inside of the moon, the interior.
Interesting.
And I thought that was really unique. So the whole dome over your head is what the topography would be like from within. So it's all inverted topography. And I'm looking at this computer image of the inside of the moon, and I can see what looks like a crater, a huge crater coming in one direction from one side, and 180 degrees, another hole going out the other side. It looks like I'm looking at an entry and an exit wound for a meteor, like it pierced through the whole moon. And I started asking questions, and they're like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, no, kid, hasn't anybody else seen? It's very clearly looks as though something has shot through the moon, but you have to be inside to see it.
What did they say they got this model from? Like, is it just somebody's theory, or?
No, I think it's that's a good question. I think it's
the big X-ray we got. That's X-ray.
The big X-ray. Yeah, some kind of big X-ray where they could just scan it, and just by scanning it, they have all this exact topography.
Oh yeah,
to generate an
yeah,
image.
I'm sure that works. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Like, I mean, LiDAR is a thing. LiDAR is a real thing. I used to work in laser rangefinders. LiDAR works. No, but I don't know, man. All that fucking moon shit. After I mean, I worked in aerospace, man. Those fucking engineers couldn't think their way out of a wet fucking paper bag. I mean, they can draw up some brilliant shit, like some just amazing, like beautiful engineering that you're supposed to like some card or something that has like the perfect math in it. And then you tell the guy, hey man, you can't use that kind of capacitor right there or you're going to have problems. And like their whole world falls apart. Like it's just mind blowing to watch. Some of these guys don't really have the skills to be real out in the open kind of walking around sense kind of thing. That's why they keep these guys like working on their little projects all separated. So nobody's going to have any idea what the hell either one is doing. They can't even figure out what they're having for lunch or if they even
compartmentalization is
ate
the key all the way, man. That's what they do.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
compartmentalize the shit out of everything. And
For sure.
it's just what Tesla said in one of his quotes, that they projected everything into mathematical models, so they're not even looking at reality. And then they show us with Agra on the fucking dark crystal. She's obsessed with looking up at the sky while she's not looking. They steal and break the fucking crystal. Yeah, that's what happened to us. We were all like, "Oh, look at the sky, jeez!" And they stole and broke our fucking crystal. Now they're still hoarding around it. Rachel's pretending like they don't even exist.
Yeah, Chip, you have to share what you just put in the chat, man. That's hilarious. I love this. With some kind of hipster duck shoulder poop bag.
Oh
or
yeah, I
something.
can read it. Jim in the private chat says, Rachel freaking got me. I thought she had the calmest, best behaved baby duck sitting on her shoulder. I've been dying laughing with some kind of hipster duck shoulder poop bag or something. I'm still laughing. She told me she was.
But that's what it was. That's what it was.
I believe it. Yeah. Fucking Skexy. You guys stop doing damage control for Rachel making a parallel story. She came on the show with a fucking Skexy and everybody pretended like it wasn't there. Sorensen's right. You guys are fucking willing to lie.
Just be glad. Just be glad the Skexy wasn't eating.
You got me.
Gordy,
Dude,
we
that's
got
so
a
good.
planet now. Someday in the future, we got a planet so that we're in the same place, but we set up the set so it looks right. And you throw off the earbuds and you come rushing over and you come in and get me.
Oh yeah, nice.
That's right. So it works, Be so good. It's going to be after 2 here. I got to bail, you guys. I love you guys with all my heart. I'm going to jump.
You too.
Take care, man.
Until soon.
That's
We'll
it,
see you
man.
Wednesday for sure. By Wednesday, I'm going to try to stream this out on. I'm going to take a page out of Jared's book and try to simulcast this out on the Espialgia channel too, so we get these going. Let's ramp this up so it's simulcast everywhere at all times.
Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah, brother.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Nice
night.
one. Thank you, Bray.
Much love. Also,
All right.
I don't know if anyone has seen it, but I did do a in synchronicity art for tonight's
That was you
show.
who made that?
That was you?
Yeah. I made that as I was listening to the show. I was just like, "Well, this is happening."
We get
It's
a
like
lot
a
of
screen.
we get
It's
a
like
lot
a
of great art, and I don't always
screenshot.
know who did all of the work or who collaborated in the effort together.
Oh my God.
It's a lot of fun.
I just took a screenshot of everyone from tonight and just went, just jug it over.
Yeah.
Dude, I make a horrible brunette.
Does someone have it available to screen share right away?
Yeah, I got you.
There's our closing statement for the night before we say goodnight to
Oh, That's
Well,
hilarious.
you can do the other one as well. That was the unfiltered one. The one above it was the finished version as well.
I love SB's. Go back to the other one, the colored version with SB's face just like you found the angel dust and just rubbed it all over your face.
Dude, SB's
I like
got
the
the
one-
best hair.
I like how Gabe is the one that turned out the best.
It's
Got
like,
a little
I was like,
patch.
who's the guy in the orange shirt?
Loving Gordy.
That's
It
hilarious.
had to be
Yeah,
orange.
It
I'm like,
looks,
I look
looks
weird
like
without
your
a
high school
beard.
shirt.
It matches your background.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. That's creepy.
Hell yeah, that's awesome. I'll never stop. I like
The
that joke.
the Gabe one is the funniest to me because
I'll
it
never
looks nothing
stop.
like him. And then you tell
I
me
was
it's Gabe, and I'm
already
like,
beer.
That's
The only
that's
thing
like
I
perfect.
changed was the insynchronicity. That I'll know it's
Picasso.
it's
Did you Picasso Gabe's nose? He's a cubist nightmare.
Oh my god.
Did you do this? You did this before Cheney said that?
no after. Yeah, I got the idea.
Okay.
That is
I
some
was like,
fast turnaround
I was
time.
gonna say that'd
Yeah.
be crazy.
Yeah, that's yeah. I would just like as soon as she said it, I was like, it's happening right now. As soon as she said it, I searched in sync and I would just look at the photos until I found this photo. And I took a screenshot and I was like, this is happening. I gotta do it. It's getting done tonight.
That's hilarious.
Oh no. Oh no.
Gee.
Wait a second. Alan, where's my hand?
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
It's between two pillows. Those
Oh
aren't
no,
pillows.
Alan, I have terrible news for you.
Yeah, since we're sharing our creations, do you guys mind if I screen share some real quick?
Oh, yeah, please do.
Yeah, let me see if I
That's not my car keys.
Trains and automobile.
Jingle, jingle.
So anybody that's been following my Instagram or whatever,
Wow.
this is how big they were today.
Filling out.
So they're getting big, dude. At any day now. I thought for sure that they would have been fledged today.
Wow.
At least one of them, but no, they're still in the nest. But
Wow.
Peter and Gwen are always right behind me, like right behind my head. Like if I'm in front here, they're like, really close. But
You're so lucky, Gordon. That
dude,
is so awesome.
Yeah.
I try to not take this for granted. So I try to keep people away from this in the district so that I share all these with all the science groups and stuff so that the kids and everybody can, watch the process. And I've really learned a lot, dude. Like, so, okay. Hear that? I don't know if you guys can hear the sound of that.
The mom coming back?
They're clacking. They're doing that protective clacking, and it's probably because I'm coming.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm coming to change out the.
Do you have a tripod? Or is your phone on something?
Trail cam or something?
This is a trail cam. Yeah, this is a game cam that's on a
Awesome.
2x4 that's sticking out kind of in front of the nest.
Mm-hmm.
But so although it's solar, the battery power to be able to do it all night, like even rechargeable batteries are tough. You got to like switch them out. So I've been having to switch the card and the batteries about every other day or so. And I have to come and I try to talk to them and say, reassure them. It's all right, babies, and they're very cool. Like, this is it. I haven't even watched this yet. This is me messing with the.
In the bottom corner, it says it's 47 degrees Celsius. Gives you the date, the time, and the percentage left. 5% left on the battery.
It's so cool.
Does it say Alcam?
It's so blessed.
All cam in the corner.
Yeah.
Gordy, do they always have their
My
nests?
foot.
Woo!
New
Are they
Balance
always in
shoes,
batches of
great
3?
sponsor.
Yeah, sponsor me. Sponsor Alcam by New Balance.
Couldn't stand on my own 2 feet without New Balance.
Who ever looks so good?
Those owls are trying to get some New Balance.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
So Chris inspired me.
Fixed it.
Insane.
Fixed it. That's amazing.
Oh yeah.
There's
Perfect.
There
there's
you
the
go. It's more
collaboration.
accurate now.
Yeah, that's way more.
Almost identical. Hilarious.
Nice.
That's
Beautiful.
perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mario.
Wow,
Yeah,
that
you
is-
got
that
it. Man.
is-
I'll post that on Telegram.
That's a wonderful note to end the show on. Does anyone have any final thoughts or hanging chads to wrap up into a conclusion? I don't even know how long the stream's been going. We're outside of time and space right now. Everything is just really weird and wild and fun.
Oh,
5
I
hours
wanted
and
to
45
ask-
minutes.
Okay.
I want to ask Gordy, are do the baby owls, do they always come in batches of 3?
So it's either 3 or 4. 4 is more rare, but the first year that I sat with them, we had 3 babies.
Okay.
Second year we had 4, which all 4 made it and fledged, which was amazing. The next year, that's when they did the 5G tower outside of the owl tree. We didn't have any babies that year.
Right.
I got a box of Mitch's orgone pipes, the earth pipes, and I plugged that 5G tower. The next year, this year, we have babies.
Yeah, buddy.
So
That's awesome.
it's demonstrable. We are making changes.
Yes.
And we are
Big
being
up.
blessed by it. Like this is fucking amazing. Like I don't know, man. Like there's a connection with these guys that kind of, I mean, I try not to take it for granted. I know how lucky I am, but holy shit, man. I'm sitting here 4 feet away from that giant owl looking at me right in my eyes, man. And she's like, we're cool. Like, I mean, this has taken a lot of work. This has taken 3 straight years of sitting with them and talking to them almost every day. But like to be able to watch this every day, I mean, I'm pretty jazzed, man. I appreciate it. So
Yeah, this is awesome.
opened up my world to something else.
Yeah.
For sure.
Cool.
So that's my plug for tonight. You know, follow my Instagram and follow the Gordy Two Shoes YouTube channel. I'm putting up more and more owl videos like this.
You need to change your name to Gordy 3 Owls.
Yeah. Well, these guys are going to be gone. There will be 2 owls probably tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because these guys keep stretching their wings out. They're gonna fledge any second now.
Think so soon they're gonna fly the nest?
Well, okay, so the cool thing about this is we've got a yard around them, right? So there's the niche in the wall, and there's like kind of a fenced in yard where it's like a play area. It's like a perfect spot for like some sort of fledgling to try out. But it doesn't take them very long to be able to figure out how to fly over. If they can fly out of the nest, they can fly over the chain link fence. So that only lasts like a day for them hopping around that little yard. So what they'll do is they'll go back behind our building, and there's this old playground that used to be there, which is also the other perfect place. As long as we don't have bobcats that come into that area, which we do have back there, because it's all just open desert up until the Rincon Mountains, I think, on that side. But yeah, I mean, it's the wild world out there. Gila monsters and all sorts of bitchin' critters. So I try to document it on my Instagram and by default Facebook. But anyway, I'm gonna dip out. You guys have a fantastic evening. Thank you all for doing this every time and showing up and being the glue. You know,
Big time.
we're
My
talking.
last-
We're making very cool connections with real people in the real world, and
awesome.
Yes.
Cool things are happening, people. All right. I love you all. Have a good night.
Love you.
Much love, Gordy.
Ciao, gang.
Take care, man.
My last thing I wanted to share on a stream was that Cheney and I had a weird sync the other day where I was thinking about the ampersand, and I was trying to think of the meaning behind it, like where do those symbols come from and all the different variations. Before I can look it up, I open up Instagram. The first post I see, Cheney posts a whole post about the ampersand.
Oh,
and
snap.
I comment on it, and I'm like, I was literally just thinking about this like an hour ago. And she goes, what timeline are we on? She was like, I don't even know why I'm thinking about this.
Oh, wow.
It was super synchronistic. It was like she was picking up my thought, and so she did the research for me and like made the post. It was really cool.
She was on Chris's timeline.
Also, I want to say Happy Mother's Day since it is
Right.
Mother's Day.
Nice.
Yes. Give thanks and praise to all the moms.
Yes.
I think it's one of those, I mean, holidays are a questionable thing in my opinion. But it's interesting that it's in Taurus. I think that's
good
very
point.
appropriate. Ruled by Venus,
Yes.
springtime, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Great
Bless
point.
out the mother.
Yep. So
Sweet, guys.
yeah, this was fun. Was Jason planned all along, or was that just last minute, or
Out of nowhere.
That's rad. Yeah, good stuff.
We don't make plans. I plan to do puppet shows, but then we never get to do a puppet show. So
We can do a puppet show on my YouTube.
Oh, nice, Jared.
we love these.
I got on Blur real quick.
You gotta just kind of put your, hands. In
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah, sweet.
Very
Oh,
cool,
that's
dude.
sick.
Nice. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, perfect for my Taurus mother, wife.
Oh yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Awesome.
That was awesome.
I love seeing it out in the wild. That's cool. Was it a pain getting a frame, or did you have to trim it?
I did trim. Yeah.
Yeah. I think in the future I'm gonna go with a more conventional.
It's
size.
really close to like the custom like Fillmore poster size. They call it here. I don't know if that's just a Bay Area thing or
okay,
everywhere, but yeah.
Right. Gotcha. Well, nice dudes.
That's the Weaving Spiders Welcome logo poster, but that I've got back there between my fingers. If you can kind of see it. So we're doing some cool stuff. We got some interesting art available for all of you. If you're looking for any links or anything, if you have questions, comment on this video on the YouTube channel or in the Telegram chat. We are very welcoming in our Spiders Welcome Web chat. Join us.
Join us. Until next Wednesday.
Yeah, we live in your mind.
We live in your minds.
Spiders in the ear. Have no fear.
Woo! Just gonna hit the button. We're gonna say goodnight to everybody, and then we'll wrap up with our producer.